Section 20 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5, Section 20, Essay on Giovanni Boccaccio by W.J. Stillman. Giovanni Boccaccio, 1313 to 1375, by W.J. Stillman. It has been justly observed and confirmed by all that we know of the early history of literature that the first forms of it were in verse. This is in accordance with the principle which is stated by Herbert Spencer on a different but related theme, that ornament was before dress, the artistic instincts underlying and preceding the utilitarian preoccupations. History, indeed, was first poetry, as we had Homer before Thucydides, and as in all countries the traditions of the past take the form of metrical and generally musical recitation. An excellent and polished school of prose writers is the product of a tendency in national life of later origin than that which calls out the bards and ballad singers, and is proof of a more advanced culture. The Renaissance in Italy was but the resumption of a life long suspended, and the succession of the phenomena in which was therefore far more rapid than was possible in a nation which had to trace the path without any survivals of a prior awakening. And while centuries necessarily intervened between Homer and the father of history, a generation sufficed between Dante and Boccaccio, for Italian literature had only to throw off the leaden garb of Latin form to find its new dress in the vernacular. Dante certainly wrote Italian prose, but he was more at ease in verse, and while the latter provoked in him an abundance of those happy phrases which seem to have been born with the thought they express, and which pass into the familiar stock of imagery of all later time, the prose of the Convito and the Vita Nuova hardly ever recalls itself in common speech by any parallel of felicity. And Boccaccio, too, wrote poetry of no ignoble type, but probably because he was part of an age when verse had become the habitual form of culture, and all who could write caught the habit of versification, a habit easier to fall into in Italian than in any other language. But while the consecration of time has been given to the Commedia, and the Convito passes into the shadow and perspective of lesser things, so the many verses of Boccaccio are overlooked, and his greatest prose work, the Decameron, is that with which his fame is mostly bound up. Born in 1313, at 7 years of age he showed signs of a literary facility, and his father, a merchant of Florence, put him to school with a reputable grammarian, but afterward, deciding to devote him to merchandise, sent him to study arithmetic, restive and profitless in which he was sent to study canon law, and finding his level no better there, went back to traffic and to Naples in his father's business when he was about 20. The story runs that the sight of the tomb of Virgil turned his thoughts to poetry. But this confusion of the post hoc with the propter hoc is too common in remote and romantic legend to value much. The presence of Petrarch in the court of Robert, King of Naples, is far more likely to have been the kindling of his genius to its subsequent activity, and the passion he acquired while there for the illegitimate daughter of the king, Maria, the Fiammetta of his later life, furnished the fuel for its burning. His first work, the Filocopo, being written as an offering to her. It is a prose love story, mixed with mythological allusions, after the fashion of the day, which thought more of the classics than of nature, and, like all his earlier works, prolix and pedantic. The Theseide, a purely classic theme, the war of Theseus with the Amazons, is in verse, and was followed by the Ameto, or Florentine nymphs, a story of the loves of Ameto, a rustic swain, with one of the nymphs of the valley of the Africo, a stream which flows into the Arno not far from where the poet was born, or where at least he passed his youth, and to which valley he seems always greatly attached, putting there the scene of most of his work, including the Decameron. Ameto is a mythological fiction, in which the characters mingle recitations of verse with the prose narration, and in which the gods of Greece and Rome mask in the familiar scenes. Following these came the Amoroso Visione and Filostrato in verse, Fiammetta in prose being the imaginary complaint of his beloved at their separation, Nymphale Fiesolano in verse, the scene also laid on the Africo, and then the Decameron, begun in 1348 and finished in 1353, after which he seems to have gradually acquired a disgust for the world he had lived in as he had known it, and turned to more serious studies. He wrote a life of Dante, Il Corbaccio, a piece of satirical savagery, the genealogy of the gods, and various minor works, and spent much of his time in intercourse with Petrarch, whose conversation and influence were of a different character from that of his earlier life. Boccaccio died at Certaldo in the Val d'Elsa, December 2nd, 1375. Of the numerous works he left, that by which his fame as a writer is established is beyond any question the Decameron, or 10 Days' Entertainment, in which a merry company of gentlemen and ladies, appalled by the plague raging in their Florence, take refuge in the villas near the city, and pass their time in story-telling and rambles in the beautiful country around, only returning when the plague has to a great extent abated. The superiority of the Decameron is not only in the polish and grace of its style, the first complete departure from the stilted classicism of contemporary narrative, the happy naturalness of good story-telling, but in the conception of the work as a whole, and the marvelous imagination of the filling in between the framework of the story of the plague by the 100 tales from all lands and times, with the fine thread of the narrative of the day-by-day doings of the merry and gracious company, their wanderings, the exquisite painting of the Tuscan landscape, in which one recognizes the Val d'Arno even today, and the delicate drawing of their various characters. It is only when all these elements have been taken into consideration, and the unity wrought through such a maze of interest and mass of material without ever becoming dull or being driven to repetition, that we understand the power of Boccaccio as an artist. We must take the 10 days' holiday as it is painted, a gay and entrancing record of a fortunate and brilliant summer vacation, every one of its 100 pictures united with the rest by a delicate tracery of flowers and landscape, with bird songs and laughter, bits of tender and chaste by-play, for there were recognized lovers in the company. And when this is conceived in its entirety, we must set it in the massive frame of terrible gloom of the great plague, through which Boccaccio makes us look at his picture. And then the frame itself becomes a picture, and its ghastly horror, the apparent fidelity of the descriptions, which makes one feel as if he had before him the evidence of an eye-witness, gives a measure of the power of the artist and the range of his imagination from an earthly inferno to an earthly paradise, such as even the Commedia does not give us. In this stupendous ensemble, the individual tales become mere details, filling in of the space or time. and taken out of it the whole falls into a mere story-book, in which the only charm is the polish of the parts, the shine of the fragments that made the mosaic. The tales came from all quarters, and only needed to be amusing or interesting enough to make one suppose that they had been listened to with pleasure. Stories from the Gesta Romanorum, the medieval chronicles, or any gossip of the past or present, just to make a whole. The criticism one might pass on them, I imagine, never gave Boccaccio a thought, only the way they were placed being important. The elaborate preparation for the story-telling, the grouping of them as a whole, in contrast with the greater story he put as their contrast and foil, the solemn gloom, the deep chiaroscuro of this framing, painted like a miniature, the artful way in which he prepares, for his lieta brigata, the way out of the charnel house, these are the real Decameron. The author presents it in a prelude, which has for its scope only to give the air of reality to the whole, as if not only the plague, but the Decameron had been history. And the proof of this perfect success is in the fact that for centuries the world has been trying to identify the villas where the merry men and maidens met, as if they really had met. Whenever, most gracious ladies, I reflect how pitiful you all are by nature, I recognize that this work will, in your opinion, have a sad and repulsive beginning, as the painful memory of the pestilence gone by, fraught with loss to all who saw or knew of it, and which memory the work will bear on its front. But I would not that for this you read no further, through fear that your reading should be always through sighs and tears. This frightful beginning I prepare for you, as for travellers a rough and steep mountain, beyond which lies a most beautiful and delightful plain, by so much the more pleasurable as the difficulty of the ascent and passage of the mountain had been great. And as the extreme of pleasure touches pain, so suffering is effaced by a joy succeeding. To this brief vexation, I call it brief as contained in few words, follow closely the sweets and pleasures I have promised, and which would not be hoped for from such a beginning, if it were not foretold. And to tell the truth, if I had been able frankly to bring you where I wished by other way than this rough one, I had willingly done so. But because I could not, without these recollections, show what was the occasion of the incidents of which you will read, I was obliged to write of them. The elaborate description of the plague which follows shows not only Boccaccio's inventive power, as being like that of Defoe of the Plague of London, which is a curious parallel to this, altogether imaginary, since the writer was at Naples during the whole period of the pestilence, but also that it was a part indispensable of the entire scheme, and described with all its ghastly minuteness simply to enhance the value of his sunshine and merriment. He was in Naples from 1345 until 1350, without any other indication of a visit to Florence than a chronological table of his life, in which occurs this item: 1348, departs in the direction of Tuscany with Louis of Taranto. As if either a prince on his travels would take the plague in the course of them, or a man so closely interested in the events of the time at Naples, and in the height of his passion for Fiammetta, the separation from whom he had hardly endured when earlier, 1345, he was separated from her by his duty to his aged father, would have chosen the year of the pestilence, when everyone who could fled Florence to return there. And we find him in May 1349 in Naples, in the full sunshine of Fiammetta's favor, and remaining there until his father's death in 1350. There is indeed in Boccaccio's description of the plague that which convicts it of pure invention, quickened by details gathered from eye-witnesses, the very minuteness of the description in certain points not in accord with the character of the disease, as when he narrates that the hogs rooting in the garments of the dead thrown out into the streets, presently, as if they had taken poison, after a few dizzy turns, fell dead. And this which he says he saw with his own eyes is the only incident of which he makes this declaration, the incident on which the unity of his work hinges, the meeting of the merry troop in the church of St. Maria Novella, being recorded on the information of a person worthy of belief. Nor does he in his own person intrude anywhere in the story, so that this bit of intense realization thrown into the near foreground of his picture, as it were by chance and without meaning, yet certified by his own signature, is the point at which he gets touch of his reader and convinces him of actuality throughout the romance. And to my mind this opening chapter, with all its horrors and charnel house realization, its slight and suggestive delineation of character, all grace and beauty springing out of the chaos and social dissolution, is not only the best part of the work, but the best of Boccaccio's. The well-spun golden cord on which the novellae are strung is ornamented, as it were, at the divisions of the days by little cameos of crafty design, but the opening, the portico of this 100-chambered palace of art, has its own proportions and design, and may be taken and studied alone. Nothing can, it seems to me, better convey the idea of the death-stricken city, the surpassing city of Florence, beyond every other in Italy most beautiful. A touch to enhance the depth of his shade, than the way he brings out in broad traits the greatness of the doom, setting in the heavens that consuming sun, the paralysis of the panic, the avarice of men not daunted by death, the helplessness of all flesh before the just wrath of God for our correction sent upon men, for healing of such maladies neither counsel of physician nor virtue of any medicine whatever seem to avail or to have any effect, even as if nature could not endure this suffering or the ignorance of the medical attendants, of whom, besides regular physicians, there was a very great number, both men and women, who had never had any medical education whatever, who could discover no cause for the malady, and therefore no appropriate remedy, so that not only very few recovered, but almost every one attacked died by the 3rd day after the appearance of the above-noted signs, some sooner and some later, and mostly without any fever or violent symptoms. And this pestilence was of so much greater extent that by merely communicating with the sick the well were attacked, just as fire spreads to dry or oiled matter which approaches it. Of the common people, and perhaps in great part of the middle classes, the situation was far more miserable, as they, either through hope of escaping the contagion or poverty, mostly kept to their houses, and sickened by thousands a day, and not being aided or attended in any respect, almost without exception, died. And many there were who ended their lives in the public streets by day or night, and many who, dying in their houses, were only discovered by the stench of their dead bodies. And of these and others that died, everywhere the city was full. These were mainly disposed of in the same way by their neighbors, moved more by the fear that the corruption of the dead bodies should harm them, than by any charity for the deceased. They by themselves, or with the aid of bearers, when they could find any, dragged out of their houses the bodies of those who had died, and laid them before the doors, where, especially in the morning, whoever went about the streets could have seen them without number. Even to that point had matters come that no more was thought of men dying than we think of goats. More than 100,000 human beings are believed to have been taken from life within the walls of Florence, which before the mortal pestilence were not believed to have contained so many souls. Oh, how many great palaces, how many beautiful houses, how many noble dwellings, once full of domestics, of gentlemen and ladies, became empty even to the last servant! How many historical families, how many immense estates, what prodigious riches remained without heirs! How many brave men, how many beautiful women, how many gay youths, whom not only we, but Galen, Hippocrates, or Asclepius would have pronounced in excellent health, in the morning dined with their relatives, companions, and friends, and the coming night supped with those who had passed away. The 10 companions, meeting in the church of St. Maria Novella, 7 ladies and 3 gentlemen, agreed to escape this doom, and repairing to one of the deserted villas in the neighborhood, to pass the time of affliction in merry doings and sayings, and with 4 maids and 3 men-servants move eastward out of the gloomy city. Their first habitation is clearly indicated as what is known today as the Poggio Gherardi, under Maiano. After the second day they return toward the city a short distance, and establish themselves in what seems a more commodious abode, and which I consider incontrovertibly identified as the Villa Pasolini or Rasponi, and which was in their day the property of the Memmi family, the famous pupils of Giotto. The site of this villa overlooks the Valley of the Ladies, which figures in the framework of the novelle, and in which then there was a lake to which Boccaccio alludes, now filled up by the alluvium of the Africo, the author's beloved river, and which runs through the valley and under the villa. The valley now forms part of the estate of Professor Willard Fiske. As the entire adventure is imaginary, and the merry company had no existence except in the dreams of Boccaccio, it is useless to seek any evidence of actual occupation. But the care he put in the description of the localities and surroundings, distances, and so forth, shows that he must have had in his mind, as the framework of the story, these 2 localities. The modern tradition, ascribing to the Villa Palmieri the honor of the second habitation, has no confirmation of any kind. The house flitting is thus told. The dawn had already, under the near approach of the sun, from rosy become golden, when on Sunday the Queen, arising and arousing all her company, and the chamberlain, having long before sent in advance to the locality where they were to go enough of the articles required so that he might prepare what was necessary, seeing the Queen on the way quickly loading all other things, as if it were the moving of the camp, went off with the baggage, leaving the servants with the ladies and the gentlemen. The Queen then, with slow steps, accompanied and followed by her ladies and the 3 gentlemen, with the escort of perhaps 20 nightingales and other birds, by a little path not too frequented, but full of green plants and flowers, which by the rising sun began to open, took the road towards the west, and gossiping, laughing, and exchanging witticisms with her brigade, arrived before having gone 2,000 steps at a most beautiful and rich palace, which, somewhat raised above the plain, was posted on a hill. Each day a queen or king was chosen to rule over the doings of the company and determine all questions. As the description of the surroundings of the villa into which the gay assembly now entered is one of the most vivid and one of the gayest pieces of description in the brilliant counterfoil which the author has contrived to set off the gloom of the city, it is worth giving entire, being as well a noble example of the prose of the Decameron. Near to which, the balcony on which they had reposed after their walk, having ordered to open a garden which was annexed to the palace, being all enclosed in a wall, they entered in, and as it appeared to them on entering to be of a marvellous beauty altogether, they set themselves to examine it in detail. It had within, and in many directions through it, broad paths, straight as arrows, and covered with arbours of vine, which gave indications of having that year an excellent vintage, and they all giving out such odours to the garden, that mingled with those of many other things which perfumed it, they seemed to be in the midst of all the perfumeries that the Orient ever knew, the sides of the paths being closed in by red and white roses and jasmine, so that not only in the morning, but even when the sun was high, they could wander at pleasure under fragrant and odoriferous shade, without entanglement. How many, of what kind, and how planted were the plants in that place, it were long to tell. But there is nothing desirable which suits our climate, which was not there in abundance. In the midst of which is not less delightful than other things that were there, but even more so, was a meadow of the most minute herbs, and so green that it seemed almost black, coloured by 1,000 varieties of flowers, and closed around by green and living orange and lemon trees, which, having the ripe and the young fruit and the flowers together, gave not only grateful shade for the eyes, but added the pleasures of their odours. In the midst of that meadow was a fountain of the whitest marble, with marvellous sculptures. From within this, I know not whether by a natural vein or artificial, through a figure which stood on a column in the midst of it, sprang so much water, and so high, falling also into the fountain with delightful sound, that it would at least have driven a mill. This, then, I mean the water which ran over from the fountain, through hidden channels, went out of the meadow, and by little canals, beautiful and artfully made, becoming visible outside of it, ran all around it, and then by similar canals into every part of the garden, gathering together finally in that part of it where from the beautiful garden it escaped, and thence descending limpid to the plain, and before reaching it with great force, and not a little advantage to the master, turned 2 mills. To see this garden, its beautiful orderliness, the plants and the fountain with the brooks running from it, was so pleasing to the ladies and the 3 youths, that all commenced to declare that if paradise could be found on earth, they could not conceive what other form than that of this garden could be given to it, nor what beauty could be added to it. Wandering happily about, twining from the branches of various trees beautiful garlands, hearing everywhere the songs of maybe 20 kinds of birds, as it were in contest with each other, they became aware of another charm, of which, to the others being added, they had not taken note. They saw the garden full of 100 varieties of beautiful animals, and pointing them out one to the other, on one side ran out rabbits, on another hares, here lying roe deer, and there feeding stags, and besides these many other kinds of harmless beasts, each one going for his pleasure, as if domesticated, wandering at ease, all which, beyond the other pleasures, added a greater pleasure. And when, seeing this or that, they had gone about enough, the tables being set around the beautiful fountain, first singing 6 songs and dancing 6 dances, as it pleased the Queen, they went to eat, and being with great and well-ordered service attended, and with delicate and good dishes, becoming gayer, they arose and renewed music and song and dance, until the Queen, on account of the increasing heat, judged that whoever liked should go to sleep, of whom some went, but others, conquered by the beauty of the place, would not go, but remained, some to read romances, some to play at chess and at tables, while the others slept. But when past the 9th hour they arose, and refreshing their faces with the fresh water, they came to the fountain, and in their customary manner taking their seats, waited for the beginning of the story-telling on the subject proposed by the Queen. Of the character of the novellae I have need to say little. They were the shaping of the time, and made consonant with its tastes, and nobody was then disturbed by their tone. Some are indelicate to modern taste, and some have passed into the classics of all time. The Story of Griselda, that of the Stone of Invisibility, put into shape by Irving, Frederick of the Alberighi and his Falcon, the Pot of Basil, and the Jew Abraham converted to Christianity by the immorality of the clergy, are stories which belong to all subsequent times, as they may have belonged to the ages before. Those who know what Italian society was then, and in some places still is, will be not too censorious, judging lightness of tongue and love of a good story as necessarily involving impurity. And Boccaccio has anticipated his critics in this vein, putting his apology in the mouth of Philomena, who replies to Neophile, when the latter speaks of scandal growing out of their holiday, "This amounts to nothing where I live virtuously, and my conscience in no wise reproaches me. Let them who will speak against me. I take God and the truth for my defense." W. J. Stillman. End of Section 20. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 21 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5, Section 21, Frederick of the Alberighi and his Falcon, by Giovanni Boccaccio, from the Decameron. You must know that Coppo di Borghese Dominici, who was in our city, and perhaps still is, a man of reverence and of great authority amongst us, both for his opinions and for his virtues, and much more for the nobility of his family, being distinguished and wealthy and of enduring reputation, being full of years and experience, was often delighted to talk with his neighbors and others of the things of the past, which he, better than anybody else, could do with excellent order and with unclouded memory. Amongst the pleasant stories which he used to tell was this. In Florence there was a young man called Frederick, son of Master Philip Alberighi, who, for military ability and for courteous manners, was reputed above all other gentlemen of Tuscany. He, as often happens with gentlemen, became enamored of a gentle lady called Madonna Giovanni, in her time considered the most beautiful and most graceful woman in Florence. In order that he might win her love, he tilted and exercised in arms, made feasts and donations, and spent all his substance without restraint. But Madonna Giovanni, no less honest than beautiful, cared for none of these things which he did for her, nor for him. Frederick then spent more than his means admitted, and gaining nothing, as easily happens, his money disappeared, and he remained poor and without any other property than a poor little farm, by the income of which he was barely able to live. Besides this, he had his Falcon, one of the best in the world. On this account, and because unable to remain in the city as he desired, though more than ever devoted. He remained at Campi, where his little farm was, and there, as he might hunt, he endured his poverty patiently. Now it happened one day, when Frederick had come to extreme poverty, that the husband of Madonna Giovanni became ill, and seeing death at hand, made his will, and being very rich, in this will left as his heir his son, a well-grown boy. And next to him, as he had greatly loved Madonna Giovanni, he made her his heir if his son should die without legitimate heirs, and then died. Remaining then a widow, as the custom is amongst our women, Madonna Giovanni went that summer with her son into the country on an estate of hers near to that of Frederick, so that it happened that this boy, beginning to become friendly with Frederick, and to cultivate a liking for books and birds, and having seen many times the falcon of Frederick fly, took an extreme pleasure in it, and desired very greatly to have it, but did not dare to ask it, seeing that it was so dear to Frederick. In this state of things it happened that the boy became ill, and on this account the mother sorrowing greatly, he being that which she loved most of everything which she had, tended him constantly, and never ceased comforting him, and begged him that if there was anything that he wanted, to tell her, so that she certainly, if it were possible to get it, would obtain it for him. The young man, hearing many times his proposal, said, "Mother, if you can manage that I should have the falcon of Frederick, I believe that I should get well at once." The mother, hearing this, reflected with herself, and began to study what she might do. She knew that Frederick had long loved her, and that he had never received from her even a look. On this account she said, "How can I send to him, or go to him, to ask for this falcon, which is, by what I hear, the thing that he most loves, and which besides keeps him in the world? And how can I be so ungrateful as to take from a gentleman what I desire, when it is the only thing that he has to give him pleasure?" Embarrassed by such thoughts, and feeling that she was certain to have it if she asked it of him, and not knowing what to say, she did not reply to her son, but was silent. Finally, the love of her son overcoming her, she decided to satisfy him, whatever might happen, not sending but going herself for the falcon, and she replied, "My son, be comforted, and try to get well, for I promise you that the first thing that I do to-morrow will be to go and bring to you the falcon." On which account the son in his joy showed the same day an improvement. The lady the next day took as companion another lady, and as if for pleasure went to the house of Frederick, and asked for him. It being early, he had not been hawking, and was in his garden attending to certain little operations, and hearing that Madonna Giovanni asked for him at the door, wondering greatly, joyfully went. She, seeing him coming, with a ladylike pleasure went to meet him, and Frederick having saluted her with reverence, she said, "I hope you are well, Frederick," and then went on, "I have come to recompense you for the losses which you have already had on my account, loving me more than you need. And the reparation is, then, that I intend, with this my companion, to dine with you familiarly to-day." To this Frederick humbly replied, "Madonna, I do not remember ever to have suffered any loss on your account, but so much good that if I ever was worth anything, it is due to your worth, and to the love which I have borne you. And certainly your frank visit is dearer to me than would have been the being able to spend as much more as I have already spent, for you have come to a very poor house." So saying, he received them into his house in humility, and conducted them into his garden, and then, not having any person to keep her company, he said, Madonna, since there is no one else, this good woman, the wife of my gardener, will keep you company while I go to arrange the table." He, although his poverty was so great, had not yet realized how he had, without method or pleasure, spent his fortune. But this morning, finding nothing with which he could do honor to the lady for whose love he had already entertained so many men, made him think and suffer extremely. He cursed his fortune, and as a man beside himself ran hither and thither, finding neither money nor anything to pawn. It being late, and his desire to honor the gentle lady in some manner, and not wishing to call on anybody else, but rather to do all himself, his eyes fell upon his beloved falcon, which was in his cage above the table. He therefore took it, and finding it fat, and not having any other resource, he considered it to be a proper food for such a woman. And without thinking any further, he wrung its neck, and ordered his servant that, it being plucked and prepared, it should be put on the spit and roasted immediately. And setting the table with the whitest of linen, of which he had still a little left, with a delighted countenance he returned to the lady and told her that such dinner as he was able to prepare for her was ready. Thereupon the lady, with her companion, rising, went to dinner, and without knowing what she ate or what Frederick served, ate the good falcon. Then, leaving the table, and after pleasant conversation with him, it appeared to the lady that it was time to say what she had come for, and so she began amiably to say to Frederick, "Frederick, recalling your past life and my honesty, which perhaps you considered cruelty and severity, I do not doubt in the least that you will be astonished at my presumption, hearing what I have come for. But if you had ever had children, through whom you might know how great is the love which one bears them, it seems to me certain that in part you would excuse me. But as you have not, I, who have one, cannot escape the law common to all mothers, obeying which I am obliged, apart from my own pleasure and all other convention and duty, to ask of you a gift which I know is extremely dear, and reasonably so, because no other delight and no other amusement and no other consolation has your exhausted fortune left you. This gift is your falcon, which my boy has become so strongly enamored of that if I do not take it to him, I fear that his illness will become so much aggravated that I may lose him in consequence. Therefore I pray you, not on account of the love which you bear me, but because of your nobility, which has shown greater courtesy than that of any other man, that you would be so kind, so good, as to give it to me, in order that by this gift the life of my son may be preserved, and I be forever under obligation to you." Frederick, hearing what the lady demanded, and knowing that he could not serve her, because he had already given it to her to eat, commenced in her presence to weep so that he could not speak a word in reply, which weeping the lady first believed to be for sorrow at having to give up his good falcon more than anything else, and was about to tell him that she did not want it, but hesitating, waited the reply of Frederick until the weeping ceased, when he spoke thus: "Madonna, since it pleased God that I bestowed my love upon you, money, influence, and fortune have been contrary to me, and have given me great trouble. But all these things are trivial in respect to what fortune makes me at present suffer, from which I shall never have peace, thinking that you have come here, to my poor house, to which while I was rich you never deigned to come, and asked of me a little gift, and that fortune has so decreed that I shall not be able to give it to you, and why I cannot do so I will tell you in a few words. When I heard that you in your kindness wished to dine with me, having regard for your excellence and your worth, I considered it worthy and proper to give you the dearest food in my power, and therefore the falcon, for which you now ask me, was this morning prepared for you, and you have had it roasted on your plate, and I had prepared it with delight. But now, seeing that you desire it in another manner, the sorrow that I cannot so please you is so great that never again shall I have peace." And saying this, the feathers and the feet and the beak were brought before them in evidence, which thing the lady, seeing and hearing, first blamed him for having entertained a woman with such a falcon, and then praised the greatness of his mind, which his poverty had not been able to diminish. Then, there being no hope of having the falcon, on account of which the health of her son was in question, in melancholy she departed, and returned to her son, who either for grief at not being able to have the falcon, or for the illness which might have brought him to this state, did not survive for many days, and to the great sorrow of his mother passed from this life. She, full of tears and of sorrow, and remaining rich and still young, was urged many times by her brothers to remarry, which thing she had never wished. But being continually urged, and remembering the worth of Frederick and his last munificence, and that he had killed his beloved falcon to honor her, said to her brothers, "I would willingly, if it please you, remain as I am. But if it please you more that I should take a husband, certainly I will never take any other, if I do not take Frederick degli Alberighi." At this her brothers, making fun of her, said, "Silly creature, what do you say? Why do you choose him? He has nothing in the world." To this she replied, "My brothers, I know well that it is as you say, but I prefer rather a man who has need of riches than riches that have need of a man." The brothers, hearing her mind, and knowing Frederick for a worthy man, although poor, as she wished, gave her with all her wealth to him, who, seeing this excellent woman whom he had so much loved become his wife, and besides that being most rich, becoming economical, lived in happiness with her to the end of his days. End of section 21. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 22 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5, Section 22. Selected excerpts by Giovanni Boccaccio. The Jew converted to Christianity by going to Rome. As I, gracious ladies, have heard said, there was in Paris a great merchant, a very good man, who was called Giordano di Chevigne, a man most loyal and just, who had a great business in stuffs, and who had a singular friendship with a rich Jew named Abraham, who also was a merchant, and also an honest and loyal man. Giordano, seeing his justice and loyalty, began to feel great sorrow that the soul of so worthy and good a man should go to perdition through want of religion, and on that account he began to beg in a friendly way that he would abandon the errors of the Jewish faith and become converted to Christian truth, in which he could see, being holy and good, that he would always prosper and enrich himself, while in his own faith, on the contrary, he might see that he would diminish and come to nothing. The Jew replied that he did not believe anything either holy or good outside of Judaism, that he in that was born and intended therein to live, and that nothing would ever move him out of it. Giordano did not cease on this account to repeat after a few days similar exhortations, showing him in a coarse manner, which merchants know how to employ, for what reasons our faith was better than the Jewish. And though the Jew was a great master in the Jewish law, nevertheless, either the great friendship which he had with Giordano moved him, or perhaps the words which the Holy Spirit put on the tongue of the foolish man accomplished it, and the Jew began finally to consider earnestly the arguments of Giordano. But still tenacious in his own faith, he was unwilling to change. As he remained obstinate, so Giordano never ceased urging him, so that finally the Jew by this continual persistence was conquered, and said, "Since, Giordano, it would please you that I should become a Christian, and I am disposed to do so, I will first go to Rome, and there see him whom you call the Vicar of God on earth, and consider his manners and his customs, and similarly those of his brother cardinals, and if they seem to me such that I can, between your words and them, understand that your religion is better than mine, as you have undertaken to prove to me, I will do what I have said. But if this should not be so, I will remain a Jew, as I am." When Giordano heard this, he was very sorrowful, saying to himself, "I have lost all my trouble, which it seemed to me I had very well employed, believing that I had converted this man, because if he goes to the court at Rome, and sees the wicked and dirty life of the priests, he not only, being a Jew, will not become a Christian, but if he had become a Christian, he would infallibly return to Judaism." Therefore Giordano said to Abraham, "Alas, my friend, why do you desire to take this great trouble and expense of going from here to Rome? By land and by sea, even to a rich man as you are, it is full of trouble. Do you not believe that here we can find one who will baptize you? And if perchance you have still some doubts as to the religion which I show you, where are there better teachers and wiser men in this faith than there are here, to immediately tell you what you want to know or may ask? On which account my opinion is that this voyage is superfluous. The prelates whom you would see there are such as you can see here, and besides they are much better as they are near to the chief shepherd, and therefore this fatigue you will, by my counsel, save for another time, for some indulgence in which I may perhaps be your companion." To this the Jew replied, "I believe, Giordano, that it is as you say to me, but summing up the many words in one, I am altogether, if you wish that I should do what you have been constantly begging me to do, disposed to go there. Otherwise I will do nothing." Giordano, seeing his determination, said, "Go, and good luck go with you." But he thought to himself that Abraham never would become a Christian if he had once seen the court of Rome. But as he would lose nothing, he said no more. The Jew mounted his horse, and as quickly as possible went to the court of Rome, where arriving he was by his fellow Jews honorably received, and living there without saying to anybody why he came, began cautiously to study the manners of the Pope and the cardinals and the prelates and all the other courtesans. And he learned, being the honest man that he was, and being informed by other people, that from the greatest to the lowest they sinned most dishonestly, not only in natural but in unnatural ways, without any restraint or remorse to shame them, so much so that for the poor and the dissolute of both sexes to take part in any affair was no small thing. Besides this, he saw that they were universally gluttons, wine-drinkers, and drunkards, and much devoted to their stomachs, after the manner of brute animals, given up to luxury more than to anything else. And looking further, he saw that they were in the same manner all avaricious and desirous of money, so that human blood, even that of Christians, and sacred interests, whatever they might be, even pertaining to the ceremonies or to the benefices, were sold and bought with money, making a greater merchandise out of these things, and having more shops for them than at Paris of stuffs or any other things, and to the most open simony giving the name and support of procuration, and to gluttony that of sustentation, as if God, apart from the signification of epithets, could not know the intentions of these wretched souls, but after the manner of men must permit himself to be deceived by the names of things, which, together with many other things of which we will say nothing, so greatly displeased the Jew, that as he was a sober and modest man, it appeared to him that he had seen enough, and proposed to return to Paris. Accordingly he did so. Upon which Giordano, seeing that he had returned, and hoping nothing less than that he should have become a Christian, came and rejoiced greatly at his return, and after some days of rest asked him what he thought of the Holy Father, the cardinals, and the other courtesans. To which the Jew promptly replied, "It seems to me evil that God should have given anything to all those people, and I say to you that if I know how to draw conclusions, there was no holiness, no devotion, no good work or good example of life in any other way in anybody who was a priest, but luxury, avarice, and gluttony, such things and worse, if there could be worse things in anybody, and I saw rather liberty in devilish operations than in divine. On which account I conclude that with all possible study, with all their talent, and with all their art, your shepherd, and consequently all the rest, are working to reduce to nothing and to drive out of the world the Christian religion, there where they ought to be its foundation and support. But from what I see, what they are driving at does not happen, but your religion continually increases. And therefore it becomes clearer and more evident that the Holy Spirit must be its foundation and support, as a religion more true and holy than any other. On which account, where I was obstinate and immovable to your reasoning, and did not care to become a Christian, now I say to you distinctly that on no account would I fail to become a Christian. Therefore let us go to church, and there, according to the custom of your holy religion, let me be baptized." Giotto, who had expected exactly the opposite conclusion to this, when he heard these things was more satisfied than ever a man was before, and with him he went to Notre Dame of Paris, and requested the priest there to give Abraham baptism, who, hearing what he asked, immediately did so. And Giordano was his sponsor, and named him Giovanni, and immediately caused him by competent men to be completely instructed in our religion, which he at once learned, and became a good and worthy man, and of a holy life. The Story of Saladin and the Jew Usurer. Saladin, whose valor was so great that he not only became from an insignificant man Sultan of Babylon, but also gained many victories over the Saracen and Christian kings, having in many wars and in his great magnificence spent all his treasure, and on account of some trouble having need of a great quantity of money, nor seeing where he should get it quickly as he had need to, was reminded of a rich Jew, whose name was Melchizedek, who loaned at interest at Alexandria. And thinking to make use of him if he could, though he was so avaricious that of his own good will he would do nothing, the Sultan, not wishing to compel him, but driven by necessity, set himself to devise means by which the Jew should satisfy him, and to find some manner of compelling him to do so with a good pretext. Thus thinking, he called him, and receiving him familiarly, said to him, "My good man, I hear from many here that you are the wisest, and in divine affairs the most profound of men. And on that account I would like to know from you which of the three good religions you consider the true one, the Jewish, the Saracenic, or the Christian." The Jew, who really was a wise man, saw too clearly that the Sultan desired to catch him in his words in order to raise against him some question, and decided not to praise any one of the religions more than the other, so that the Sultan should not accomplish his purpose. On account of which, as one who seemed to have need of a reply as to which there could not be any reasoning, and his wits being sharpened, there quickly came to him what he ought to say, and he said, "My lord, the question which you have put to me is important, and in order to explain to you what I think, it is necessary to tell you a fable which you will hear. If I do not mistake, I have heard tell many times of a great and rich man who lived once, and who, amongst other jewels, had a beautiful and valuable ring, the most precious in his treasury, which, on account of its value and its beauty, he desired to honor and to leave in perpetuity to his descendants. And he ordered that one of his sons, to whom this ring should be left, as it had been to him, should be considered his heir, and be by all the others honored and reverenced. The one to whom this ring should be left should give a similar order to his descendants, and do as had done his predecessor. In short, this ring went from hand to many successors, and finally came to the hands of one who had 3 sons, honest men, virtuous, and all obedient to their father, on which account he loved all 3 equally. And the young men, who knew the custom of the ring, as each one desired to be the most honored amongst them, each one, to the utmost of his power, urged the father to leave the ring to him when death should take him. The worthy man, who loved them all alike, not knowing himself how to choose to whom he should leave it, decided, having promised each one, to satisfy all 3, and secretly ordered from a good workman 2 others, which were so similar to the first that he himself who had made them could scarcely tell which was the true one. And death approaching, he secretly gave to each one of his sons his ring. After the death of the father, each one wishing to enjoy the heritage and denying it to the others, each produced a ring in evidence of his rights, and finding them so similar that no one could tell which was the true one, the question which was the real heir of the father remained undecided. And it is still undecided. And so I say to you, my lord, of the 3 religions given to the 3 people by God the Father, concerning which you put me this question, that each one believes that he has as his heritage the true law. But as it is with the 3 rings, the question is still quite undecided. Saladin, recognizing how this man had most cleverly escaped from the trap which had been set before his feet, decided on that account to expose to him his necessities and see if he was willing to help him. And so he did, saying that which he had intended to say if the Jew had not replied so wisely as he had done. The Jew freely accorded to Saladin whatever he asked, and Saladin gave him entire security, and besides that he gave him great gifts, and retained him always as his friend, and kept him in excellent and honorable condition, always near to himself. End of section 22. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 23 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5, Section 23, The Story of Griselda, by Giovanni Boccaccio. A long time ago, in the family of the Marquis Saluzzo, the head of the house was a young man called Walter, who, having neither wife nor children, spent his time entirely in hunting and hawking, and never troubled himself to marry or to have a family, on account of which he was considered very wise. This thing not being pleasing to his retainers, they many times begged of him that he should take a wife, in order that he should not be without an heir, and they without a master, offering to find him one descended from such a father and mother that he might hope to have successors, and they be satisfied. To which Walter replied, "My friends, you urge me to what I have never been disposed to do, considering how grave a matter it is to find a woman who adapts herself to one's ways, and on the contrary how great are the burdens and how hard the lives of those who happen on wives who do not suit them. And to say that you know daughters from the fathers and mothers, and from that argue that you can give me what will satisfy me, is a foolishness, since I do not know how you can learn the fathers or know the secrets of the mothers of these girls, since even knowing them, ofttimes we find the daughters very different from the fathers and mothers. But since you desire to entangle me in these chains, I wish to be satisfied, and in order that I should not have to suffer through others than myself, if any mistake should be made, I wish myself to be the finder, assuring you that if I do not take this responsibility, and the woman should not be honorable, you would find out to your very great loss how much opposed to my desire it was to have taken a wife at your supplication." The good men were satisfied so long as he would take a wife. For a long time the ways of a poor young woman who belonged to a little house near his own had attracted Walter, and as she was sufficiently beautiful, he considered that with her he might have a life peaceful enough, and on that account, without going any further, he proposed to marry this one, and calling upon her father, who was very poor, arranged with him to marry her. This being arranged, he convoked his friends and said to them, "My friends, it has pleased and pleases you that I should dispose myself to marry, and I am so disposed more to please you than for the desire that I should have a wife. You know what you promised me, that is, to be satisfied with and to honor as your lady whoever I should select, and for that the time has come that I should keep my promise to you, and I wish you to keep yours to me. I have found very near here a young woman, according to my heart, whom I intend to take for my wife, and to bring her in a few days to my house. And for this you must think how the entertainment of the day shall be attractive, and how you will honorably receive her, in order that I may show myself satisfied with the fulfillment of your promise, as you may consider yourselves with mine." The good men, joyful, all replied that that gave them pleasure, and whoever it might be, they would accept her for lady, and would honor her in everything as their lady. This being arranged, all set themselves to making a magnificent, joyful, and splendid festa, which also did Walter. He prepared for the wedding festivities very abundantly and magnificently, and invited many of his friends, great gentlemen, his relatives, and others from all around. And beyond this he had dresses cut and made up by the figure of a young woman who he thought had the same figure as the woman he proposed to marry. And besides this he arranged girdles and rings, and a rich and beautiful coronet, and everything that a newly married bride should demand. On the day settled for the wedding, Walter, about the 3rd hour, mounted his horse, as did all those who had come to honor him, and having arranged everything conveniently, said, "Gentlemen, it is time to go to take the bride." And starting with his company, he arrived at the little villa, and going to the house of the father of the girl, and finding her returning in great haste with water from the spring, in order to go with the other women to see the bride of Walter, he called her by name, that is, Griselda, and asked her where her father was, to which she modestly replied, "My lord, he is in the house." Then Walter, dismounting, and commanding his men that they should wait for him, went along into the little house, where he found her father, whose name was Giannucoli, and said to him, "I have come to marry Griselda, but I wish to learn certain things in your presence." He then asked her if, should he take her for his wife, she would do her best to please him, and at nothing that he should do or say would she trouble herself, and if she would be obedient, and many such like questions, to all of which she replied, "Yes." Then Walter took her by the hand, and in the presence of all the company and all the other persons had her stripped naked, and calling for the dresses which he had had made, immediately had her dressed and shod, and on her hair, dishevelled as it was, had the crown put. And all this being done, while everybody marvelled, Walter said, "Gentlemen, this is she whom I intend shall be my wife, if she wishes me for husband." And then turning to her, who stood by herself abashed and confused, said to her, "Griselda, will you take me for your husband?" To which Griselda replied, "Yes, my lord." And he said, "I desire her for my wife, and in the presence of the assembly to marry her." And mounting her on a palfrey, he led her, honorably accompanied, to his house. There the marriage ceremonies were fine and great, and the festivities were not less than if he had married the daughter of the King of France. It seemed as if the young bride, in changing her vestments, changed her mind and her manners. She was, as we have said, in figure and face, beautiful, and as she was beautiful, she became so attractive, so delightful, and so accomplished that she did not seem to be the daughter of Giannucoli, the keeper of sheep, but of some noble lord, which made every man who had known her astonished. And besides this, she was so obedient to her husband, and so ready in service, that he was most contented and delighted. And similarly, toward the subjects of her husband, she was so gracious and so kind that there was no one who did not love her more than himself, and gentlemen honored her with the best good will, and all prayed for her welfare and her health and advancement. Whereupon they who had been accustomed to say that Walter had done a foolish thing in marrying her, now said that he was the wisest and the most far-seeing man in the world, because no other than he would have been able to see her great virtue hidden under the poor rags of a peasant's costume. In a short time, not only in his own dominions but everywhere, she knew so well how to comport herself that she made the people talk of his worth and of his good conduct, and to turn to the contrary anything that was said against her husband on account of his having married her. She had not long dwelt with Walter when she bore a daughter, for which Walter made great festivities. But a little afterwards, a new idea coming into his mind, he wished with long experience, and with intolerable proofs, to try her patience. First he began to annoy her with words, pretending to be disturbed, and saying that his men were very discontented with her low condition, and especially when they saw that she had children, and of the daughter that she was born most unfortunately, and he did nothing but grumble. But the lady, hearing these words, without changing countenance or her demeanor in any way, said, "My lord, do with me what you think your honor and your comfort demand, and I shall be satisfied with everything, as I know that I am less than they, and that I was not worthy of this honor to which you in your courtesy called me." This reply pleased Walter much, knowing that she was not in any arrogance raised on account of the honor which she or others had done her. A little while afterwards, having often repeated to his wife that his subjects could not endure this daughter born of her, he instructed one of his servants, and sent him to her, to whom with sorrowful face he said, "My lady, if I do not wish to die, I am obliged to do what my lord commands me. He has commanded that I should take your daughter, and that I—" And here he stopped. The lady, seeing the face of the servant, and hearing the words that he said, and the words said by her husband, bethinking herself, understood that this man had been ordered to kill the child, upon which, immediately taking her from the cradle, kissing her, and placing her as if in great sorrow to her heart, without changing countenance, she placed her in the arms of the servant, and said, "Take her, and do exactly what your and my lord has imposed on you to do. But do not leave her so that the beasts and the birds shall devour her, unless he should have commanded you that." The servant, having taken the child, and having repeated to Walter what his wife had said, he, marvelling at her constancy, sent him with her to Bologna, to one of his relatives, beseeching him that without ever saying whose daughter she might be, he should carefully rear her and teach her good manners. It happened that the lady, again, in due time, bore a son, who was very dear to Walter. But not being satisfied with what he had done, with greater wounds he pierced his wife, and with a countenance of feigned vexation one day he said to her, "My lady, since you have borne this male child, I have in no way been able to live with my people, so bitterly do they regret that a grandchild of Giannucoli should after me remain their lord. And I make no question that if I do not wish to be deposed, it will be necessary to do what I did before, and in the end leave you and take another wife." The lady with patience heard him, and only replied, "My lord, think of your own content, and do your own pleasure, and have no thought of me, because nothing is so agreeable to me as to see you satisfied." A little after, Walter, in the same manner as he had sent for the daughter, sent for the son, and in the same way feigned to have ordered it to be killed, and sent him to nurse in Bologna, as he had sent the daughter. On account of which thing the lady behaved no otherwise, and said no other word than she had done for the daughter. At this Walter marvelled greatly, and declared to himself that no other woman could have done what she did. And had it not been that he found her most affectionate to her children, as he saw her to be, he would have believed that she could only do so because she did not care for them, although he knew her to be very prudent. His subjects, believing that he had had the child killed, blamed him greatly, and considered him a most cruel man, and had great compassion for the lady, who, with the women who came to condole with her on the death of her children, never said other thing than that pleased her which pleased her lord, who had begotten them. But many years having passed since the birth of the daughter, it seemed time to Walter to make the last proof of her patience, and so he said to many of his people, that in no way could he endure any longer to have Griselda for his wife, and that he recognized that he had done badly and like a boy when he took her for wife, and that on that account he intended to apply to the Pope for a dispensation that he might take another wife and leave Griselda. On which account he was much reproved by very good men, to which he replied in no other wise than that it was convenient that he should do so. The lady, hearing these things, and seeing that it was necessary for her to look forward to returning to her father's house, and perhaps to watch the sheep, as she had in other times done, and to see that another should have him to whom she wished nothing but good, suffered greatly in her own mind, but also, as with the other injuries which she had endured from fortune, so with a firm countenance she disposed herself to support even this. Not long afterwards Walter had caused to be sent to him counterfeit letters from Rome, which he showed to all his subjects, to inform them that the Pope had given him the dispensation to take another wife and leave Griselda. After which, having called her to him in the presence of many people, he said, "Lady, by the dispensation made to me by the Pope, I may take another wife and leave you. And because my ancestors were great gentlemen and lords in this country, whereas yours have always been workmen, I mean that you shall not longer be my wife, but that you shall return to the house of your father with the dowry which you brought me, and that I shall take another wife whom I have found more fitting for me." The lady, hearing these words, not without great difficulty, and contrary to the nature of women, kept back her tears, and replied, "I knew always my low condition not to suit in any way your nobility, and what I have done by you and by God will be recognized, nor have I ever acted or held it as given to me, but simply always had it as a loan. It pleases you to take it back, and to me it ought to give pleasure to return it to you. Here is your ring with which you married me. Take it. You command me to take back the dowry which I brought you, to do which neither of you to pay it, nor of me to receive it, will demand either a purse or a beast of burden, because it has escaped your mind that you took me naked. And if you consider it honest that this body by which I have borne the children begotten by you shall be seen by everybody, I will go away naked. But I pray you, in consideration of my virginity, which I brought to you, and which I cannot take away, that at least a single shirt more than my dowry it will please you that I shall take." Walter, who had more desire to weep than anything else, remained with a hard face, and said, "You may take with you a shirt." He was prayed by all who were about him that one garment more he should give, that it should not be seen that she who had been his wife for 13 years or more should leave his house so poorly and shamefully as to go away in her shirt. But in vain were the prayers made, on which account the lady in her shirt, and barefoot, and without anything on her head, went out of the house, and returned to the house of her father, with the tears and lamentations of all who saw her. Giannucoli, who had never been able to consider it a reality that Walter should have taken his daughter for a wife, and expected every day this end, had kept the clothes which had been taken from her that morning that Walter married her, so that, bringing them to her, she dressed herself in them, and returned to the little service of her father's house, as she had been accustomed, supporting with a strong mind these savage attacks of fortune. When Walter had done this, he gave his people to understand that he had taken the daughter of one of the Counts of Panago for a wife, and having great preparations made for the marriage, sent for Griselda that she should come, to whom, having come, he said, "I bring this lady whom I have now taken, and intend on her arrival to honor her, And you know that I have not in the house women who know how to arrange the chambers, and to do many things that pertain to such festivities, on which account you, who better than anybody else know the things in this house, shall put in order whatever there is to be done, and cause to be invited the ladies whom you see fit, as if you were mistress here. Then, after the marriage ceremony, you can go back to your house." Although these words were like so many knives in the heart of Griselda, as she had not been able to divest herself of the love which she bore him, as she had of her good fortune, she replied, "My lord, I am ready and prepared," and so entered with her coarse peasant's clothing in the house from which she had shortly before gone in her shirt, and began to sweep and put in order the rooms, the hangings and carpets for the halls, and to put the kitchen in order, and in every respect, as if she had been a little servant in the house, did she put her hand. Nor did she pause until she had put everything in order and arranged it as it was most convenient. And having done this, and Walter at her indications having invited all the ladies of the country, she began to arrange the festivities. And when the day of the marriage came, with the apparel which she had on her back, but with the mind and manner of a lady, received with a cheerful countenance all the ladies who came. Walter, who had had his children educated carefully by a relative in Bologna, who had married into the house of the Counts of Panago, the girl being already of the age of 12 years, and the most beautiful creature that ever was seen, and the boy being of 6, had written to his relative at Bologna, praying him that he would be kind enough to come with this his daughter to Saluzzo, and to arrange to bring with him a fine and honorable company, and to say to all that these things were brought for his wife, without telling anything to anybody that it was otherwise. Having done what the Marquis asked of him, the Count started on his way after several days with the girl and her brother, and with the noble company, and arrived at Saluzzo at the hour of dinner, when all the peasants and many neighbors were present, waiting for the new bride of Walter, who, being received by the ladies and going into the hall where the tables were set, Griselda came forward joyfully to meet her, saying, "Welcome, my lady." The ladies, who had much, but in vain, prayed Walter that he would arrange that Griselda should remain in the chamber, or that he would give her some one of the dresses which had been hers, in order that she should not appear in this way before his strangers, were set at the table, and had begun to be served. The girl was looked at by every man, and everybody said that Walter had made a good exchange. But amongst the others Griselda praised her most, both her and her little brother. Walter, who seemed to have finally learned as much as he desired of the patience of his lady, and seeing that the enduring of these things produced no change in her, and being certain that this did not happen from hypocrisy, because he knew that she was very wise, considered it time to lighten her of the bitterness which he felt that she had held hidden in her heart under her strong self-control. Therefore, calling her in presence of all the company, and smiling, he said, "What do you think of our bride?" "My lord," replied Griselda, "she seems to me very good, and if she is as wise as she is beautiful, as I believe, I do not doubt in the least that you will live with her the most comfortable gentleman in the world. But I pray you, as much as I can, that these cruelties which you bestowed on the other which was yours, you will not give to this one, because I believe that she could not support them, partly because she is young, and again because she has been brought up delicately, while the other has been always accustomed to hardships from a child." Walter, seeing that she firmly believed that this one was his wife, nor on that account spoke otherwise than well, made her sit down at his side, and said, "Griselda, it is time now that you should feel the rewards of your long patience, and that those who have considered me a cruel, wicked, and brutal man should know that that which I have done was done for a purpose, wishing to teach you to be a wife, and them to know how to take and to keep one, and for myself for the establishment of unbroken quiet while I live with you, because when I came to take a wife I had great fear that this could not be the case, and on that account, and to assure myself in all the ways which you know, I have tried to pain you, and yet I have never perceived that either in thought or deed have you ever contradicted my pleasure. Convinced that I shall have from you that comfort which I desire, I now intend to return to you all at once what I took from you on several occasions, and with the greatest tenderness to heal the wounds which I have given you. And so, with a happy soul, know this one whom you believe to be my bride, and this one her brother, as your and my children. They are those whom you and many others have long believed that I had cruelly caused to be killed. And I am your husband, who above all things loves you, believing that I may boast that there is no other man who may be as well satisfied with his wife as I am." And so saying, he embraced her and kissed her. And with her, who wept for joy, rising, went where the daughters sat stupefied, hearing these things, and embracing her tenderly, and her brother as well, undeceived her and as many as were there. The ladies, joyfully rising, went with Griselda to her chamber, and with the most joyful wishes dressed her as a lady, which, even in her rags, she had seemed, and then brought her back to the hall, and there, making with the children a wonderful festivity, every person being most joyful over these things, the rejoicings and the festivities were kept up for many days, and they all considered Walter the wisest of men, as they had considered bitter and intolerable the proofs which he had imposed on his wife, and especially they considered Griselda most discreet. The Count of Panago returned after a few days to Bologna, and Walter, having taken Giannucoli from his work, settled him in the condition of his father-in-law, so that he lived with great honor and with great comfort, and so finished his old age. And Walter afterwards, having married his daughter excellently, long and happily lived with Griselda, honoring her always as much as he could. And here we may say that as in royal houses come those who are much more worthy to keep the hogs than to have government over men, so even into poor houses there sometimes come from heaven divine spirits besides Griselda, who could have been able to suffer with a countenance not merely tearless but cheerful the severe unheard-of proofs imposed on her by Walter, to whom it would perhaps not have been unjust that he should have happened on one who, when he turned her out of his house in her shirt, should have become unfaithful with another, as his actions would have made fitting. End of section 23. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio.
Section 24 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5, Section 24. Selected Poems and Excerpts by Friedrich Martin von Bodenstedt, 1819 to 1892. Bodenstedt was born at Peine, Hanover, April 22, 1819. From his earliest years, his poetic nature broke through the barriers of his prosaic surroundings, but in spite of these significant manifestations, the young poet was educated to be a merchant. He was sent to a commercial school in Brunswick, and then put to serve an apprenticeship in business. His inclinations, however, were not to be repressed, and he devoted all of his holidays and many hours of the night to study and writing. At last he conquered his adverse fate, and at the age of 21 entered the university. He studied at Göttingen, Munich, and Berlin. and then, through a fortunate chance, went to Moscow as tutor in the family of Prince Galitzin. Here he remained 3 years, during which time he diligently studied the Slavonic languages and literature. The first fruits of these studies were translations from the poems of Kaslo, Pushkin, and Lermontov, 1843, which were considered equal to the originals in poetic merit. In Stuttgart, 2 years later, appeared his Poetische Ukraine, Poetical Ukraine. He went to Tiflis in 1842 as instructor in Latin and French in the gymnasium. Here he studied the Tartar and Persian languages under the direction of the wise man Mirza Shafi, scribe Shafi, and began to translate Persian poems. It was inevitable, he afterwards said, that with such occupations and influences many Persian strains crept into my own poetry. Here he wrote his first poems in praise of wine. Later he became an extensive traveler and made long tours through the Caucasus and the East. The fruit of these journeys was the book Die Völker des Kaukasus und ihre Freiheitskämpfe gegen die Russen, The People of the Caucasus and Their Struggle for Freedom Against the Russians, published in 1848. After his return to Germany, he settled in Munich to study political economy in the university. 2 years later, in 1850, appeared his delightful book in prose and poetry, 1001 Tag im Orient, 1001 Days in the East, a reminiscence of his eastern wanderings and his sojourn at Tiflis. The central figure is his Oriental friend Mirza Shafi. It occurred to me, he says, to portray with poetic freedom the Caucasian philosopher as he lived in my memory, with all his idiosyncrasies, and at the same time have him stand as the type of an Eastern scholar and poet. In other words, to have him appear more important than he really was. For he never was a true poet, and of all the songs which he read to me as being his own, I could use only a single one, the little rollicking song, Mullah, pure is the wine, and it's sin to despise it. For his other verse I substituted poems of my own, which were in keeping with his character and the situations in which he appeared. The poems by themselves, together with others written at different times and places, Bodenstedt published in 1856 under the title Lieder des Mirza Shafi, Songs of Mirza Shafi. Quite unintentionally, they have occasioned one of the most amusing of literary mystifications. For a long time they were supposed to be real translations, and even today, despite the poet's own words, the sage of Tiflis is considered by some a very great poet. A Tartar by birth, who had absorbed Persian culture, he was a skilful versifier, and could with facility translate simple songs from the Persian into the Tartar language. Bodenstedt put into Mirza Shafi's mouth the songs which were written during his intercourse with the Eastern sage, to give vividness to the picture of an Eastern divan of wisdom. They portray Oriental life on its more sensuous, alluring side. In most musical, caressing verse, they sing of wine and love, of the charms of Zuleika and Hafisa, of earthly bliss and the delights of living. Yet with all their warm Eastern imagery and rich foreign dress, they are essentially German in spirit, and their prevailing note of joyousness is now and again tempered by more serious strains. The book was received with universal applause, and on it Bodenstedt's fame as poet rests. It has been translated into all the European languages, even into Hebrew and Tartar, and is now in its 143rd German edition. 24 years later, Bodenstedt followed it with a similar collection, Aus dem Nachlass des Mirza Shafi, from the posthumous works of Mirza Shafi, 1874, where he shows the more serious, philosophic aspect of Eastern life. Bodenstedt's poems and his translations of Persian poetry are the culmination of the movement begun by the Romantic school to bring Eastern thought and imagery home to the Western world. Other well-known examples are Goethe's West Eastern Divan and the poems and paraphrases of Ruchert and others, but the songs of Mirza Shafi are the only poems produced under exotic influences which have been thoroughly acclimatized on German soil. Bodenstedt was for a time director of the court theatre at Meiningen, and though he held this difficult position for only a short time, he did much to lay the foundation of the success which the Meininger, as the best German stock company of actors, achieved later on their starring tours through the country. He was ennobled in 1867 while in this position. He spent the last year of his life at Wiesbaden, where he died in 1892. Bodenstedt was a voluminous writer. His work includes poems, romances, novels, and dramas. Vom Atlantischen zum Stillen Ozean, From the Atlantic to the Pacific Ocean, 1882, is a description of his lecturing tour to the United States the year before. His autobiography, Erinnerungen aus meinem Leben, Recollections of My Life, gives interesting glimpses into his eventful career. His mind was more receptive than creative, and this, combined with his great technical skill and his quick intuition, fitted him peculiarly to be a translator and adapter. His translation of Shakespeare's works, in conjunction with Paul Heyse, Kurtz, and others, 5th edition, Leipzig, 1890, is especially noteworthy, as also his rendering of Shakespeare's sonnets. But he will live in German literature as the poet Mirza Schaffy. 2. To one exalted aim we both are tending, I and thou. To one captivity we both are bending, I and thou. In my heart thee I close, thou me in thine. In twofold life yet one we both are blending, I and thou. Thee my wit draws, and me thine eye of beauty. Two fishes from one bait we are depending, I and thou. Yet, unlike fishes, through the air of heaven, like two brave eagles we are both ascending, I and thou. Wine. In the goblet's magic measure, in the wine's all-powerful spirit, lieth poison and delight, lieth purest, basest pleasure, e'en according to the merit of the drinker ye invite. Lo, the fool in baseness sunken, having drunk till he is tired, when he drinks, behold him drunken. When we drink, we are inspired. Song. Down on the vast deep ocean the sun his beams doth throw, till every wavelet trembles beneath their ruddy glow. How like thou to those sunbeams upon my song's wild sea? They tremble all and glitter, reflecting only thee. Unchanging. In early days methought that all must last. Then I beheld all changing, dying, fleeting. But though my soul now grieves for much that's past, and changeful fortunes set my heart oft beating, I yet believe in mind that all will last, because the old in new I still am meeting. The Poetry of Mirza Schaffy, from The 1001 Days in the East. Abbas Kuli Khan was one of those gifted ambiguous natures who, without inspiring confidence, always know how to work an imposing effect, inasmuch as they hold to the principle of displeasing no one as a first rule of prudence. It so happened, then, that even Mirza Schaffy, bribed by the flattery which the Khan of Baku, when he once surprised us in the Divan of Wisdom, lavished upon him, declared him to be a great wise man. The mutual praise, so overflowing in its abundance, which they bestowed on one another, put them both in a very happy humor. From the Koran, from Sadi, Hafiz, and Fizuli, each authenticated the other to be the moving embodiment of all the wisdom of earth. A formal emulation in old and original songs took place between them, for every piece of flattery was overlaid with a tuneful quotation. Unfortunately, however, the entertainment flowed so swiftly that I was unable to note down any coherent account of it. Nevertheless, being unwilling to let the long session go by without any gain on my part, I requested the Khan to write for me one of his artistic songs in remembrance. He nodded with an approving look, and promised to write the most beautiful song that ever the mouth of man had uttered, a song in praise of his Fatima, playing on her stringed instrument. Whilst Mirza Schaffy raised a questioning look on hearing the praise which the Khan expended on himself, the latter took the kalem, reed pen, and wrote what follows. Fatima playing on her stringed instrument. O'er the strings thy fingers are straying, o'er my heart stray the tones, and it wanders obeying, far away from the zones, up tending, round thee bending, round thy heart to be growing and clinging, round thee flinging its glad mirth overflowing. O thou spirit from me springing, life on me bestowing, dazzled, blinded, confounded, I see in thy glances the whole world, and its rounded, unbounded expanses, and round us it dances in drunken confusion, like floating illusion. Around thee I'm reeling, all round me is wheeling, and heaven and ocean in flashing commotion round us both as thou singest, roll reeling and rushing, thou joy to me that wingest, thou soul from me outgushing. On the following evening, said Mirza Schaffy, I appeared at the appointed hour. During the day I had written a love song which none of womankind could resist. I had sung it over about 20 times to myself in order to be sure of success. Then I had been into the bath, and had had my head shaved so perfectly that it might have vied in whiteness with the lilies of the vale of Sengi. The evening was calm and clear. From the garden side where I stood, I could distinctly see my Zuleika. She was alone with Fatima on the roof, and had her veil put a little back as a sign of her favor. I took courage, and pushed my cap down behind to show my white head, just fresh shaved, to the maiden's eyes. Thou canst comprehend what an impression that would make on a woman's heart. Alas, my head was much whiter then than it is now, but that is more than 10 years since, he said sorrowfully, and would have continued in this digression if I had not interposed the words, Thy head is quite white enough now to fascinate the most maidenly heart, but thou hast not yet told me how thou sangest thy love song, and what impression it made upon Zuleika. I had folded the song, said the Mirza, round a double almond kernel, and thrown it on the roof as a keepsake for the beauty, before I began to sing it. And then I began with clear voice. What is the eye of wild gazelle, the slender pines unfolding, compared with thy delightful eyes, and thine ethereal moulding? What is the scent from Shiraz fields, wind-borne that's hither straying, compared with richer scented breath from thy sweet mouth outplaying? What is gazelle and rubaiyat, as Hafiz air was singing, compared with one word's mellow tone from thy sweet mouth outwinging? What is the rosy chaliced flower where nightingales are quaffing, compared with thy sweet rosy mouth, and thy lips rosy laughing? What is the sun, and what the moon, and all heaven's constellations? Love glancing far for thee, they glow with trembling scintillations. And what am I myself, my heart, my songful celebration, but slaves of royal loveliness, bright beauty's inspiration? Allah, how beautiful! I cried. Mirza Schaffy, thy words sound as sweet as the songs of the Peris in the world of spirits. What is Hafiz to thee? What is a drop to the ocean? Mirza Schaffy, from the 1001 Days in the East. My first object in Georgia was to secure an instructor in Tartar, that I might learn as quickly as possible a language so indispensably necessary in the countries of the Caucasus. Accident favored my choice, for my learned teacher, Mirza Schaffy, the wise man of Gjenshah, as he styles himself, is, according to his own opinion, the wisest of men. With the modesty peculiar to his nation, he only calls himself the first wise man of the East. But as, according to his estimation, the children of the West are yet living in darkness and unbelief, it is a matter of course with him that he soars above us in wisdom and knowledge. Moreover, he indulges the hope that, thanks to his endeavors, the illumination and wisdom of the East will also, in the progress of years, actually spread amongst us. I am already the 5th scholar, he tells me, who has made a pilgrimage to him for the purpose of participating in his instructions. He argues from this that the need of traveling to Tiflis and listening to Mirza Schafi's sayings of wisdom is ever becoming more vividly felt by us. My 4 predecessors, he is further of opinion, have, since their return into the West, promoted to the best of their ability the extension of Oriental civilization amongst their races. But of me he formed quite peculiar hopes, very likely because I paid him a silver rouble for each lesson, which I understand is an unusually high premium for the wise man of Gjensha. It was always most incomprehensible to him how we can call ourselves wise or learned and travel over the world with these titles before we even understand the sacred languages. Nevertheless, he very readily excused these pretensions in me, inasmuch as I was at least ardently endeavoring to acquire these languages, but above all because I had made the lucky hit of choosing him for my teacher. The advantages of this lucky hit he had his own peculiar way of making intelligible to me. I, Mirza Schafi, said he, am the first wise man of the East. Consequently, thou, as my disciple, art the second. But thou must not misunderstand me. I have a friend, Omar Effendi, a very wise man, who is certainly not the third among the learned of the land. If I were not alive, and Omar Effendi were thy teacher, then he would be the first, and thou, as his disciple, the second wise man. After such an effusion, it was always the custom of Mirza Schafi to point with his forefinger to his forehead, at the same time giving me a sly look, whereupon, according to rule, I nodded knowingly to him in mute reciprocation. That the wise man of Gjensha knew how to render his vast superiority in the highest degree palpable to anyone who might have any misgiving on the point, he once showed me by a striking example. Among the many learned rivals who envied the lessons of Mirza Schafi, the most conspicuous was Mirza Yusuf, the wise man of Baghdad. He named himself after this city because he had there pursued his studies in Arabic, from which he inferred that he must possess more profound accomplishments than Mirza Schafi, whom he told me he considered a fyekya, an ass among the bearers of wisdom. The fellow cannot even write decently, Yusuf informed me of my reverend Mirza, and he cannot sing at all. Now, I ask thee, what is knowledge without writing? What is wisdom without song? What is Mirza Schafi in comparison with me? In this way he was continually plying me with perorations of confounding force, wherein he gave especial prominence to the beauty of his name Yusuf, of which Moses of old had celebrated, and Hafiz sung of in lovely strains. He exerted all his acuteness to evince to me that a name is not an empty sound, but that the significance attached to a great or beautiful name is inherited in more or less distinction by the latest bearers of this name. He, Yusuf, for example, was a perfect model of the Yusuf of the land of Egypt, who walked in chastity before Potiphar and in wisdom before the Lord. The School of Wisdom, from the 1001 Days in the East. Mirza Schafi, I began when we sat again assembled in the Divan of Wisdom, what wilt thou say when I tell thee that the wise men of the West consider you as stupid as you do them? What can I do but be amazed at their folly? He replied. What new thing can I learn from them when they only repeat mine? He ordered a fresh chibuk, mused awhile meditatingly before him, bade us get ready the kalamdan, writing stand, and then began to sing. Shall I laughing, shall I weeping go, because men are so brute, always foreign sense repeating, and in self-expression mute? No, the Maker's praise shall rise for the foolish generation, else the wisdom of the wise would be lost from observation. Mirza Schaffy, said I, interrupting him again, would it not be a prudent beginning to clothe thy sayings in a Western dress, to the end that they might be a mirror for the foolish, a rule of conduct for the erring, and a source of high enjoyment for our wives and maidens, whose charm is as great as their inclination to wisdom? Women are everywhere wise, replied my reverend teacher, and their power is greater than fools imagine. Their eyes are the original seat of all true devotion and wisdom, and he who inspires from them needs not wait for death to enter upon the joys of paradise. The smallest finger of woman overthrows the mightiest edifice of faith, and the youngest maiden mars the oldest institutions of the church. But thou hast not yet given me an answer to my question, O Mirza. Thou speakest wisely. The seed of my words has taken root in thy heart. Right, I will sing. And now he sang to me a number of wonderful songs, part of which here follow in an English dress. Mirza Schaffy's opinion of the Shah of Persia. A learned scribe once came to me from far. Mirza, said he, what thinkest thou of the Shah? Was wisdom really born in him with years, and are his eyes as spacious as his ears? He's just as wise as all who round them bind capuch and gown. He knows what an amount of stupid fear keeps all his people blind, and how to turn it to his own account. Mirza Schaffy praises the charms of Zuleika. Looking at thy tender little feet makes me always wonder, sweetest maiden, how they so much beauty can be bearing. Looking at thy lovely little hands makes me always wonder, sweetest maiden, how they so to wound me can be daring. Looking at thy rosy, luring lips makes me always wonder, sweetest maiden, how they of a kiss e'er can be sparing. Looking at thy meaningful bright eyes makes me always wonder, sweetest maiden, how for greater love they can be caring than I feel. Oh, look at me and love. Warmer than my heart, thou sweetest maiden, heart in thy love never will be sharing. Listen to this rapture-reaching song. Fairer than my mouth, thou sweetest maiden, mouth thy praise will never be declaring. An excursion into Armenia, from the 1001 Days in the East. Now follow me into that blessed land wherein tradition places paradise, and wherein I also placed it, until I found that it lay in thine eyes, thou mine Edlitam. Follow me to the banks of the Senge and Araxes, rich in bloom, sacred in tradition, where I sought for rest after long wandering in the mazes of the strange land, until I knew that rest is nowhere to be found but in one's own bosom. Follow me into the gardens where Noah once planted the vine for his own enjoyment and heart's delight, and for the gladness of all subsequent races of toiling men. Follow me through the steep mountain paths overhung with glaciers to the arid tablelands of Ararat, where, clad in a garment red as blood, on his steed of nimble thigh, the wild Kurd springs along with flashing glance and sunburnt face, in his broad girdle the sharp dagger and long pistols of Damascus, and in his practised hand the slender death-slinging lance of Baghdad, where the nomad pitches his black tent and with wife and child cowers round the fire that scares away the beasts of the wilderness, where caravans of camels and dromedaries wend their way, laden with the treasures of the Orient, and guided by watchful leaders in wide, many-colored apparel, where the Tartar, eager for spoil, houses in hidden rocks, or in half-subterranean rudely excavated huts. Follow me into the fruitful valleys, where the sons of Haik, like the children of Israel, far from the corruption of cities, still live in primeval simplicity, plough their fields and tend their flocks, and practice hospitality in biblical pureness. Follow me to Ararat, which still bears the Diluvian ark upon his king-like hoary head. Follow me into the highlands of Armenia. In paradise we will be happy, and refresh our eyes with a glance at the fair daughters of the land. And at the grave of Noah we will sit down, the drinking horn in our hand, a song on our lips, and joyous confidence in our hearts. For the God who once, when the whole world deserved hanging, favored mankind with a watery grave, and suffered only Noah to live, because he cultivated the vine and rejoiced in love and drinking, will also to us, who cherish like desires, be as favorable as to the father of post-diluvian men. Mirza Yusuf. See Mirza Yusuf now, how critical a wight 'tis. The day displeases him, because for him too bright 'tis. He doesn't like the rose, her thorn a sad affront is, and doesn't like mankind, because its nose in front is. On everything he spies, his bitter bane he passes, for naught escapes his eyes, except that he an ass is. Thus evermore at strife with art and nature too, by day and night he wanders through wastes of misty blue. Mirza Schaffy bemocks him with sly and roguish eye, and makes of all his bitterness the sweetest melody. Wisdom and knowledge. Friend, wouldst know why, as a rule, bookish learning marks the fool? 'Tis because, though once befriended, learning's pact with wisdom's ended. No philosophy e'er throve in a nightcap by the stove. Who the world would understand, in the world must bear a hand. If you're not to wisdom wed, like the camel you're bested, which has treasures rich to bear through the desert everywhere, but the use must ever lack of the goods upon his back. End of section 24.
Section 25 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. Section 25. Johann Jakob Bodmer, 1698 to 1783. In the beginning of the 18th century, the political and intellectual life of Germany showed no signs of its imminent awakening. French supremacy was undisputed. French was spoken by polite society, and only the middle and lower classes consented to use their mother tongue. French literature was alone fashionable, and the few scientific works that appeared were published in Latin. Life was hard and sordid. Thought and imagination languished. Such writings as existed were empty, pompous, and pedantic. Yet from this dreary wasteland was to spring that rich harvest of literature which in a brief half-century made the German nation famous. Klopstock, Wieland, Lessing, Herder, Goethe, and Schiller. Those were the great names that were soon to shine like stars in the literary firmament. But the lesser men who broke the ground and opened paths for their brilliant followers are almost forgotten. Toward the middle of the century there lived in Zurich a modest professor of history, Johann Jakob Bodmer by name, born July 19th, 1698, who spoke the first word for a national literature, and who was the first writer to attempt a scientific criticism of contemporary authors. His efforts were rude beginnings of a style that culminated in the polished essays of Lessing. It was Bodmer whose independence of thought and feeling first revolted from the slavish imitation of French culture that enchained the German mind. In his youth he had been sent to Italy to study commerce. This visit aroused his poetic and artistic nature. He forgot his business in listening to street singers, in imitation of whom he wrote Italian lyrics. He read French works on art, and wrote artificial French verses according to French models. With equal versatility he composed German poetry, copying Opitz, whom he esteemed a great poet. Nor did he hesitate to try his skill at Latin hexameters. By chance a copy of Addison's Spectator fell into his hands. He turned at once from French and Italian culture to admire English classics. The first German to appreciate Milton and Shakespeare. The latter he called the English Sophocles. He never wavered in his devotion to the English school. With his faithful friend Johann Jakob Breitinger, a conscientious scholar, he started in Zurich a critical weekly paper on the plan of the Spectator. It was called Diskursen der Maler'n, Discourses of the Painters, and its essays embody the first literary effort of the Swiss as a nation. A little weekly coterie soon gathered about Bodmer to discuss the conduct of the paper, but much of the spirit and enthusiasm of these councils evaporated in print, the journal being subjected to a rigid censorship. Not alone art and literature came under discussion, but social subjects. All contributions were signed with the names of famous painters, and dealt with mistakes in education, the evils of card-playing, the duties of friendship, love and matrimony, logic, morality, pedantry, imagination, self-consciousness, and the fear of death. These discourses were chiefly written by Bodmer and his colleague Breitinger. The earlier papers, awkwardly expressed often in Swiss dialect, masqueraded as the work of Holbein, Dürer, Raphael, or Michelangelo. Although intended at first for Swiss readers only, the little weekly soon captured a German public. Its purpose was to kindle the imagination and to suggest a parallel between the art of painting and the art of literature. Bodmer only dimly outlined what an infinitely greater mind defined with unerring precision some 20 years later in the Laocoon. But the service of the older man to literature is not therefore to be undervalued. Bodmer created the function of analytic and psychological criticism in Germany. Hitherto no writer had been called to account for any literary offense whatever. Bodmer maintained that the man who demanded a hearing from the public must show good cause for this demand. After 2 years the discourses were discontinued, but Bodmer had gained great influence over the young writers of the time. He increased his reputation by translating Milton's Paradise Lost, which he considered a masterpiece of poetic genius and the leading work of modern times. He deplores, however, the low standard of public taste, which, delighting in inferior poets, cannot at once rise to the greatest works. Already there existed in Leipzig a sort of literary centre, where Gottsched was regarded as a dictator in matters of taste. This literary autocrat praised Bodmer's translation of Paradise Lost more than the original poem, in which he condemned the rhymeless metre. A sharp controversy soon divided the literary world into 2 hostile parties, known in German literature as the conflict between Leipzig and Zurich. Gottsched followed Voltaire in considering the English style rude and barbarous, whereas Bodmer, with keener artistic perception and deeper insight, defended Milton and Shakespeare. The quarrel in which Zurich prevailed called the attention of Germany to the English literature, so closely affiliated to the German mind and taste, and hastened its liberation from the French yoke. Besides these services, Bodmer showed untiring zeal in rescuing from oblivion the beautiful poems and epics of the Middle Ages. In his essay, The Excellent Condition of Poetic Production under the Rule of the Swabian Emperors, he directs public attention to the exquisite lyrics of the Minnesänger. It was he who revealed that hidden treasure of German literature, the Nibelungenlied. By his studies and translations of Middle High German, he opened the vast and important field of German philology. To the end of his 85 years he was occupied with preparing selections from the Minnesänger, and his joy was unbounded when his half-century of work was crowned with success, and the first volume of these poems was placed in his hands. Notwithstanding his true appreciation of poetry, he could not write it. He placed the religious above all other poetic productions, and valued the fable highly. His hospitable roof in Zurich had an ever cordial welcome for all writers, and many were the poets who sojourned in the Dichterherberge, Poets' Inn, among them Klopstock, Wieland, and Goethe. He held the esteem of the nation long after his own writings had been crowded into forgetfulness by the new men whose way he had prepared. For the genius of Herder and Lessing may be said to have completed the work that was so courageously begun by Bodmer. End of that section. The Kinship of the Arts, from Rubens. When I consider the close relationship of the arts that are represented by the pen, brush, and chisel, I am inclined to think that the manes of these excellent painters and sculptors, whose names our contributors have assumed, would probably not be displeased by the liberty we have taken. Provided these departed spirits still feel a passionate interest in our worldly affairs, they might wish to instruct these painting writers to follow nature as closely and skilfully with their pens as they themselves had done with delicate brush and chisel. Nature is indeed the one universal teacher of all artists. Painter, sculptor, author, not one can succeed unless he hold counsel with her. The writer who does not respect her is a falsifier, and the painter or sculptor who departs from her is a dabbler. The highest place in art belongs to the writer, for his field comprehends most. With one stroke of the pen he will describe more than a painter can represent in a succession of pictures. On the other hand, the painter appeals more to the imagination and leaves a stronger impression than description can possibly awaken. End of that section. Poetry and Painting, from Holbein. A true poet will try to paint pictures on the imagination, which at a man's birth is devoid of impressions. I hold that the imagination is a vast plain, capable of comprehending all that nature may bring forth, besides innumerable illusions, fancies, and poetic figures. A writer's pen is his brush, and words are his colors, which he must blend, heighten, or tone down, so that each object may assume a natural living form. The best poet will so paint his pictures that his readers will see the originals reflected as in a mirror. If his imagination is vivid, words grow eloquent, he feels all that he sees, he is impelled onward like a madman, and he must follow whither his madness leads. This frenzy need not be inspired by any real object, but it must kindle his imagination to arouse a real emotion. A new conception delights the fancy. The newest is the most marvelous. To this must be given a semblance of probability, and to probability a touch of the marvelous. The poet must portray to the imagination the struggles of passion and the emotions of the human heart. His diction must be splendid and emphatic. Casting aside all earthly love, he must depict the love that springs from the soul, the love felt by him whose thoughts soar towards heaven, where God is the source of eternal beauty. The most artistic ode is that in which art is concealed, and in which the poet, unfettered, is driven by his own ardor. End of that section. A Tribute to Tobacco, from Dürer. Whoever excels in any direction desires to be considered an extraordinary personage. Even the coquettish Phryne, feeling that the arts in which she really excelled might be forgotten, offered to rebuild the walls of Thebes on condition that the following inscription were cut thereon. Quote, "The great Alexander raised these walls, but the hetaira finere rebuilt them." End quote. Gentlemen, I adore tobacco, and I appeal to the world for recognition. The floor of my room is strewn with tobacco ashes, on which my footsteps fall like those of the priests in the Temple of Babylon. Pipes that I have buried in this tobacco desert lift their bowls here and there, like stones in a cemetery. I shall make a pyramid of these relics, yellow, brown, and black, from which I shall reap renown, as others win it with trophies gained on the battlefield. Besides books, which I love best after tobacco, my shelves and walls hold pipes collected from all nations, and grouped as if they were guns or sabres. My favorite pipe I never fill except on birthdays or festivals. A Frenchman who brought this from Canada swore that it was an Iroquois pipe of peace. Certain people take me for an alchemist, and my pipes for retorts with chimneys. But they do me wrong. Not only do I draw smoke, but food from my distilling apparatus. I should be hailed rather as a philosopher, for while I watch the floating smoke, I meditate on the vanity of man and his fleeting occupations. The moral of my tale is moderation, for my pipe is food and drink at once. And I know no better example of nature's frugality than the fact that an ounce of tobacco provides me with a meal. Women delight in tea even as men prize tobacco. This difference in taste leads to friction of temper. Drinkers of tea inhale many a disagreeable whiff of tobacco, and lovers of tobacco are driven to accept many an unwelcome cup of tea. I, as a sufferer, would gladly set on foot a formal league which should compel an armed neutrality, and protect the one belligerent from the odor of the delicious pipe, and the other from the complacence of the tyrannous teacup. Breath is smoke, and reason is but a spark in our hearts. When the spark is extinguished, our body perishes like smoldering ashes, and our breath floats away like the smoke. End of section 25.
Section 26 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5, Section 26. Of the Greatest Good, by Boccaccio, 475 to 525. Anicius Manlius Severinus Boccaccius was born about 475 A.D. His father was Flavius Manlius Boccaccius, a patrician of great wealth and influence, who was trusted by the Emperor Odoacer and held the consulship in 487. The father died before his son reached manhood, and the youth was left to the guardianship of his kinsmen Festus and Symmachus, by whom he was carefully educated. He was remarkable early in life for his scholarship, and especially for his mastery of the Greek language, an accomplishment unusual for a Roman of this period. He entered public life when about 30 years of age, but duties of state were not permitted to put an end to his studies. He had married Rusticiana, the daughter of his guardian Symmachus. The Roman world was now ruled by Theodoric the Ostrogoth. This leader had succeeded to the headship of the Ostrogoths on the death of his father, Theodomir, in 474. For a time he was a pensioner of the Byzantine court with the duty of defending the lower Danube, but in 488 he determined to invade Italy and become a sovereign subordinate to no one. By the defeat of Odoacer in 489 he accomplished that end. and desiring to conciliate the senatorial party at Rome, he called Boëtius from his studious retirement as one who by his position and wealth could reconcile his countrymen to the rule of a barbarian chief. In 510 Boëtius was made consul, and he continued in the public service till after his sons Symmachus and Boëtius were elevated to the consulship in 522. Thus far he had enjoyed the full confidence of Theodoric, but in 523 he was thrown into prison in Pavia and his property confiscated, and the Senate condemned him to death. 2 years later he was executed. Unfortunately, the only account we have of the causes which led to this downfall is Boëtius's own in the Consolations. According to this, he first incurred Theodoric's displeasure by getting the province of Campania excepted from the operation of an edict requiring the provincials to sell their corn to the government, and otherwise championing the people against oppression, was the victim of various false accusations, and finally was held a traitor for defending Albinus, chief of the Senate, from the accusation of holding treasonable correspondence with the Emperor Justin at Constantinople. If Albinus be criminal, I and the whole Senate are equally guilty, Boëtius reports himself to have said. There is no good reason to doubt his truthfulness in any of these matters, but he does not tell the whole truth, except in a sentence he lets slip later. Theodoric's act was no outbreak of barbarian suspicion and ferocity. Boëtius and the whole Senate were really guilty of holding an utterly untenable political position, which no sovereign on earth would endure. They wished to make the emperor at Constantinople a court of appeal from Theodoric, as though the latter were still a subordinate prince. This may not have been technical treason, but it was practical insubordination, and under any other barbarian ruler or any one of 50 native ones, Rome would have flowed with blood. Theodoric contented himself with executing the ringleader, and the following year put to death Boëtius's father-in-law Symmachus in fear of his plotting revenge. Even so, the executions were a bad political mistake. They must have enraged and thoroughly alienated the senatorial party, that is, the chief Italian families, and made a fusion of the foreign and native elements definitively out of the question. We need not blame Boëtius or the Senate for their very natural aspiration to live under a civilized instead of a barbarian jurisdiction, even though they had their own codes and courts. But the de facto governing power had its rights also. In 996 Boëtius's bones were removed to the church of St. Augustine, where his tomb may still be seen. As time elapsed, his death was considered a martyrdom, and he was canonized as Saint Severinus. Boëtius was a thorough student of Greek philosophy, and formed the plan of translating all of Plato and Aristotle and reconciling their philosophies. This work he never completed. He wrote a treatise on music, which was used as a textbook as late as the present century, and he translated the works of Ptolemy on astronomy, of Nicomachus on arithmetic, of Euclid on geometry, and of Archimedes on mechanics. His great work in this line was a translation of Aristotle, which he supplemented by a commentary in 30 books. Among his writings are a number of works on logic and a commentary on the Topica of Cicero. In addition to these, 5 theological tracts are ascribed to him, the most important being a discussion of the doctrine of the Trinity. The work which has done most to perpetuate his name is The Consolations of Philosophy, in 5 books, written during his imprisonment at Pavia, which has been called the last work of Roman literature. It is written in alternate prose and verse, and treats of his efforts to find solace in his misfortune. The first book opens with a vision of a woman holding a book and scepter who comes to him with promises of comfort. She is his lifelong companion, philosophy. He tells her the story of his troubles. In the second book, Philosophy tells him that fortune has the right to take away what she has bestowed, and that he still has wife and children, the most precious of her gifts. His ambition to shine as statesman and philosopher is foolish, as no greatness is enduring. The third book takes up the discussion of the supreme good, showing that it consists not in riches, power, nor pleasure, but only in God. In the fourth book, the problems of the existence of evil in the world and the freedom of the will are examined, and the latter subject continues through the fifth book. During the Middle Ages, this work was highly esteemed, and numerous translations appeared. In the 9th century, Alfred the Great gave to his subjects an Anglo-Saxon version, and in the 14th century, Chaucer made an English translation, which was published by Caxton in 1480. Before the 16th century, it was translated into German, French, Italian, Spanish, and Greek. It is now perhaps best known for the place it occupies in the spiritual development of Dante. He turned to it for comfort after the death of his Beatrice in 1291. Inspired by its teachings, he gave himself up for a time to the study of philosophy, with the result of his writing the Convito, a book in which he often refers to his favorite author. In his Divine Comedy, he places Boëtius in the heaven of the sun, together with the fathers of the Church and the schoolmen. Of the Greatest Good, from the Consolations of Philosophy. Every mortal is troubled with many and various anxieties, and yet all desire, through various paths, to arrive at one goal. That is, they strive by different means to attain one happiness. In a word, God. He is the beginning and the end of every good, and he is the highest happiness. Then said the mind, "This, methinks, must be the highest good, so that men should neither need nor moreover be solicitous about any other good besides it, since he possesses that which is the roof of all other good, inasmuch as it includes all other good, and has all other kinds within it. It would not be the highest good if any good were external to it, because it would then have to desire some good which itself had not." Then answered reason, and said, "It is very evident that this is the highest happiness, for it is both the roof and the floor of all good. What is that then but the best happiness, which gathers the other felicities all within it, and includes and holds them within it? And to it there is a deficiency of none, neither has it need of any, but they come all from it, and again all to it, as all waters come from the sea, and again all come to the sea. There is none in the little fountain which does not seek the sea, and again from the sea it returns into the earth, and so it flows gradually through the earth, till it again comes to the same fountain that it before flowed from, and so again to the sea." Now, this is an example of the true good, which all mortal men desire to obtain, though they by various ways think to arrive at it. For every man has a natural good in himself, because every mind desires to obtain the true good. But it is hindered by the transitory good, because it is more prone thereto. For some men think that it is the best happiness that a man be so rich that he have need of nothing more, and they choose their life accordingly. Some men think that this is the highest good, that he be among his fellows the most honorable of his fellows, and they with all diligence seek this. Some think that the supreme good is in the highest power. These strive either themselves to rule, or else to associate themselves to the friendship of rulers. Some persuade themselves that it is best that a man be illustrious and celebrated, and have good fame. They therefore seek this, both in peace and in war. Many reckon it for the greatest good and for the greatest happiness that a man be always blithe in this present life and follow all his lusts. Some indeed who desire these riches are desirous thereof because they would have the greater power. that they may the more securely enjoy these worldly lusts and also the riches. Many there are who desire power because they would gather money, or again, they are desirous to spread their name. On account of such and other like frail and perishing advantages, the thought of every human mind is troubled with anxiety and with care. It then imagines that it has obtained some exalted good when it has won the flattery of the people, and to me it seems that it has bought a very false greatness. Some with much anxiety seek wives, that thereby they may above all things have children, and also live happily. True friends, then, I say, are the most precious things of all these worldly felicities. They are not indeed to be reckoned as worldly goods, but as divine, for deceitful fortune does not produce them, but God, who naturally formed them as relations. For of every other thing in this world man is desirous, either that he may through it obtain power, or else some worldly lust, except of the true friend, whom he loves sometimes for affection and for fidelity, though he expect to himself no other rewards. Nature joins and cements friends together with inseparable love. But with these worldly goods, and with this present wealth, men make oftener enemies than friends. From these, and from many such proofs, it may be evident to all men that all the bodily goods are inferior to the faculties of the soul. We indeed think that a man is the stronger because he is great in his body. The fairness, moreover, and the strength of the body rejoices and invigorates the man, and health makes him cheerful. In all these bodily felicities, men seek one single happiness, as it seems to them. For whatsoever every man chiefly loves above all other things, that, he persuades himself, is best for him, and that is his highest good. When, therefore, he has acquired that, he imagines that he may be very happy. I do not deny that these goods and this happiness are the highest good of this present life, for every man considers that thing best which he chiefly loves above other things, and therefore he deems himself very happy if he can obtain what he then most desires. Is not now clearly enough shown to thee the form of the false goods, namely, riches and dignity and power and glory and pleasure? Concerning pleasure, Epicurus the philosopher said, when he inquired concerning all those other goods which we before mentioned, then said he, that pleasure was the highest good, because all the other goods which we before mentioned gratify the mind and delight it, but pleasure chiefly gratifies the body. But we will still speak concerning the nature of men, and concerning their pursuits. Though, then, their mind and their nature be now obscured, and they are by that descent fallen to evil and inclined thither, yet they are desirous, so far as they can and may, of the highest good. As the drunken man knows that he should go to his house and to his rest, and yet is not able to find the way thither, so is it also with the mind when it is weighed down by the anxieties of this world. It is sometimes intoxicated and misled by them, so far that it cannot rightly find out good. Nor yet does it appear to those men that they ought mistake who are desirous to obtain this, namely, that they need labor after nothing more. But they think that they are able to collect together all these goods, so that none may be excluded from the number. Two things may dignity and power do, if they come to the unwise. It may make him honorable and respectable to other unwise persons. But when he quits the power, or the power him, then is he to the unwise neither honorable nor respectable. Has power, then, the custom of exterminating and rooting out vices from the minds of great men, and planting therein virtues? I know, however, that earthly power never sows the virtues, but collects and gathers vices, and when it has gathered them, then it nevertheless shows and does not conceal them. For the vices of great men many men see, because many know them, and many are with them. Therefore we always lament concerning power, and also despise it, when we see that it comes to the worst, and to those who are, to us, most unworthy. Every virtue has its proper excellence, and the excellence and the dignity which it has, it imparts immediately to every one who loves it. Thus, wisdom is the highest virtue, and it has in it 4 other virtues, of which one is prudence, another temperance, the third is fortitude, the fourth justice. Wisdom makes its lovers wise and prudent and moderate and patient and just, and it fills him who loves it with every good quality. This they who possess the power of this world cannot do. They cannot impart any virtue to those who love them through their wealth, if they have it not in their nature. Hence it is very evident that the rich in worldly wealth have no proper dignity, but the wealth is come to them from without, and they cannot from without have aught of their own. Consider now whether any man is the less honorable because many men despise him. But if any man be the less honorable, then is every foolish man the less honorable, the more authority he has to every wise man. Hence it is sufficiently clear that power and wealth cannot make its possessor the more honorable, but it makes him the less honorable when it comes to him if he were not before virtuous. So is also wealth and power the worse if he who possesses it be not virtuous. Each of them is the more worthless when they meet with each other. But I can easily instruct you by an example, so that you may clearly enough perceive that this present life is very like a shadow, and in that shadow no man can attain the true good. If any very great man is driven from his country, or goes on his lord's errand, and so comes to a foreign people, where no man knows him, nor he any man, nor even knows the language, do you think his greatness can make him honorable in that land? Of course it cannot. But if dignity were natural to wealth and were its own, or again if wealth were the rich man's own, then it could not forsake him. Let the man who possessed them be in whatsoever land he might, then his wealth and his dignity would be with him. But because the wealth and the power are not his own, they forsake him, and because they have no natural good in themselves, they go away like a shadow or smoke. Yet the mistaken opinion and fancy of unwise men judge that power is the highest good. It is entirely otherwise. When a great man is either among foreigners or among wise men in his own country, his wealth counts nothing to either one when they learn that he was exalted for no virtue, but through the applause of the ignorant. But if his power arose from any personal merit, he would keep that, even if he lost the power. He would not lose the good that came from nature. That would always follow him, and always make him honorable, whatever land he was in. Worthless and very false is the glory of this world. Concerning this a certain poet formerly sung. When he condemned this present life, he said, O glory of this world, wherefore do erring men call thee with false voice glory, when thou art none? For man more frequently has great renown and great glory and great honor through the opinion of the unwise than he has through his deserts. But tell me now, what is more unmeet than this, or why men may not rather be ashamed of themselves than rejoice, when they hear that any one belies them? Though men even rightly praise any one of the good, he ought not the sooner to rejoice immoderately at the people's words. But at this he ought to rejoice, that they speak truth of him. Though he rejoice at this, that they spread his name, it is not the sooner so extensively spread as he persuades himself, for they cannot spread it over all the earth, though they may in some land. For though it be to one known, yet it is to another unknown. Though he in this land be celebrated, yet is he in another not celebrated. Therefore is the people's favour to be held by every man for nothing, since it comes not to every man according to his deserts, nor indeed remains always to any one. Consider first concerning noble birth. If any one boast of it, how vain and how useless is the boast! For every one knows that all men come from one father and from one mother. Or again, concerning the people's favour and concerning their applause, I know not why we rejoice at it. Though they whom the vulgar applaud be illustrious, yet are they more illustrious and more rightly to be applauded who are dignified by virtues. For no man is really the greater or the more praiseworthy for the excellence of another, or for his virtues, if he himself has it not. Are you ever the fairer for another man's beauty? A man is little the better, though he have a good father, if he himself is incapable of anything. Therefore I advise that you rejoice in other men's good and their nobility, but so far only that you ascribe it not to yourself as your own, because every man's good and his nobility is more in the mind than in the flesh. This only indeed I know of good in nobility, that it shames many a man if he is worse than his ancestors were, and he therefore endeavours with all his power to imitate the manners of some one of the best, and his virtues. End of section 26.
Section 27 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. Section 27. Selected Poems by Nicolas Boileau d'Espaillou, 1636 to 1711. The name of Louis XIV suggests ultra-lavishness in life and taste, a time when French society, surfeited with pleasure, demanded a stimulus of continual novelty in current literature. The natural result was prosazite, hyperbole, falsetto sentiment, which ranked the unusual above the natural, clever conceit above careful workmanship. It was tainted with artificiality, and now seems mawkish and superficial. But Boileau changed all that. Perhaps no author, unendowed with genius, has ever so influenced literature. Aside from his work, the man and his life seem essentially commonplace. Nicolas Boileau, who, adding another name to his own, quite a fashion then, was usually called Despaillou by his contemporaries, was born in Paris, in the Palace Court, nearly opposite the Royal Sainte-Chapelle. He rarely went farther from the city than to the little house of Auteuil, where he spent 20 summers. So he knew his Paris very intimately, and was limited too by knowing only her life and thought. To his repressed youth, guarded by a strict father and a cross servant, for his mother died in his babyhood, is sometimes attributed his lack of emotional quality. But his was not an intense nature, and probably no training could have made the didactic poet lyric or passionate. Sincerity and common sense were his predominating qualities, and he had the rare faculty of obedience to his own instincts. He first studied for the priesthood, but anything like mysticism was too repellent to his matter-of-fact mind. Then, as many of his family had been lawyers, he naturally turned toward that career. But the practice as taught him seemed senseless and arbitrary. Its rational basis upon a logical theory only dawned upon him later. In spite of his literary tastes, there was something extremely mundane about the pleasure-loving bachelor, so fond of good eating and jovial café revels with Racine, Furetière, Ninon de l'Enclos, and other witty bohemians. With them he was much happier than in the more fastidious society of the Hôtel Rambouillet. from which he retired after reading aloud a satiric poem not favorably received. Neither was he happy at court, in spite of the favor of Louis XIV., who, entertained by his rough honesty, gave him a pension of 2,000 francs. Later, when appointed with Racine to write a history of the reign, that unfortunate history which was accidentally burned, we find him an unwilling follower on royal expeditions, his ungainly horsemanship the mock of high-bred courtiers. In fact, he was bourgeois through and through, and not at ease with the aristocrats. He was thrifty bourgeois too, so often called miserly as well as malicious that it is pleasant to remember certain illustrations of his nobler side. The man who offered to resign his own pension, if that of an old disfavored Corneille might be continued, and when the latter was forced to sell his library, paid him its full value and then left him in lifelong possession, was generous if he did love to save sous. His was a fine independence, which felt his art too lofty for purchase, and would accept nothing from the booksellers. He had always wished to be a poet. Feeble of body, asthmatic, and, in later life, deaf and almost deprived of voice, he found in writing all the charm of a brilliant and ingenious game. Then, too, he had something definite to say, as all his work consistently testifies. Neither rich nor poor, without family cares, he could give himself unreservedly to authorship. In 1660 he published a satire upon the vices of Paris, which inaugurated his great success. 7 satires appeared in 1666, and he afterward added 5 others. Their malicious wit, their novel form, the harmonious swing of the couplet rhyme, forced immediate attention. They held up contemporary literary weaknesses to scorn, and indulged in the most merciless personalities, sparing not even his own brother, the poet Gilles Boileau. All retorts upon himself the author bore with complacent superiority which forced his adversaries to feel worsted. From 1666 to 1774 most of the epistles were written, and also his best-known work, L'Art Poétique, The Art of Poetry. In the satires he had been destructive, but he was too practical to be negative. The Art of Poetry, modeled after Horace's work of that name, offers the theory of poetic composition. It is a work in 4 cantos of couplets, the first setting forth general rules of metrical composition, the second a dissertation upon different forms, ode, sonnet, pastoral, and others, the third treating tragedy, comedy, and epic poetry, and the last consisting of general reflections and advice to authors. Briefly stated, Boileau's desire was to establish literature upon a foundation of unchanging laws. Why did some works speedily die while others endure through the centuries? Because works akin to the eternal classics did not, like much contemporary writing, reflect the trivial and evanescent. They contained what is perennially true of humanity, and stated this in a simple, interesting, and reasonable way. Above all, Boileau demands truth in subject, and the conscientious workmanship which finds the most suitable form of expression. To see a word at the end of a couplet only because it rhymes with the word above it, he finds inexcusable. Without a method resulting in unity, clearness, and proportion, writing is not literature. Later, in his Reflections upon Longinus, Boileau repeated and emphasized these views. His mock heroic poem, Les Luttrins, The Reading Desk, ridiculing clerical pettiness, was strong in realistic descriptions, and was perhaps his most popular work. A modern poet's definition of poetry as the heat and height of sane emotion would have been unintelligible to Boileau. Deficient in imagination, he always saw life on its material side, and was irritated by any display of emotion not reducible to logic. So his poetry is sensible, clear argument in exquisitely careful metre. His great strength lay in a taste which recognized harmony and fitness instinctively. To us his quality is best translated by the dainty, perfect couplets of his imitator Pope. His talent, essentially French in its love of effect and classification, has strewn the language with clever saws, and his works have been studied as authoritative models by generation after generation of students. But after all, it is less as a poet than as a critic, the lawgiver of the French Parnassus, that the world has always known Boileau. Before him the art of criticism had hardly existed. Authors have received indiscriminate praise or blame, usually founded upon interested motives or personal bias. But there had been little comparison with an acknowledged standard. This slashing reviewer in verse, as Saintsbury calls him, was a severe pedagogue, but his public did learn their lesson. He made mistakes, was neither broad-minded nor profound in attainments, was occasionally unjust, but he showed readers why they should praise or blame, taught them appreciation of his greater friends, Molière and Racine, and pointed out to authors what their purpose should be. With greater creative power seeking self-expression, he might have accomplished less in literary reform. Advice to Authors from The Art of Poetry. There is a kind of writer pleased with sound, whose fustian head with clouds is compassed round. No reason can disperse them with its light. Learn then to think ere you pretend to write. As your ideas clear, or else obscure, the expression follows, perfect or impure. What we conceive with ease we can express. Words to the notions flow with readiness. Observe the language well in all you write, and swerve not from it in your loftiest flight. The smoothest verse and the exactest sense displease if uncouth language give offence. A barbarous phrase no reader can approve, nor bombast, noise, or affectation love. In short, without pure language, what you write can never yield us profit or delight. Take time for thinking, never work in haste, and value not yourself for writing fast. A rapid poem, with such fury writ, shows want of judgment, not abounding wit. More pleased we are to see a river lead his gentle streams along a flowery mead, than from high banks to hear loud torrents roar, with foamy waters on a muddy shore. Gently make haste, of labor not afraid. 100 times consider what you've said. Polish, repolish, every color lay, and sometimes add, but oftener take away. 'Tis not enough when swarming faults are writ, that here and there are scattered sparks of wit. Each object must be fixed in the true place, and differing parts have corresponding grace, till, by a curious art disposed, we find one perfect whole of all the pieces joined. Keep to your subject close in all you say, nor for a sounding sentence ever stray. The public censure for your writings fear, and to yourself be critic most severe. Fantastic wits their darling follies love, but find you faithful friends that will reprove, that on your works may look with careful eyes, and of your faults be zealous enemies. Lay by an author's pride and vanity, and from a friend a flatterer descry, who seems to like, but means not what he says. Embrace true counsel, but suspect false praise. A sycophant will everything admire. Each verse, each sentence sets his soul on fire. All is divine, there's not a word amiss. He shakes with joy and weeps with tenderness. He overpowers you with his mighty praise. Truth never moves in these impetuous ways. A faithful friend is careful of your fame, and freely will your heedless errors blame. He cannot pardon a neglected line, but verse to rule and order will confine. Reprove of words the too affected sound. Here the sense flags, and your expressions bound. Your fancy tires, and your discourse grows vain. Your terms improper, make it just and plain. Thus 'tis a faithful friend will freedom use, but authors partial to their darling muse think to protect it they have just pretence, and at your friendly counsel take offence. Said you of this, that the expression's flat, your servant, sir, you must excuse me that. He answers you, this word has here no grace. Pray leave it out. That, sir, is the properest place. This term I like not. 'Tis approved by all. Thus, resolute not from one fault to fall. If there's a symbol as to which you doubt, 'tis a sure reason not to blot it out. Yet still he says, you may his faults confute, and over him your power is absolute. But of his feigned humility take heed, 'tis bait to make you hear him read, and when he leaves you, happy in his muse, restless he runs some other to abuse. And often finds, for in our scribbling times no fool can lack a fool to praise his rhymes. The flattest work has here within the court met with some zealous ass for its support, and in all times a forward scribbling fop has found some greater fool to cry him up. The Pastoral, the Elegy, the Ode, and the Epigram, from The Art of Poetry. As a fair nymph, when rising from her bed, with sparkling diamonds dresses not her head, but without gold, or pearl, or costly scents, gathers from neighboring fields her ornaments. Such, lovely in its dress, but plain withal, ought to appear a perfect pastoral. Its humble method nothing has of fierce, but hates the rattling of lofty verse. There native beauty pleases and excites, and never with harsh sounds the ear affrights. But in this style a poet, often spent in rage, throws by his rural instrument, and vainly, when disordered thoughts abound, amidst the eclogue makes the trumpet sound. Pan flies alarmed into the neighboring woods, and frighted nymphs dive down into the floods. Opposed to this, another, low in style, makes shepherds speak a language low and vile. His writings, flat and heavy, without sound, kissing the earth and creeping on the ground. You'd swear that Randall, in his rustic strains, again was quavering to the country swains, and changing, without care of sound or dress, Strephon and Phyllis into Tom and Bess. Twixt these extremities 'tis hard to keep the right, for guides like Virgil read Theocrite. But their just writings, by the gods inspired, your constant pattern, practised and admired. By them alone you'll easily comprehend how poets without shame may condescend to sing of gardens, fields, of flowers and fruit, to stir up shepherds and to tune the flute. Of love's rewards to tell the happy hour, Daphne a tree, Narcissus made a flower, and by what means the eclogue yet has power to make the woods worthy a conqueror. This of their writings is the grace and flight, their risings lofty, yet out of sight. The Elegy, that loves a mournful style, with unbounded hair weeps at a funeral pile. It paints the lover's torments and delights, a mistress flatters, threatens, and invites. But well these raptures if you'll make us see, you must know love as well as poetry. I hate those lukewarm authors, whose forced fire in a cold style describes a hot desire, that sigh by rule, and raging in cold blood, their sluggish muse whip to an amorous mood. Their transports feigned appear but flat and vain. They always sigh, and always hug their chain, adore their prisons and their sufferings bless, make sense and reason quarrel as they please. 'Twas not of old in this affected tone that smooth Tibullus made his amorous moan, nor Ovid, when, instructed from above, by nature's rule, he taught the art of love. The heart in elegies forms the discourse. The ode is bolder and has greater force, mounting to heaven in her ambitious flight, amongst the gods and heroes takes delight. Of Pisa's wrestlers tells the sinewy force, and sings the lusty conqueror's glorious course. To Simois' streams does fierce Achilles bring, and makes the Ganges bow to Britain's king. Sometimes she flies like an industrious bee, and robs the flowers by nature's chemistry. Describes the shepherds' dances, feasts, and bliss, and boasts from Phyllis to surprise a kiss. When gently she resists with feigned remorse, that what she grants may seem to be by force. Her generous style at random oft will part, and by a brave disorder shows her art. Unlike those fearful poets whose cold rhyme in all their raptures keeps exactest time, that sing the illustrious hero's mighty praise, lean writers by the terms of weeks and days, and dare not from the least circumstances part, but take all towns by strictest rules of art. Apollo drives these fops from his abode, and some have said that once the humorous god, resolving all such scribblers to confound, for the short sonnet ordered this strict bound, set rules for the just measurement and time, the easy running and alternate rhyme, but above all, those licenses denied which in these writings the lame sense supplied, forbade a useless line should find a place, or a repeated word appear with grace. A faultless sonnet, finished thus, would be worth tedious volumes of loose poetry. 100 scribbling authors, without ground, believe they have this only phoenix found. Yet when the exactest scarce have 2 or 3, among whole tomes, from faults and censure free, the rest, but little read, regarded less, are shovelled to the pastry from the press. Closing the sense within the measured time, 'tis hard to find the reason to the rhyme. The epigram, with little art composed, is one good sentence in a distich closed. These points, that by Italians first were prized, our ancient authors knew not, or despised. The vulgar, dazzled with their glaring light, to their false pleasures quickly they invite. But public favor so increased their pride, they overwhelmed Parnassus with their tide. The madrigal at first was overcome, and the proud sonnet fell by the same doom. With these grave tragedy adorned her flights, and mournful elegy her funeral rites. A hero never failed them on the stage, without his point a lover durst not rage. The amorous shepherds took more care to prove true to his point, than faithful to their love. Each word, like Janus, had a double face, and prose, as well as verse, allowed it place. The lawyer with conceits adorned his speech, the parson without quibbling could not preach. At last affronted reason looked about, and from all serious matters shut them out. Declared that none should use them without shame, except a scattering in the epigram. Provided that by art, and in due time, they turned upon the thought and not the rhyme. Thus in all parts disorders did abate, yet quibblers in the court have leave to prate, insipid jesters and unpleasant fools, a corporation of dull, punning drolls. 'Tis not but that sometimes a dexterous muse may with advantage a turned sense abuse, and on a word may trifle with address. But above all, avoid the fond excess, and think not, when your verse and sense are lame, with a dull point to tag your epigram. To Molière, from The Satires. Unequalled genius, whose warm fancy knows no rhyming labor, no poetic throes, to whom Apollo has unlocked his store, whose coin is struck from pure Parnassian ore. Thou, dexterous master, teach thy skill to me, and tell me, Molière, how to rhyme like thee. You never falter when the close comes round, or leave the substance to preserve the sound. You never wander after words that fly, for all the words you need before you lie. But I, who, smarting for my sins of late, with itch of rhyme am visited by fate, expend on air my unavailing force, and, hunting sounds, am sweated like a horse. In vain I often muse from dawn till night. When I mean black, my stubborn verse says white. If I should paint a coxcomb's flippant mien, I scarcely can forbear to name the Dean. If asked to tell the strains that purest flow, my heart says Virgil, but my pen Quinaul. In short, whatever I attempt to say, mischance conducts me quite the other way. At times fatigued and fretted with the pain, when every effort for relief is vain, the fruitless chase I peevishly give o'er, and swear 1,000 times to write no more. But, after 1,000 vows, perhaps by chance, before my careless eyes the couplet stands. Then, with new force my flame bursts out again. Pleased I resume the paper and the pen, and, all my anger and my oaths forgot, I calmly muse and resolutely blot. Yet, if my eager hand, in haste to rhyme, should tack an empty couplet at a time, great names who do the same I might adduce, nay, some who keep such hirelings for their use. Need blooming Phyllis be described in prose by any lover who has seen a rose? Who can forget heaven's masterpiece, her eye, wherein, within call, the loves and graces lie? Who can forget her smile, devoid of art, her heavenly sweetness, and her frozen heart? How easy thus for ever to compound, and ring new changes on recurring sound! How easy, with a reasonable store of useful epithets repeated o'er, verb, substantive, and pronoun to transpose, and in tinkling metre hitch dull prose. But I, who tremble o'er each word I use, and all that do not aid the sense refuse, who cannot bear those phrases out of place which rhymers stuff into a vacant space, ponder my scrupulous verses o'er and o'er, and when I write 5 words, oft blot out 4. Plague on the fool who taught us to confine the swelling thought within a measured line, who first in narrow thraldom fancy pent, and chained in rhyme each pinioned sentiment. Without this toil, contentment's soothing balm might lull my languid soul in listless calm. Like the smooth prebend how I might recline, and loiter life in mirth and song and wine. Roused by no labor, with no care oppressed, pass all my nights in sleep, my days in rest. My passions and desires obey the rein, no mad ambition fires my temperate vein. The schemes of busy greatness I decline, nor kneel in palaces at fortune's shrine. In short, my life had been supremely blest, if envious rhyme had not disturbed my rest. But since this freakish fiend began to roll his idle vapors o'er my troubled soul, since first I longed in polished verse to please, and wrote with labor to be read with ease, nailed to my chair, day after day I pore on what I write and what I wrote before, retouch each line, each epithet review, or burn the paper and begin anew. While thus my labors lengthen into years, I envy all the race of sonneteers. Hail, happy Scudra, whose prolific brain brings forth a monthly volume without pain! What thought thy works, offending every rule, proclaim their author an insipid fool? Still have they found, whate'er the critic says, traders to buy, and emptier fools to praise. And, truly, if in rhymes the couplets close, what should it matter that the rest is prose? Who stickles now for antiquated saws, or cramps his verse with pedantic laws? The fool can welcome every word he meets, with placid joy contemplating his feats. And while each stanza swells his wondering breast admires them all, yet thinks the last the best. But towering genius, hopeless to attain that unknown summit which he pants to gain, displeased himself, enchanting all beside, scorns each past effort that his strength supplied, and filling every reader with delight, repents the hour when he began to write. To you, who know how justly I complain, to you I turn for medicine to my pain. Grant me your talent, impart your store, or teach me, Molière, how to rhyme no more. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5, Section 28. Selected excerpts by Gaston Boissier, born 1823. Marie-Louis Gaston Boissier is known in Paris as one of the most prominent professors of the Collège de France, and to the outside world as the author of a number of scholarly books of essays, most of them on Roman subjects. Born at Nîmes in 1823, his life has been devoted entirely to literature. Soon after his graduation from the École Normale, he was made professor of rhetoric at Angoulême, and later held the same position at Nîmes. He has received the degree of doctor and occupied a number of high positions, culminating in that of Professor of Latin Poetry in the Collège de France, which he still holds. His works have a high value in the world of scholars and have won him the red ribbon of the Legion of Honor, as well as a seat in the Académie Française, which he entered in 1876. His best-known works, Cicero et ses amis, Cicero and his friends, was crowned by the Académie, and Promenade archéologique Rome et Naples, written in 1880, has been translated into English, as has also his Life of Madame de Sévigné, which contains many charming bits of comment on the 17th century. As a biographer, and also as a historian, he is quiet and accurate, never dry. He has great charm of style, and writes with elegance, correctness, clearness, and originality. He contributes largely also to the Revue des Deux Mondes and to scientific publications. Madame de Sévigné as a letter writer. From the Life of Madame de Sévigné. The passages just cited appear so simple and utter so naturally what we all experience that they are read the first time without surprise. There seems nothing remarkable about them except this very simplicity and naturalness. Now, these are not the qualities which attract attention. It is difficult to appreciate them in works where they occur, and it is only by reading works where they are lacking that we realize all their importance. But here, as soon as we reflect, we are astonished to perceive that this great emotion is expressed in language strong, confident, and correct, with no hesitation and no bungling. The lively sequence of these complaints implies that they were poured forth all at once, in a single outburst, and yet the perfection of the style seems impossible of attainment without some study and some retouching. It is sometimes said that a strong passion at once creates the language to express it. I greatly doubt this. On the contrary, it seems to me that when the soul is violently agitated, the words by which we try to express our feelings always appear dull and cold. We are tempted to make use of exaggerated and far-fetched expressions in order to rise to the level of our sorrow or joy. Hence come sometimes excessive terms, discordant metaphors. We might be inclined to regard these as thought out at leisure and in cold blood, while on the contrary they are the product of the first impulse of the effort we instinctively make to find an expression corresponding to the intensity of our passion. There is nothing of this kind in Madame de Sévigné's letters, and however violent her grief may be, it always speaks in accurate and fitting language. This is a valuable quality, and one extremely rare. That we may not be surprised at finding it so highly developed in her, we need only remember what has just been said of the way in which she was unconsciously prepared to become a great writer. Another characteristic of Madame de Sévigné's letters, not less remarkable, is that generally her most loving messages are cleverly expressed. I do not refer merely to certain isolated phrases that have sometimes appeared rather affected. The north wind bound for Grignon makes me ache for your chest. My dear, how the burden within you weighs me down. I dare not read your letters for fear of having read them. These are only occasional flashes, but almost always when on the point of giving way to all her emotion, she gives her phrase an ingenious turn, she makes witty observations, is bright, pleasing, elegant. All this seems to some readers to proceed from a mind quite self-possessed, and not so far affected by passion as to be inattentive to elegant diction. Just now I placed naturalness among Madame de Sévigné's leading qualities. There are those who are not of this opinion, and contend that naturalness is just the merit she most lacks, but we must define our meaning. Naturalness, for each one, is what is conformable to his nature. And as each one of us has a nature of his own, very different from that of his neighbors, naturalness cannot be exactly the same in every instance. Moreover, education and habit give us each a second nature, which often has more control over us than the original one. In the society in which Madame de Sévigné lived, people made a point of speaking wittily. The first few times one appeared in this society, it required a little study and effort to assume the same tone as the rest. One had to be on the watch for those pleasant repartees that, among the frequenters of the Rambouillet and Richelieu houses, gave the newcomer a good reputation. But after a while these happy sayings came unsought. To persons trained in such a school, what might at first sight appear subtle and refined is ordinary and natural. Whether they speak or write, their ideas take a certain form which is not the usual one, and bright, witty, and dainty phrases, which would require labor from others, occur to them spontaneously. To be sure, I do not mean that Madame de Sévigné wrote well without knowing it. This is a thing of which a witty woman always has an inkling, and besides, her friends did not permit her to be ignorant of it. "Your letters are delightful," they told her, "and you are like your letters." It was all the easier to believe this, because she paid to herself, in a whisper, such compliments as others addressed to her aloud. One day, when she had recently written to her friend Dr. Bourdelot, she said to her daughter, "Brava! What a good answer I sent him! That is a foolish thing to say, but I had a good wide-awake pen that day." It is very delightful to feel that one has wit, and we can understand how Madame de Sévigné might sometimes have yielded to this feeling with some satisfaction. In her most private correspondence, that in which she least thought of the public, we might note certain passages in which she takes pleasure in elaborating and decorating her thought, and in adding to it new details more and more dainty and ingenious. This she does without effort, to satisfy her own taste, and to give herself the pleasure of expressing her thought agreeably. It has been remarked that good talkers are not sensitive to the praises of others only. They also wish to please themselves, independently of the public around them, and like to hear themselves talk. It might be said in the same sense that Madame de Sévigné sometimes likes to see herself right. This is one of those pretty artifices which in women do not exclude sincerity, and which may be united with naturalness. Copyrighted by A.C. McClurg and Company, Chicago. French Society in the 17th Century. From the Life of Madame de Sévigné. Studying the 17th century in the histories is one thing, and seeking to become acquainted with it by reading contemporary letters is another, and a far different thing. The two procedures give rise to conflicting impressions. Historians, taking a bird's-eye view of their subject, portray its most general characteristics. They bring out only the prominent features, and, sacrificing all the rest, draw pictures whose precision and simplicity captivate our minds. We finally get into the habit of seeing an epoch as they have painted it, and cannot imagine there was anything in it besides the qualities they specify. But when we read letters relating, without alteration or selection, events as they took place, the opinions of men and things we have drawn from the historians are greatly modified. We then perceive that good and evil are at all times mingled, and even that the proportions of the mixture vary less than one would think. Cousin says somewhere, "In a great age all is great." It is just the contrary that is true. There is no age so great that there is not much littleness about it. And if we undertake to study history, we should expect this, so as not to reckon without our host. No epoch has been more celebrated, more admired, than the reign of Louis XIV. There is danger lest the correspondence of Madame de Sévigné may much abate the warmth of our admiration. She is constantly telling strange stories that compel us to pause and reflect. When, in a society represented as so noble, so delicate, so regular, we meet with so many shameful disorders, so many ill-assorted households, so many persons whose fortunes are sustained only by dishonest expedients, with great lords buying and not paying, promising and not keeping their word, borrowing and never returning, kneeling before ministers and ministers' mistresses, cheating at play like M. de Cessac, living like Caderousse at the expense of a great lady, surrendering, like Soubise, a wife to the king, or like Villarceau, a niece, or insisting with Bussy that the chariest of their honor should be delighted when such a good fortune befalls their family, it seems to me we have a right to conclude that people then were hardly our superiors, that perhaps in some points we are better than they were, and that in any case it is not worth while to set them up as models to the disparagement of our own times. In one respect, however, they were unlike us. In those days there were certain subjects on which people were generally agreed, and these were precisely the subjects that now give rise to the greatest divisions: religion and politics. Not that all were pious then, far from it, but almost all were believers, and almost none contested the principle of royal authority. Today, religious belief and belief in monarchy are well nigh extinct, and there are hardly any left of those commonly received opinions, escaped by none, impregnating all, breathed in like the air, and always found at the bottom of the heart on occasions of grave need, despite all the inward changes that experience has wrought. Is this a good or an evil? Should we rejoice at it or regret it? Each one will answer according to his character and inclinations. Daring minds that feel strong enough to form their own convictions are glad to be delivered from prejudices interfering with independence of opinion, glad to have free scope. But the rest, who form the vast majority, who are without such high aims, and whose life is moreover taken up with other cares, are troubled, uncertain, ill at ease, when they have to settle these great problems independently. They regret that they can no longer find the solutions all worked out, and sadly repeat with Jocelyn, "Ah, why was I born in days stormy and dread, when the pilgrim of life hath no rest for his head, when the way disappears, when the spent human mind, groping, doubting, still strives some new pathway to find, unable to trust in the hopes of the old, or to strike out anew from its perishing mould." This sort of anguish of spirit was unknown in the 17th century, as Madame de Sévigné's letters clearly show. How Horace lived at his country house. From The Country of Horace and Virgil. It is very annoying that Horace, who has described with so many details the employment of his days while he remained in Rome, should not have thought it necessary to tell us as clearly how he spent his life in the country. The only thing we know with certainty is that he was very happy there. He for the first time tasted the pleasure of being a proprietor. "I take my meals," said he, "before household gods that are mine own." Antillarum proprium vescor. To have a hearth and domestic gods, to fix his life in a dwelling of which he was the master, was the greatest happiness that could befall a Roman. To enjoy it, Horace had waited until he was more than 30 years of age. We have seen that his domain, when he took possession of it, was very much neglected, and that the house was falling into ruins. He first had to build and plant. Do not let us pity him. These cares have their charms. One loves one's house when one has built or repaired it, and the very trouble our land costs us attaches us to it. He came to it as often as he could, and always with pleasure. Everything served him as a pretext to leave Rome. It was too hot there or too cold. The Saturnalia were approaching, an unbearable time of the year when all the town was out of doors. It was the moment to finish a work which Maecenas had pressingly required. Well, how could anything good be done at Rome, where the noises of the street, the bustle of intercourse, the troublesome people one has to visit or receive, the bad verses one has to listen to, take up the best part of your time? So he put Plato with Menander into his portmanteau, took with him the work he had begun, promising to do wonders, and started for Tibur. But when he was at home, his good resolutions did not hold out. He had something to do quite different from shutting himself up in his study. He had to chat with his farmer and superintend his laborers. He went to see them at work, and sometimes lent a hand himself. He dug the spade into the field, took out the stones, etc., to the great amusement of the neighbors, who marveled both at his ardor and his clumsiness. Rident vicini glebis et saxa moventem. In the evening he received at his table a few of the neighboring proprietors. They were honest folk who did not speak ill of their neighbors, and who, unlike the fops of Rome, had not for sole topic of conversation the races or the theatre. They handled most serious questions, and their rustic wisdom found ready expression in proverbs and apologues. What pleased Horace above all at these country dinners was that etiquette was laughed at, that everything was simple and frugal, that one did not feel constrained to obey those silly laws which Varro had drawn up, and which had become the code of good company. Nobody thought of electing a king of the feast to fix for the guests the number of cups that must be drained. Everyone ate according to his hunger and drank according to his thirst. They were, said Horace, divine repasts, o noctes canaeque deum. Yet he did not always stay at home, however great the pleasure he felt in being there. This steady-going regular man thought it right from time to time to put a little irregularity into one's life. Does not a Grecian sage, Aristotle, I think, recommend that one excess per month be indulged in the interest of health? It serves at least to break the round of habit. Such also was the opinion of Horace. Although the most moderate of men, he found it pleasant to commit an occasional wildness, dulce est desipere in loco. With age these outbursts had become less frequent, yet he still loved to break the sage uniformity of his existence by some pleasure jaunt. Then he returned to Praeneste, to Baiae, or to Tarentum, which he had loved so much in his youth. Once he was unfaithful to these old affections, and chose for the goal of his journey spots that were new to him. The occasion of the change was this. Antonius Musa, a Greek physician, had just cured Augustus of a dangerous illness, which it had been thought must prove fatal, by means of cold water. Hydrotherapeutics at once became fashionable. People deserted the thermal springs, formerly so much sought after, to go off to Clusium, to Gabii, into the mountains, where springs of icy water were found. Horace did like the rest. In the winter of the year 730, instead of going as usual towards Baiae, he turned his little steed towards Salerno and Velia. This was the affair of a season. Next year, Marullus, the emperor's son-in-law and heir, falling very ill, Antonius Musa was hastily sent for and applied his usual remedy, but the remedy no longer healed, and hydrotherapeutics, which had saved Augustus, did not prevent Marullus from dying. They were at once forsaken, and the sick again began following the road to Baiae. When Horace started on these extraordinary journeys, he took a change of diet. "At home," said he, "I can put up with anything. My Sabine table wine seems to me delicious, and I regale myself with vegetables from my garden seasoned with a slice of bacon. But when I have once left my house, I become more particular, and beans, beloved though they be of Pythagoras, no longer suffice me." So before starting in the direction of Salerno, where he did not often go, he takes the precaution to question one of his friends as to the resources of the country, whether one can get fish, hares, and venison there, that he may come back home again as fat as a Phaeacian. Above all, he is anxious to know what is drunk in those parts. He wants a generous wine to make him eloquent, and which will give him strength and rejuvenate him in the eyes of his young Lucanian sweetheart. We see he pushes precaution a considerable length. He was not rich enough to possess a house of his own at Baiae, Praeneste, or Salerno, the spots frequented by all the Roman fashionable world. But he had his wonted lodgings, Deversoria Nota, where he used to put up. When Seneca was at Baiae, he lived above a public bath, and he has furnished us a very amusing account of the sounds of all kinds that troubled his rest. Horace, who liked his ease and wished to be quiet, could not make a very long stay in those noisy places. His whim gratified, he returned as soon as possible to his peaceful house amid the fields, and I can well imagine that those few fatiguing weeks made it seem more pleasant and more sweet to him. One cannot read his works carefully without noticing that his affection for his country estate goes on constantly increasing. At first, when he had passed a few weeks there, the memory of Rome used to reawaken in his thoughts. Those large towns, which we hate when we are forced to live in them, have only to be left in order to be regretted. When Horace's slave, taking an unfair advantage of the liberty of the Saturnalia, tells his master so many unpleasant things, he reproaches him with never being pleased where he is. Romae rus optus absentem villicus urbem, tollus ad astra levis. He was himself very much vexed at his inconstancy, and accused himself of only loving Rome when he was at Tibur, and only thinking of Tibur from the moment he found himself in Rome. However, he cured himself at last of this levity, which annoyed him so much. To this he bears witness in his own favour in the letter addressed to his farmer, where he strives to convince him that one may be happy without having a public house next door. "As for me," he tells him, "thou knowest that I am self-consistent, and that each time hated business recalls me to Rome, I leave this spot with sadness." He doubtless arranged matters so as to live more and more at his country house. He looked forward to a time when it would be possible for him scarcely ever to leave it, and counted upon it to enable him to bear more lightly the weight of his closing years. They are heavy, whatever one may do, and age never comes without bringing many griefs. Firstly, the long-lived must needs leave many friends upon the way. Horace lost some to whom he was very tenderly attached. He had the misfortune to survive Virgil and Tibullus 10 years. What regrets he must have felt on the death of the great poet, of whom he said he knew no soul more bright and had no better friend. The great success of Virgil's posthumous work could only have half consoled him for his loss, for he regretted in him the man as well as the poet. He had also great cause to grieve for Maecenas, whom he so dearly loved. This favourite of the emperor, this king of fashion, whose fortune all men envied, finished by being very unhappy. It is all very well to take every kind of precaution in order to ensure one's happiness, to fly from business, to seek pleasure, to amass wealth, to gather clever men about one, to surround oneself with all the charms of existence. However one may try to shut the door on them, troubles and sorrows find a way in. The saddest of it all is that Maecenas was first unhappy through his own fault. Somewhat late in life, this prudent, wise man had been foolish enough to marry a coquette, and to fall deeply in love with her. He had rivals, and among them the emperor himself, of whom he dared not be jealous. He who had laughed so much at others afforded the Romans a comedy at his own expense. His time was passed in leaving Terentia and taking her back again. He has been married more than 100 times, said Seneca, although he has had but one wife. To these domestic troubles illness was added. His health had never been good, and age and sorrows made it worse. Pliny tells us that he passed 3 whole years without being able to sleep. Enduring pain badly, he grieved his friends beyond measure by his groans. Horace, with whom he continually conversed about his approaching end, answered him in beautiful verses. Thou, Maecenas, die first. Thou, stay of my fortune, adornment of my life, the gods will not allow it, and I will not consent. Ah, if fate, hastening its blows, should tear from me part of myself in thee, what would betide the other? What should I henceforth do, hateful unto myself, and but half of myself surviving? In the midst of these sorrows, Horace himself felt that he was growing old. The hour when one finds one's self face to face with age is a serious one. Cicero, when approaching it, tried to give himself courage in advance, and being accustomed to console himself for everything by writing, he composed his De Senectute, a charming book in which he tries to deck the closing years of life with certain beauties. He had not to make use of the consolations which he prepared for himself, so we do not know whether he would have found them sufficient when the moment came. That spirit, so young, so full of life, would, I fear, have resigned itself with difficulty to the inevitable decadences of age. Nor did Horace love old age, and in his Ars Poetica he has drawn a somewhat gloomy picture of it. He had all the more reason to detest it because it came to him rather early. In one of those passages where he so willingly gives us the description of his person, he tells us that his hair whitened quickly. As a climax of misfortune he had grown very fat, and, being short, his corpulence was very unbecoming to him. Augustus, in a letter, compares him to one of those measures of liquids which are broader than they are high. If, in spite of these 2 evident signs which warned him of his age, he had tried to deceive himself, there was no lack of persons to disabuse him. There was the porter of Neaera, who no longer allowed his slave to enter, an affront which Horace was obliged to put up with without complaining. My hair whitening, said he, warns me not to quarrel. I should not have been so patient in the time of my boiling youth, when Plancus was consul. Then it was Neaera herself who declined to come when he summoned her, and, again resigning himself with a good enough grace, the poor poet found that after all she was right, and that it was natural love should prefer youth to ripened age. Ahi, quo blanda juvenem te revocant preces. Fortunately, he was not of a melancholy disposition, like his friends Tibullus and Virgil. He even had opinions on the subject of melancholy which differ widely from ours. Whereas, since Lamartine, we have assumed the habit of regarding sadness as one of the essential elements of poetry, he thought, on the contrary, that poetry has the privilege of preventing us from being sad. A man protected by the Muses, said he, flings cares and sorrows to the winds to bear away. His philosophy had taught him not to revolt against inevitable ills. However painful they be, one makes them lighter by bearing them. So he accepted old age because it cannot be eluded, and because no means have yet been found of living long without growing old. Death itself did not frighten him. He was not of those who reconcile themselves to it as well as they can by never thinking about it. On the contrary, he counsels us to have it always in mind. Think that the day which lights you is the last you have to live. The morrow will have more charm for you if you have not hoped to see it. Omnem crede diem tibi deluxisse supremum, grata superveniet quae non sperabitur hora. This is not, as might be supposed, one of those bravadoes of the timid who shout before death in order to deaden the sound of his footsteps. Horace was never more calm, more energetic, more master of his mind and of his soul than in the works of his ripe age. The last lines of his that remain to us are the firmest and most serene he ever wrote. Then, more than ever, must he have loved the little Sabine valley. When we visit these beautiful tranquil spots, we tell ourselves that they appear made to shelter the declining years of a sage. It seems as if, with old servants, a few faithful friends, and a stock of well-chosen books, the time must pass there without sadness. But I must stop. Since Horace has not taken us into his confidence respecting his last years, and nobody after him has told us of them, we are reduced to form conjectures, and we should put as few of them as possible into the life of a man who loved truth so well. Copyrighted by G.P. Putnam's Sons, New York. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5, Section 29. Selected Poems by George H. Boker. George H. Boker, 1823 to 1890. Mr. Boker was a man of leisure by inheritance, and a scholar and author by training and choice. His work is usually deliberate, careful, and polished, the work of a man of solid culture, of much experience and knowledge of the world, of a man of dignity and social position, not a bohemian. It is thoughtfully planned and carefully executed, but not written through inspiration or prompted by passion. Yet it does not lack vigor, nor are his puppets merely automata. His plays have life and force, and they are moreover good acting dramas. Francesca di Rimini, especially, with Lawrence Barrett in the role of Lanciotto, was decidedly successful on the stage. In keeping with the character of his work, the scenes of his plays are all laid in foreign countries and in other times. Portugal, England, Spain, and Italy are the fields in which his characters play their parts. His personages have an individuality of their own, and are consistently drawn. The action is lively, the humor is natural, and a needful foil to the tragedy. Mr. Boker was fond of the sonnet, as poets are apt to be who have once yielded to its attraction, and he used it with much effect. But chiefly his poems of the Civil War will make his name remembered. His lyre responded sympathetically to the heroic deeds which characterized that conflict, not always with the smoothness and polish of his more studied work, but worthily, and in the spirit of the time. He was born in Philadelphia, October 6, 1823, and died there January 2, 1890. He was graduated from Princeton in 1842, and after studying law and traveling for a number of years in Europe, settled down in his native city, where most of his life was spent. He was minister to Turkey from 1871 to 1875, and minister to Russia from 1875 to 1879. His first volume, The Lesson of Life and Other Poems, was published in 1847, and was followed by various plays, Calianos, Anne Boleyn, The Betrothal, Leonard de Guzman, Francesca di Rimini, etc., which, with some shorter pieces, were collected in Plays and Poems, published in 1856. His Poems of War appeared in 1864, and still later a number of other volumes, Street Lyrics, Our Heroic Themes, 1865, Königsmark, 1869, The Book of the Dead, 1882, a very close imitation of In Memoriam in both matter and form, and Sonnets, 1886. The Black Regiment, from Plays and Poems, Port Hudson, May 27, 1863. Dark as the clouds of even, ranked in the western heaven, waited the breath that lifts all the dread mass and drifts, tempest and falling brand, over a ruined land. So still and orderly, arm to arm, knee to knee, waiting the great event, stands the Black Regiment. Down the long dusky line, teeth gleam and eyeballs shine, and the bright bayonet, bristling and firmly set, flashed with a purpose grand, long ere the sharp command of the fierce rolling drum told them their time had come, told them what work was sent for the Black Regiment. "Now," the flag sergeant cried, "though death and hell betide, let the whole nation see we are fit to be free in this land, or bound down like the whining hound, bound with red stripes of pain in our old chains again." Oh, what a shout there went from the Black Regiment! Charge! Trump and drum awoke, onward the bondmen broke, bayonet and sabre stroke vainly opposed their rush, though the wild battles crush, with but one thought aflush, driving their lords like chaff, in the guns' mouths they laugh, or at the slippery brands, leaping with open hands, down they tear man and horse, down in their awful course, trampling with bloody heel over the crashing steel, all their eyes forward bent, rushed the Black Regiment. "Freedom!" their battle cry, "freedom, or leave to die!" Ah, and they meant the word, not as with us 'tis heard, not a mere party shout. They gave their spirits out, trusted the end to God, and on the glory sod rolled in triumphant blood, glad to strike one free blow, whether for weal or woe, glad to breathe one free breath, though on the lips of death, praying, alas, in vain, that they might fall again, so they could once more see that bust to liberty. That was what freedom lent to the Black Regiment. Hundreds on hundreds fell, but they are resting well. Scourges and shackles strong never shall do them wrong. Oh, to the living few, soldiers, be just and true. Hail them as comrades tried, fight with them side by side. Never in field or tent scorn the Black Regiment. Copyright, permission of George Boker, Esquire. The Sword Bearer, from Poems of the War, March 8, 1862. Brave Morris saw the day was lost, for nothing now remained on the wrecked and sinking Cumberland but to save the flag unstained. So he swore an oath in the sight of heaven, if he kept it the world can tell, before I strike to a rebel flag, I'll sink to the gates of hell. Here, take my sword, 'tis in my way, I shall trip o'er the useless steel, for I'll meet the lot that falls to all, with my shoulder at the wheel. So the little negro took the sword, and oh, with what reverent care, following his master step by step, he bore it here and there. A thought had crept through his sluggish brain, and shone in his dusky face, that somehow, he could not tell just how, 'twas the sword of his trampled race. And as Morse, great with his lion heart, rushed onward from gun to gun, the little negro slid after him, like a shadow in the sun. But something of pomp and of curious pride the sable creature wore, which at any time but a time like that would have made the ship's crew roar. Over the wounded, dying, and dead, like an usher of the rod, the black page, full of his mighty trust, with dainty caution trod. No heed he gave to the flying ball, no heed to the bursting shell. His duty was something more than life, and he strove to do it well. Down with our starry flag apeak, in the whirling sea we sank, and captain and crew and the sword-bearer were washed from the bloody plank. They picked us up from the hungry waves. Alas, not all! And where? Where is the faithful negro lad? Back oars, avast, look there! We looked, and, as heaven may save my soul, I pledge you a sailor's word, there, fathoms deep in the sea, he lay, still grasping the master's sword. We drew him out, and many an hour we wrought with his rigid form, ere the almost smothered spark of life by slow degrees grew warm. The first dull glance that his eyeballs rolled was down towards his shrunken hand, and he smiled and closed his eyes again, and they fell on the rescued brand. And no one touched the sacred sword, till at length, when Morris came, the little negro stretched it out, with his eager eyes aflame. And if Morris wrung the poor boy's hand, and his words seemed hard to speak, and tears ran down his manly cheeks, what tongue shall call him weak? This and the sonnets on next page are copyrighted, and used by permission of George Boker, Esquire. Sonnets. Either the sum of this sweet mutiny amongst thy features argues me some harm, or else they practise wicked treachery against themselves, thy heart, and hapless me. For as I start aside with blank alarm, dreading the glitter which begins to arm thy clouded brows, lo, from thy lips I see a smile come stealing like a loaded bee, heavy with sweets and perfumes, all ablaze with soft reflections from the flowery wall, whereon it pauses. Yet I will not raise one question more, let smile or frown befall, taxing thy love where I should only praise, and asking changes that might change thee all. Oh, for some spirit, some magnetic spark, that used nor word, nor rhyme, nor balanced pause, of doubtful phrase which so supinely draws my barren verse, and blurs love's shining mark with misty fancies. Oh, to burst the dark of smothered feeling with some new-found laws, hidden in nature, that might bridge the flaws between two beings, end this endless cark, and make hearts know what lips have never said. Oh, for some spell by which one soul might move with echoes from another, and dispread contagious music through its chords above, the touch of mimic art, that thou mightst tread beneath thy feet this wordy show of love. Here let the motions of the world be still, here let time's fleet and tireless pinions stay their endless flight, or to the present day bind my love's life and mine. I have my fill of earthly bliss, to move is to meet ill, though lavish fortune in my path might lay fame, power, and wealth, the toys that make the play of earth's grown children. I would rather till the stubborn furrows of an arid land, toil with the brute, bear famine and disease, drink bitter bondage to the very lees, than break our union by love's tender band, or drop its glittering shackles from my hand, to grasp at empty glories such as these. End of section 29. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 30 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5, Section 30. Saint Bonaventura, 1221-1274, by Thomas Davidson. Saint Bonaventura, whose original name was Giovanni di Fidenza, was born at Bagnera in Tuscany in 1221. At the age of 4 he was attacked by a severe illness, during which his mother appealed to Saint Francis for his prayers, promising that if the child recovered he should be devoted to God and become one of Francis's followers. When the child did recover, the saint, seeing him, exclaimed, "O Bonaventura," a name which clung to the boy ever afterwards, and under which he entered religion and the order of Saint Francis in 1243. Soon after, he went to the then world-renowned University of Paris, where he had for his teacher an Englishman, Alexander of Hales, the first of the schoolmen who studied the whole of Aristotle's works, and attempted to construct a Christian theology on the basis of them. Even at this time the young Italian's life was so saintly that his master, so it is reported, said of him that he seemed to have been born without the taint of original sin. He graduated in the same year as Thomas Aquinas, and immediately afterward began his career as a public teacher under the auspices of the Franciscan order, while Thomas did the same under those of the Dominican. These two men, the greatest of the schoolmen and the sweetest and sanest of the mystics, were bosom friends, and one can hardly imagine a loftier friendship. At 1256, at the early age of 35, he became general of his order, a post which he held till his death. He did much to ennoble and purify the order, and to bring it back to orthodoxy, from which then, as nearly always, it was strongly inclined to swerve. In 1265, Clement V nominated him to the see of York, but Bonaventura, unwilling probably to face so rude a climate and people, persuaded the Pope to withdraw the nomination. A few years later, under Gregory X, he was raised to the cardinalate and appointed Bishop of Albano. In 1274 he attended the Council of Lyons, and must have been deeply affected when he learned that Thomas Aquinas had died on his way thither. The success of the efforts of the council to come to terms with the Greeks was mainly due to him. This was Bonaventura's last work on earth. He died before the council was over, and was honored with a funeral whose solemnity and magnificence have seldom been equaled. It was attended by the Pope, the Eastern Emperor, the King of Aragon, the Patriarchs of Antioch and Constantinople, and a large number of bishops and priests. His relics were preserved with much reverence by the Lyonnese until the 16th century, when the Huguenots threw them into the Saône. In 1482 he was canonized by Sixtus IV, and in 1588 declared a doctor of the Church by Sixtus V. Dante places him in the heaven of the sun. Bonaventura is the sweetest and tenderest of all the medieval saints. His mode of teaching was so inspiring that even in his lifetime he was known as the Seraphic Doctor. He was a voluminous writer, his works in the Lyons edition of 1688 filling 7 folio volumes. They consist largely of sermons and commentaries on the Scriptures and the sentences of Peter the Lombard. Besides these, there is a number of opuscula, mostly of a mystic or disciplinary tendency. Most famous among these are the Breviloquium, perhaps the best compend of medieval Christian theology in existence, and the Itinerarium Mentis Indium, a complete manual of mysticism, such as was aspired to by the noblest of the mystics, a work worthy to be placed beside the Imitation of Christ, though of a different sort. Bonaventura was above all things a mystic. That is, he belonged to that class of men, numerous in many ages, who, setting small store by the world of appearance open to science, and even by science itself, seek by asceticism, meditation, and contemplation to attain a vision of the world of reality, and finally of the supreme reality, God himself. Such mysticism is almost certainly derived from the Far East, but so far as Europe is concerned, it owes its origin mainly to Plato and his notion of a world of ideas distinct from the real world, lying outside of all mind, and attainable only by strict mental discipline. This notion, simplified by Aristotle into the notion of a transcendent God eternally thinking himself, was developed into a hierarchic system of being by the Neoplatonists, Plotinus, Porphyry, etc., and from them passed into the Christian Church, partly through Augustine and the pseudo-Dionysius Areopagita, and partly through the Muslim and Jewish thinkers of later times. Though at first regarded with suspicion by the Western Church, it was too closely interwoven with Latin Christianity and too germane to the spirit of monasticism not to become popular. Its influence was greatly strengthened by the mighty personality of that prince of mystics, Saint Bernard, 1091 to 1153, from whom it passed on to the monastery school of Saint Victor in Paris, where it was worthily represented by the two great names of Hugo, 1096 to 1141, and Richard, 1100 to 1173. From the writings of these, and from such works as the Liber de Causis, recently introduced into Europe through the Moslem, Bonaventura derived that mystical system which he elaborated in his Itinerarium and other works. A magnificent edition of his works is now being edited by the Fathers of the College of St. Bonaventura at Quaracchi, near Florence, 1882. There is a small, very handy edition of the Breviloquium and Itinerarium together by Hefele Tubington, 1861, on the beholding of God in his footsteps in this sensible world. But since, as regards the mirror of sensible things, we may contemplate God not only through them, as through footprints, but also in them, in so far as he is in them by essence, power, and presence, and this consideration is loftier than the preceding. Therefore this kind of consideration occupies the second place, as the second grade of contemplation, whereby we must be guided to the contemplation of God in all created things which enter our minds through the bodily senses. We must observe, therefore, that this sensible world, which is called the macrocosm, that is, the long world, enters into our soul, which is called the microcosm, that is, the little world, through the gates of the five senses, as regards the apprehension, delectation, and distinction of these sensible things, which is manifest in this way. In the sensible world some things are generant, others are generated, and others direct both these. Generant are the simple bodies, that is, the celestial bodies and the four elements. For out of the elements, through the power of light, reconciling the contrariety of elements in things mixed, are generated and produced whatever things are generated and produced by the operation of natural power. Generated are the bodies composed of the elements, as minerals, vegetables, sensible things, and human bodies. Directing both these and those are the spiritual substances, whether altogether conjunct, like the souls of the brutes, or separately conjunct, like rational souls, or altogether separate, like the celestial spirits, which the philosophers call intelligences, we angels. On these, according to the philosophers, it devolves to move the heavenly bodies, and for this reason the administration of the universe is ascribed to them as receiving from the first cause, that is, God, that inflow of virtue which they pour forth again in relation to the work of government, which has reference to the natural consistence of things. But according to the theologians, the direction of the universe is ascribed to these same beings as regards the works of redemption, with respect to which they are called ministering spirits, sent forth to do service for the sake of them that shall inherit salvation. Man, therefore, who is called the lesser world, has 5 senses, like 5 gates, through which the knowledge of all the things that are in the sensible world enters into his soul. For through sight there enter the sublime and luminous bodies and all other colored things; through touch, solid and terrestrial bodies; through the 3 intermediate senses, the intermediate bodies; through taste, the aqueous; through hearing, the aerial; through smell, the vaporable, which have something of the humid, something of the aerial, and something of the fiery or hot, as is clear from the fumes that are liberated from spices. There enter, therefore, through these doors, not only the simple bodies, but also the mixed bodies, compounded of these. Seeing then that with sense we perceive not only these particular sensibles, light, sound, odor, savor, and the 4 primary qualities which touch apprehends, but also the common sensibles, number, magnitude, figure, rest, and motion; and seeing that everything which moves is moved by something else, and certain things move and rest of themselves, as do the animals; in apprehending through these 5 senses the motions of bodies, we are guided to the knowledge of spiritual motions, as by an effect to the knowledge of causes. In the 3 classes of things, therefore, the whole of this sensible world enters the human soul through apprehension. These external sensible things are those which first enter into the soul through the gate of the 5 senses. They enter, I say, not through their substances, but through their similitudes, generated first in the medium, and from the medium in the external organ, and from the external organ in the internal organ, and from this in the apprehensive power, and thus generation in the medium, and from the medium in the organ, and the direction of the apprehensive power upon it, produce the apprehension of all those things which the soul apprehends externally. This apprehension, if it is directed to a proper object, is followed by delight. The sense delights in the object perceived through its abstract similitude, either by reason of its beauty, as in vision, or by reason of its sweetness, as in smell and hearing, or by reason of its healthfulness, as in taste and touch, properly speaking. But all delight is by reason of proportion. But since species is the ground of form, power, and action, according as it has reference to the principle from which it emanates, the medium into which it passes, or the term upon which it acts, therefore proportion is observed in 3 things. It is observed in similitude, inasmuch as it forms the ground of species or form, and so is called speciosity, because beauty is nothing but numerical equality, or a certain disposition of parts accompanied with sweetness of color. It is observed in so far as it forms the ground of power or virtue, and thus is called sweetness, when the active virtue does not disproportionately exceed the recipient virtue, because the sense is depressed by extremes and delighted by means. It is observed in so far as it forms the ground of efficacy and impression, which is proportional when the agent in impressing satisfies the need of the patient, and this is to preserve and nourish it, as appears chiefly in taste and touch. And thus we see how by pleasure external delightful things enter through similitude into the soul, according to the 3-fold method of delectation. After this apprehension and delight there comes discernment, by which we not only discern whether this thing be white or black, because this alone belongs to the outer sense, and whether this thing be wholesome or hurtful, because this belongs to the inner sense, but also discern why this delights, and gives a reason therefor. And in this act we inquire into the reason of the delight, which is derived by the sense from the object. This happens when we inquire into the reason of the beautiful, the sweet, and the wholesome, and discover that it is a proportion of equality. But a ratio of equality is the same in great things and in small. It is not extended by dimensions. It does not enter into succession, or pass with passing things. It is not altered by motions. It abstracts, therefore, from place, time, and motion, and for this reason it is immutable, uncircumscribable, interminable, and altogether spiritual. Discernment, then, is an action which, by purifying and abstracting, makes the sensible species, sensibly received through the senses, enter into the intellective power, and thus the whole of this world enters into the human soul by the gates of the five senses, according to the three aforesaid activities. All these things are footprints in which we may behold our God. For since an apprehended species is a similitude generated in a medium, and then impressed upon the organ, and through that impression leads to the knowledge of its principle, that is, of its object, it manifestly implies that that eternal light generates from itself a similitude or splendor co-equal, co-substantial, and co-eternal, and that he who is the image and similitude of the invisible God, and the splendor of the glory, and the figure of the substance which is everywhere, generates by his first generation of himself his own similitude in the form of an object in the entire medium, unites himself by the grace of union to the individual of rational nature, as a species to a bodily organ, so that by this union he may lead us back to the Father as the fontal principle and object. If, therefore, all cognizable things generate species of themselves, they clearly proclaim that in them, as in mirrors, may be seen the eternal generation of the Word, the image and the Son eternally emanating from God the Father. Since, therefore, all things are beautiful, and in a certain way delightful, and since beauty and delight are inseparable from proportion, and proportion is primarily in numbers, all things must of necessity be full of number. For this reason, number is the chief exemplar in the mind of the artificer, and in things the chief footprint leading to wisdom. Since this is most manifest to all, and most close to God, it leads us most closely and by seven differences to God, and makes him known in all things corporeal and sensible. And while we apprehend numerical things, we delight in numerical proportions, and judge irrefragably by the laws of these. For every creature is by nature an effigy and similitude of that eternal wisdom. But especially so is that creature which in the book of Scriptures was assumed by the spirit of prophecy for the prefiguration of spiritual things. More especially those creatures in whose effigy God was willing to appear for the angelic ministry, and most especially that creature which he was willing to set forth as a sign, and which plays the part not only of a sign, as that word is commonly used, but also of a sacrament. End of section 30.
Section 31 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5, Section 31. Essay on George Borrow by Julian Hawthorne. George Borrow, 1803 to 1881. George Borrow lived 78 years and published 10 books. In his veins was mingled the blood of Cornwall and of Normandy, but though proud of this strain, he valued still more that personal independence which, together with his love of strange tongues and his passion for outdoor life, molded his career. His nature was mystical and eccentric, and he sometimes approached, though he never crossed, the confines of insanity. Yet his instincts were robust and plain. He was an apostle of English ale and a master of the art of self-defense. He was an uncompromising champion of the Church of England and the savage foe of papistry. He despised kid-glove gentility in life and literature, and delighted to make his spear ring against the hollow shield of social convention. A nature so complicated and individual, so outspoken and aggressive, could not slip smoothly along the grooves of civilized existence. He was soundly loved and hated, but seldom or never understood. And the obstinate pride which gave projection to most of his virtues was also at the bottom of his faults. He better liked to perplex than to open himself to his associates. He wilfully repelled where he might have captivated. Some human element was wanting in him. He was strong, masculine, subtle, persistent, of a lofty and austere spirit, too proud even to be personally ambitious, gifted with humor and insight, fearless and faithful, but no tenderness, no gentleness, no inviting human warmth ever appears in him. And though he could reverence women and admire them and appreciate them also from the standpoint of the senses, they had no determining sway over his life or thought. If there be any man in English history whom such a summary of traits as this recalls, it is Dean Swift. Nevertheless, Borrow's differences from him are far greater than the resemblances between them. Giant force was in both of them. Both were enigmas. But the deeper we penetrate into Borrow, the more we like him. Not so with the blue-eyed Dean. Borrow's depths are dark and tortuous, but never miasmic, and as we grope our way through them, we may stumble upon treasures, but never upon rottenness. A man who can be assigned to no recognized type, who flocks by himself, as the saying is, cannot easily be portrayed. We lose the main design in our struggle with the details. Indeed, no two portraits of such a man can be alike. They will vary according to the temperament and limitations of the painter. It is safe to assert, however, that insatiable curiosity was at the base both of his character and of his achievements. Instincts he doubtless had in plenty, but no intuitions. Everything must be construed to him categorically. But his capacity keeps pace with his curiosity. He promptly assimilates all he learns, and he can forget nothing. Probably this investigating passion had its cause in his own unlikeness to the rest of us. He was as a visitor from another planet, pledged to send home reports of all he saw here. His success in finding strange things is prodigious. His strange eye detects oddities and beauties to which we, to the manner born, were strange. Adventures attend him everywhere, as the powers of earth and air on Prospero. Here comes the king of the vipers, the dry stubble crackling beneath his outrageous belly. Yonder the foredoomed sailor promptly fulfills his own prediction, falling from the yard-arm into the Bay of Biscay. Anon the ghastly visage of Mrs. Hearn of the hairy ones glares for a moment out of the midnight hedge. Again a mysterious infatuation drives the wealthy idler from his bed, out into the inclement darkness, and up to the topmost bough of the tree, which he must touch ere he can rest. And now, in the gloom of the memorable dingle, the horror of fear falls upon the amateur tinker. The evil one grapples terribly with his soul. Blots of foam fly from his lips, and he is dashed against the trees and stones. An adventure truly fit to stand with any of medieval legend, and compared with which the tremendous combat with blazing Bosville, the flaming Tin Man, is almost a relief. But in what perilous fairyland forlorn do all these and 1,000 more strange and moving incidents take place? Why, in the quiet lanes and byways of 19th century England, or perchance in priest-ridden Spain, where the ordinary traveller can for the life of him discover nothing more startling than beef and beer, garlic and crucifixes. Adventures are in the adventurer. Man and nature were Borrow's study, but England was his love. In him exalted patriotism touches its apogee. How nobly and uncompromisingly is he jealous of her honor, her glory, and her independence. In what eloquent apostrophes does he urge her to be true to her lofty traditions, to trample on base expediency, and cleave to the brave and true. In what resounding jeremiads does he denounce woe upon her traitors and seducers. With what savage sarcasm and scorn does he dissect the soul of the man in black. No other writing more powerful, picturesque, and idiomatic has been done in this century. He will advocate no policy less austere than purity, courage, and truth. There is in his zeal a narrowness that augments its strength, yet lessens its effect so far as practical issues are concerned. He is an idealist, but surely no young man can read his stern, throbbing pages without a kindling of the soul and a resolve to be high in deed and aim, and there is no gauging the final influence of such spiritual stimulus. England and mankind must be better for this lonely, indignant voice. England and England's religion and the Bible in its integrity, these are the controlling strings of Borrow's harp. Yet he had his youthful period of religious doubt and philosophic sophism. Has he not told how walls and ceilings rang with the hey of the man with the face of a lion, when the gray-haired boy intimated his skepticism? But vicissitudes of soul and body, aided by the itinerant Welsh preacher, cleansed him of these errors, and he undertook and carried through the famous crusade recorded in The Bible in Spain, a narrative of adventure and devotion which fascinated and astonished England, and sets its author abreast of the great writers of his time. It is as irresistible today as it was 50 years ago. It stands alone. Only Trelawney's Adventures of a Younger Son can be compared with it as narrative, and Trelawney's book lacks the grand central feature which gives dignity and unity to Borrow's. Being a story of fact, The Bible in Spain lacks much of the literary art and felicity, as well as the imaginative charm of Lavengro, but within its own scope it is great, and nothing can supersede it. Gypsydom, in all its aspects, though logically a side issue with Borrow, was nevertheless the most noticeable thing relating to him. It engaged and colored him on the side of his temperament. And in the picture we form of a man, temperament tells far more than intellect, because it is more individual. Later pundits have called in question the academic accuracy of Borrow's researches in the Romany language, but such frettings are beside the mark. Borrow is the only genuine expounder of gypsiness that ever lived. He laid hold of their vitals, and they of his. His act of brotherhood with Mr. Jasper Petulengro is but a symbol of his mystical alliance with the race. This is not to say that he fathomed the heart of their mystery. The gypsies themselves cannot do that. But he comprehended whatever in them is open to comprehension, and his undying interest in them is due not only to his sympathy with their way of life, but to the fact that his curiosity about them could never be quite satisfied. Other mysteries come and go, but the gypsy mystery stays with us, and was to Borrow a source of endless content. For after sharpening his wits on the ethnological riddle, he could refresh himself with the psychical aspect of the matter, discovering in them the incarnation of one essential human quality incompletely present in all men. They are the perfect vagabonds, but the germ of vagabondage inheres in mankind at large, and is the source of the changes that have resulted in what we call civilization. Borrow's nature comprised the gypsy, but the gypsy by no means comprised him. He wandered like them, but the object of his wanderings was something more than to tell duckery pens, poison pigs, mend kettles, or deal in horseflesh. Therefore he puzzled them more than they did him. The Gypsies of Spain, 1841, was his first book about them. Lavengro came 10 years later, and Romany Rye 6 years after that. In 1874 he returns to the subject in Roman Lavolil, a sort of dictionary and phrase book of the language, but unlike any other dictionary and phrase book ever conceived. It is well worth reading as a piece of entertaining literature. His other books are translations of Norse and Welsh poetry, and a book of travels in wild Wales, published in 1862. All these works are more than readable. The translations, though rugged and unmusical, have about them a frank sensuousness and a primitive force that are amusing and attractive. But, after all, Borrow is never thoroughly himself in literature unless the gypsies are close at hand, and of all his gypsy books, Lavengro is by far the best. Indeed, it is so much the best and broadest thing that he produced, that the reader who would know Borrow need never go beyond these pages. In Lavengro we get the culmination of both the author and the man. It is his book in the full sense, and may afford profitable study to any competent reader for a lifetime. Lavengro, in fact, is like nothing else in either biography or fiction, and it is both fictitious and biographical. It is the gradual revelation of a strange, unique being, but the revelation does not proceed in an orderly and chronological fashion. It is not begun in the first chapter, and still less is it completed in the last. After a careful perusal of the book, you will admit that though it has fascinated and impressed you, you have quite failed to understand it. Why is the author so whimsical? Wherefore these hinted but unconfessed secrets? Why does he stop short on the brink of an important disclosure, and diverge, under cover of a line of asterisks, into another subject? But Borrow in Lavengro is not constructing a book, he is creating one. He has the reserves of a man who respects his own nature, yet he treats the reader fairly. If you are worthy to be his friend, by and by you will see his heart. Look again, and yet again. That passage in a former chapter was incomplete, but look ahead 100 pages, and consider a paragraph there. By itself it seems to say little, but gradually you recognize in it a part of the inwoven strand which disappears in one part of the knot and emerges in another. Though you cannot solve the genial riddle today, you may tomorrow. The only clue is sympathy. This man hides his heart for him who has the mate to it, and beneath the whimsical, indifferent, proud, and cold exterior, how it heaves and fears and loves and wonders. This is a wild, unprecedented, eloquent, mysterious, artistic, yet artless book. It is alive. It tells of an existence apart, yet in contact with the deep things of all human experience. No other man ever lived as Borrow did, and yet his book is an epitome of life. The magic of his personal quality beguiles us on every page, but deeper still lie the large, immutable traits that make all men men, and avouch the unity of mankind. Romany Rye is the continuation of Lavengro, but scarcely repeats its charm. Its most remarkable feature is an appendix, in which Borrow expounds his views upon things in general, including critics and politics. It is a marvellously trenchant piece of writing, and from the literary point of view delightful, but it must have hurt a good many people's feelings at the time it was published, and even now shows the author on his harsh side only. We may agree with all he says, and yet wish he had uttered it in a less rasping tone. Like nearly all great writers, Borrow, in order to get his best effects, must have room for his imagination. Mere fact would not rouse him fully, and abstract argument still less. In Lavengro he hit upon his right vein, and he worked it in the fresh maturity of his power. The style is Borrow's own, peculiar to him, eloquent, rugged, full of liturgical repetitions, shunning all soft assonances and refinements, and yet with remote sea-like cadences and unhackneyed felicities that rejoice the jaded soul. Writing with him was spontaneous, but never heedless or unconsidered. It was always the outcome of deep thought and vehement feeling. Other writers and their books may be twain, but Borrow and his books are one. Perhaps they might be improved in art or arrangement or subject, but we should no longer care for them then, because they would cease to be Borrow. Borrow may not have been a beauty or a saint, but a man he was, and good or bad, we would not alter a hair of him. Nothing like an adequate biography of Borrow has ever been published. A few dates and some more or less intelligent opinions about his character and work are the sum of what we know of him, outside his own books. Some of the dates are probably guesswork. Most of the opinions are incompetent. It is time that some adequate mind assembled all available materials and digested them into a satisfactory book. It is hardly worth while to review the few meagre details. Borrow was born in 1803 and died in 1881. His father, a soldier, failed to make a solicitor of him, and the youth, at his father's death, came up to London to live or die by literature. After much hardship, of which the chapters in Lavengro describing the production of Joseph's Cell convey a hint, he set out on a wandering pilgrimage over England, Europe, and the East. As agent for the British and Foreign Bible Society, he traversed Spain and Portugal, sending to the Morning Herald letters descriptive of his adventures, which afterwards were made the substance of his books. He married at 37, and lived at Outen Broad nearly all his life after. His wife died a dozen years before him in 1869. She left no children. His first book, a translation of Klinger's Faust, appeared in 1825. His last, The Gypsy Dictionary, in 1874. A volume called Penquite and Pentyre on Cornwall was announced in 1857, but seems never to have been published. Targum, a collection of translations from 30 languages and dialects, was a tour de force belonging to the year 1835. On the whole, Borrow was not a voluminous writer, but what he wrote tells. End of section 31.
Section number 32 of the Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. Section 32. At the Horse Fair, from Lavengro, by George Barrow. "What horse is that?" said I to a very old fellow, the counterpart of the old man on the pony, save that the last wore a faded suit of velveteen, and this one was dressed in a white frock. "The best in Mother England," said the very old man, taking a knob stick from his mouth and looking me in the face, at first carelessly, but presently with something like interest. "He is old like myself, but can still trot his 20 miles every hour. You won't live long, my swain. Tall and overgrown ones like thee never do. Yet if you should chance to reach my years, you may boast to thy great-grandboys, thou hast seen marshland shales. Amen. I did for the horse what I would neither do for earl or baron. Doffed my hat. Yes, I doffed my hat to the wondrous horse, the fast trotter, the best in Mother England. And I too drew a deep ah, and repeated the words of the old fellows around. Such a horse as this we shall never see again. A pity that he is so old. Now during all this time I had a kind of consciousness that I had been the object of some person's observation, that eyes were fastened upon me from somewhere in the crowd. Sometimes I thought myself watched from before, sometimes from behind, and occasionally methought that if I just turned my head to the right or left, I should meet a peering and inquiring glance. And indeed once or twice I did turn, expecting to see somebody whom I knew, yet always without success, though it appeared to me that I was but a moment too late, and that someone had just slipped away from the direction to which I turned, like the figure in a magic lantern. Once I was quite sure that there were a pair of eyes glaring over my shoulder. My attention, however, was so fully occupied with the objects which I have attempted to describe, that I thought very little of this coming and going, this flitting and dodging, of I knew not whom or what. It was after all a matter of sheer indifference to me who was looking at me. I could only wish whomsoever it might be to be more profitably employed. So I continued enjoying what I saw. And now there was a change in the scene. The wonderful old horse departed with his aged guardian. Other objects of interest are at hand. 2 or 3 men on horseback are hurrying through the crowd. They are widely different in their appearance from the other people of the fair. Not so much in dress, for they are clad something after the fashion of rustic jockeys, but in their look. No light brown hair have they, no ruddy cheeks, no blue, quiet glances belong to them. Their features are dark, the locks long, black, and shining, and their eyes are wild. They are admirable horsemen, but they do not sit the saddle in the manner of common jockeys. They seem to float or hover upon it like gulls in the waves. 2 of them are mere striplings, but the third is a very tall man with a countenance heroically beautiful, but wild, wild, wild. As they rush along, the crowd gives way on all sides, and now a kind of ring or circus is formed, within which the strange men exhibit their horsemanship, rushing past each other in and out after the manner of a reel, the tall man occasionally balancing himself upon the saddle and standing erect on one foot. He had just regained his seat after the latter feat, and was about to push his horse to a gallop, when a figure started forward close from beside me, and laying his hand on his neck and pulling him gently downward, appeared to whisper something into his ear. Presently the tall man raised his head, and scanning the crowd for a moment in the direction in which I was standing, fixed his eyes full upon me, and anon the countenance of the whisperer was turned, but only in part, and the side glance of another pair of wild eyes was directed towards my face. But the entire visage of the big black man, half stooping as he was turned full upon mine. But now, with a nod to the figure who had stopped him, and with another inquiring glance at myself, the big man once more put his steed into motion, and after riding round the ring a few more times, darted through a lane in the crowd, and followed by his 2 companions, disappeared. Whereupon the figure who had whispered to him, and had subsequently remained in the middle of the space, came towards me, and cracking a whip which he held in his hand so loudly that the report was nearly equal to that of a pocket pistol, he cried in a strange tone, "What! a sap engro? Lor, a sap engro upon the hill!" "I remember that word," said I, "and I almost think I remember you. You can't be—" "Jasper, your pal, truth and no lie, brother." "It is strange that you should have known me," said I. I am certain, but for the word you used, I should never have recognized you. Not so strange as you may think, brother. There is something in your face which would prevent people from forgetting you, even though they might wish it, and your face is not much altered since the time you wot of, though you are so much grown. I thought it was you, but to make sure I dodged about, inspecting you. I believe you felt me, though I never touched you, a sign, brother, that we are akin, that we are dui pallor, two relations. Your blood beat when mine was near, as mine always does at the coming of a brother, and we became brothers in that lane. And where are you staying, said I, in this town? Not in the town. The like of us don't find it exactly wholesome to stay in towns. We keep abroad. But I have a little to do here. Come with me. I'll show you where we stay. We descended the hill in the direction of the north, and passing along the suburb reached the old Norman bridge, which we crossed. The chalk precipice, with the ruin on its top, was now before us. But turning to the left we walked swiftly along, and presently came to some rising ground, which ascended, we found ourselves upon a wild moor or heath. You are one of them, said I, whom people call. Just so, said Jasper, but never mind what people call us. And that tall, handsome man on the hill whom you whispered, I suppose he's one of ye. What is his name? Tonno Cicno, said Jasper, which means the small one. We call him such because he is the biggest man of all our nation. You say that he is handsome. That is not the word, brother. He is the beauty of the world. Women run wild at the sight of Tonno. The Earl's daughter, near London, a fine young lady with diamonds round her neck, fell in love with Tonno. I have seen that lass on a heath, as this may be, kneel down to Tonno, clasp his feet, begging to be his wife, or anything else, if she might go with him. But Tonno would have nothing to do with her. I have a wife of my own, said he, a lawful Romany wife, whom I love better than the whole world, jealous though she sometimes be. And is she very beautiful? Said I. Why, you know, brother, beauty is frequently a matter of taste. However, as you ask my opinion, I should say not quite so beautiful as himself. We had now arrived at a small valley between two hills or downs, the sides of which were covered with furze. In the midst of the valley were various carts and low tents forming a rude kind of encampment. Several dark children were playing about, who took no manner of notice of us. As we passed one of the tents, however, a canvas screen was lifted up, and a woman, supported upon a crutch, hobbled out. She was about the middle age, and besides being lame, was bitterly ugly. She was very slovenly dressed, and on her swarthy features ill nature was most visibly stamped. She did not deign me a look, but addressing Jasper in a tongue which I did not understand, appeared to put some eager questions to him. He's coming, said Jasper, and passed on. Poor fellow, said he to me, he has scarcely been gone an hour, and she is jealous already. Well, he continued, what do you think of her? You have seen her now, and can judge for yourself. That ere woman is Tonno Cincco's wife. We went to the farthest of the tents, which stood at a slight distance from the rest, and which exactly resembled the one which I have described on a former occasion. We went in and sat down, one on each side of a small fire which was smouldering on the ground. There was no one else in the tent but a tall, tawny woman of middle age, who was busily knitting. Brother, said Jasper, I wish to hold some pleasant discourse with you. As much as you please, said I, provided you can find anything pleasant to talk about. Never fear, said Jasper, and first of all we will talk of yourself. Where have you been all this long time? Here and there, said I, and far and near, going about with the soldiers. But there is no soldiering now, so we have sat down, father and family, in the town there. And do you still hunt snakes? Said Jasper. No, said I have given up that long ago. I do better now. Read books and learn languages. Well, I am sorry you have given up your snake hunting. Many's the strange talk I have had with our people about your snake and yourself, and how you frightened my father and mother in the lane. And where are your father and mother? Where I shall never see them, brother. At least, I hope so. Not dead? No, not dead. They are Bichedi Podel. What's that? Sent across. Banished. Ah, I understand. I am sorry for them. And so you are here alone. Not quite alone, brother. No, not alone, but with the rest. Don Chinko takes care of you. Takes care of me, brother? Yes, stands to you in the place of a father. Keeps you out of harm's way. What do you take me for, brother? For about 3 years older than myself. Perhaps you are the Gorgios, and I am a Romany Chow. Tono Chinko, take care of Jasper Catalangro? Is that your name? Don't you like it? Very much, but I never heard a sweeter. Is it something like what you call me? The horseshoe master and the snake fellow. I am the first. Who gave you that name? Ask Pharaoh. I would if he were here, but I do not see him. I am Pharaoh. Then you are a king? Chachi Penpal. I do not understand you. Where are your languages? Do you want 2 things, brother? Mother sense and gentle Romany. What makes you think that I want sense? That being so old, you can't yet guide yourself. I can read Dante, Jasper. Anon, brother. I can charm snakes, Jasper. I know you can, brother. Yes, and horses too. Bring me the most vicious in the land. If I whisper, he'll be tame. Then the more shame for you, a snake fellow, a horse witch, and a little reader. Yet you can't shift for yourself. I laugh at you, brother. Then you can shift for yourself? For myself and for others, brother. And what does Cheek know? Sells me horses when I bid him. Those horses on the chong were mine. And has he none of his own? Sometimes he has, but he is not so well off as myself. When my father and mother were Bichadi Podel, which, to tell you the truth, they were for chiving Wafodo Luvu, they left me all they had, which was not a little, and I became the head of our family, which was not a small one. I was not older than you when that happened, yet our people said that they had never a better kralis to contrive and plan for them, and to keep them in order. And this is so well known that many Romani Chows, not of our family, come and join themselves to us, living with us for a time in order to better themselves, more especially those of the poorer sort, who have little of their own. Tano is one of these. Is that fine fellow poor? One of the poorest, brother, handsome as he is. He has not a horse of his own to ride on. Perhaps we may put it down to his wife, who cannot move about, being a cripple, as you saw. And you are what is called a gypsy king? Aye, a Romani Chow. Are there other kings? Those who call themselves so, but the true Pharaoh is Petulengro. Did Pharaoh make horseshoes? The first who ever did, brother. Pharaoh lived in Egypt. So did we once, brother. And you left it? My fathers did, brother. And why did you come here? They had their reasons, brother. And you are not English? We are not Gorgios. And you have a language of your own? Availle. This is wonderful. Ha ha! Cried the woman who had hitherto sat knitting at the farther end of the tent without saying a word, though not inattentive to our conversation, as I could perceive by certain glances which she occasionally cast upon us both. "Ha! ha!" she screamed, fixing upon me two eyes which shone like burning coals, and which were filled with an expression both of scorn and malignity. "It is wonderful, is it, that we should have a language of our own? What, you grudge the poor people the speech they talk among themselves? That's just like you Gorgios. You would have everybody stupid, single-tongued idiots like yourselves. We are taken before the Poknees of the Gave, myself and sister, to give an account of ourselves. So I say to my sister's little boy, speaking Romani, I says to the little boy who is with us, run to my son Jasper and the rest, and tell them to be off. There are hawks abroad. So the Poknees questions us, and lets us go, not being able to make anything of us. But as we are going, he calls us back. Good woman, says the Poknees, what was that I heard you say just now to the little boy? I was telling him, your worship, to go and see the time of day, and to save trouble, I said it in our language. Where did you get that language? Says the Poknees. 'Tis our own language, sir, I tells him. We did not steal it. Shall I tell you what it is, my good woman? Says the Poknees. I would thank you, sir, says I, for 'tis often we are asked about it. Well then, says Poknees, it is no language at all, merely a made-up gibberish. Oh, bless your wisdom, says I, with a curtsy. You can tell us what our language is without understanding it. Another time we meet a parson. Good woman, says he, what is that you are talking? Is it broken language? Of course, your reverence, says I. We are broken people. Give a shilling, your reverence, to the poor broken woman. Oh, these Gorgios, they grudge us our very language. She called you her son, Jasper. I am her son, brother. I thought you said your parents were... Bichati Podel. You thought right, brother. This is my wife's mother. Then you are married, Jasper? Aye, truly. I am husband and father. You will see wife and Chabo anon. Where are they now? In the Gave, penning Dukerin. We were talking of languages, Jasper. True, brother. Yours must be a rum one. 'Tis called Romani. I would gladly know it. You need it sorely. Would you teach it to me? None sooner. Suppose we begin now? Suppose we do, brother. Not whilst I am here, said the woman, flinging her knitting down and starting upon her feet. Not whilst I am here shall this Gorgio learn Romani. A pretty manoeuvre, truly, and what would be the end of it? I goes to the farming cur with my sister to tell a fortune and earn a few sixpence for the chabies. I sees a jolly pig in the yard, and I says to my sister, speaking Romani, do so and so, says I, which the farming man hearing, asks what we are talking about. Nothing at all, master, says I, something about the weather, when who should start up from behind a pail, where he has been listening, but this ugly Gorgio, crying out, they are after poisoning your pigs, neighbor. So we are glad to run, I and my sister, with perhaps the farm angro shouting after us. Says my sister to me when we have fairly got off, how came that ugly one to know what you said to me? Whereupon I answers, it all comes of my son Jasper, who brings the Gorgio to our fire and must needs be teaching him. Who was fool there? Says my sister. Who indeed but my son Jasper? I answers. And here should I be a greater fool to sit still and suffer it, which I will not do. I do not like the look of him. He looks over-gorgeous. An ill day to the Romans when he masters Romani, and when I says that, I pens a true Dukerin. What do you call God, Jasper? You had better be jawing, said the woman, raising her voice to a terrible scream. You had better be moving off, my Gorgio. Hang you for a keen one, sitting there by the fire and stealing my language before my face. Do you know whom you have to deal with? Do you know that I am dangerous? My name is Herne, and I comes of the hairy ones. And a hairy one she looked. She wore her hair clubbed upon her head, fastened with many strings and ligatures, and now tearing these off, her locks, originally jet black, but now partially grizzled with age, fell down on every side of her, covered her face and back as far down as her knees. No she-bear of Lapland ever looked more fierce and hairy than did that woman, as standing in the open part of the tent, with her head bent down and her shoulders drawn up, seemingly about to precipitate herself upon me, she repeated again and again, My name is Herne, and I comes from the hairy ones. I call God Duvel, brother. It sounds very like devil. It doth, brother, it doth. And what do you call divine? I mean godly. Oh, I call that Duvolsko. I am thinking of something, Jasper. What are you thinking of, brother? Would it not be a rum thing if divine and devilish were originally one and the same word? It would, brother, it would. From this time I had frequent interviews with Jasper, sometimes in his tent, sometimes on the heath, about which we would roam for hours discoursing on various matters. Sometimes mounted on one of his horses, of which he had several, I would accompany him to various fairs and markets in the neighborhood, to which he went on his own affairs, or those of the tribe. I soon found that I had become acquainted with a most singular people, whose habits and pursuits awakened within me the highest interest. Of all connected with them, however, their language was doubtless that which exercised the greatest influence over my imagination. I had at first some suspicion that it would prove a mere made-up gibberish, but I was soon undeceived. Broken, corrupted, and half in ruins as it was not long before I found that it was an original speech, far more so indeed than one or two others of high name and celebrity, which up to that time I had been in the habit of regarding with respect and veneration. Indeed, many obscure points connected with the vocabulary of these languages, and to which neither classic nor modern lore afforded any clue, I thought I could now clear up by means of this strange broken tongue, spoken by people who dwelt amongst thickets and furze bushes, in tints as tawny as their faces, and whom the generality of mankind designated, and with much semblance of justice, as thieves and vagabonds. But where did this speech come from, and who were they who spoke it? These were questions which I could not solve, and which Jasper himself, when pressed, confessed his inability to answer. But whoever we be, brother, said he, we are an old people, and not what folks in general imagine, broken gorgios. And if we are not Egyptians, we are at any rate Romani shawls. End of section 32.
Section 33 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5, Section 33. A Meeting, by George Borrow. From The Bible in Spain. It was at this town of Badajoz, the capital of Estremadura, that I first fell in with those singular people, the Zincali, Gitanos, or Spanish gypsies. It was here I met with the wild Paco, the man with the withered arm, who wielded the cachas with his left hand, his shrewd wife Antonia, skilled in Jocano Barro, or the great trick, the fierce gypsy Antonio Lopez, their father-in-law, and many other almost equally singular individuals of the errata, or gypsy blood. It was here that I first preached the gospel to the gypsy people, and commenced that translation of the New Testament in the Spanish gypsy tongue, a portion of which I subsequently printed at Madrid. After a stay of 3 weeks at Badajoz, I prepared to depart for Madrid. Late one afternoon, as I was arranging my scanty baggage, the gypsy Antonio entered my apartment, dressed in his zamarra and high-peaked Andalusian hat. Antonio: Good evening, brother. They tell me that on the Calle you intend to set out for Madrilati. Myself: Such is my intention. I can stay here no longer. Antonio: The way is far to Madrilati. There are, moreover, wars in the land, and many chories walk about. Are you not afraid to journey? Myself: I have no fears. Every man must accomplish his destiny. What befalls my body or soul was written in a gabicote 1,000 years before the foundation of the world. Antonio: I have no fears for myself, brother. The dark night is the same to me as the fair day, and the wild Carrascal as the market-place or the Chadi. I have got the barlachi in my bosom, the precious stone to which sticks the needle. Myself: You mean the lodestone, I suppose. Do you believe that a lifeless stone can preserve you from the dangers which occasionally threaten your life? Antonio: Brother, I am 50 years old, and you see me standing before you in life and strength. How could that be, unless the barlachi had power? I have been soldier and contrabandista, and I have likewise slain and robbed the Busné. The bullets of the Gabinet and of the Haracalilis have hissed about my ears without injuring me, for I carried the barlachi. I have 20 times done that which by Busné law should have brought me to the Filimisha, yet my neck was never yet squeezed by the cold garrote. Brother, I trust in the barlachi, like the Calore of old. Were I in the midst of the Gulf of Bombado, without a plank to float upon, I should feel no fear, for if I carried the precious stone, it would bring me safe to shore. The barlachi has power, brother. Myself: I shall not dispute the matter with you, more especially as I am about to depart from Badajoz. I must speedily bid you farewell, and we shall see each other no more. Antonio: Brother, do you know what brings me hither? Myself: I cannot tell, unless it be to wish me a happy journey. I am not gypsy enough to interpret the thoughts of other people. Antonio: All last night I lay awake, thinking of the affairs of Egypt, and when I arose in the morning I took the barlachi from my bosom, and scraping it with the knife, swallowed some of the dust in aguardiente, as I am in the habit of doing when I have made up my mind. And I said to myself, I am wanted on the frontiers of Castumba on a certain matter. The strange Caloro is about to proceed to Madrilati. The journey is long, and he may fall into evil hands, peradventure into those of his own blood. For let me tell you, brother, the Calés are leaving their towns and villages, and forming themselves into troops to plunder the Busné, for there is now but little law in the land, and now or never is the time for the Caloré to become once more what they were in former times. So I said, the strange Caloro may fall into the hands of his own blood and be ill-treated by them, which were shame. I will therefore go with him through the Chim de Malneux as far as the frontiers of Castumba, and upon the frontiers of Castumba I will leave the London Caloro, to find his own way to Madrilati, for there is less danger in Castumba than in the Cim del Manro, and I will then betake me to the affairs of Egypt which call me from hence. Myself. This is a very hopeful plan of yours, my friend, and in what manner do you propose that we shall travel? Antonio. I will tell you, brother. I have a gras in the stall, even the one which I purchased at Olivenças, as I told you on a former occasion. It is good and fleet, and cost me, who am a gipsy, 50 chule. Upon that gras you shall ride. As for myself, I will journey upon the macho. Myself. Before I answer you, I shall wish you to inform me what business it is which renders your presence necessary in Castumba. Your son-in-law Paco told me that it was no longer the custom of the gipsies to wander. Antonio. It is an affair of Egypt, brother, and I shall not acquaint you with it. Peradventure it relates to a horse or an ass, or peradventure it relates to a mule or a macho. It does not relate to yourself. Therefore I advise you not to inquire about it. Dosta. With respect to my offer, you are free to decline it. There is a drungruhe between here and Madrilati, and you can travel it in the birdoche or with the dromalis. But I tell you, as a brother, that there are chories upon the drun, and some of them are of the errate. Certainly few people in my situation would have accepted the offer of this singular gipsy. It was not, however, without its allurements for me. I was fond of adventure, and what more ready means of gratifying my love of it than by putting myself under the hands of such a guide? There are many who would have been afraid of treachery, but I had no fears on this point, as I did not believe that the fellow harboured the slightest ill intention towards me. I saw that he was fully convinced that I was one of the errate, and his affection for his own race and his hatred for the Busné were his strongest characteristics. I wished, moreover, to lay hold of every opportunity of making myself acquainted with the ways of the Spanish gipsies, and an excellent one here presented itself on my first entrance into Spain. In a word, I determined to accompany the gipsy. "I will go with you," I exclaimed. "As for my baggage, I will dispatch it to Madrid by the birdoche." "Do so, brother," he replied, "and the gras will go lighter. Baggage, indeed! What need of baggage have you? How the Busné on the road would laugh if they saw two calés with baggage behind them!" During my stay at Badajoz I had but little intercourse with the Spaniards, my time being chiefly devoted to the gipsies, with whom, from long intercourse with various sections of their race in different parts of the world, I felt myself much more at home than with the silent reserved men of Spain, with whom a foreigner might mingle for half a century without having half a dozen words addressed to him, unless he himself made the first advances to intimacy, which after all might be rejected with a shrug and a "no entiendo." For among the many deeply rooted prejudices of these people is the strange idea that no foreigner can speak their language, an idea to which they will still cling, though they hear him conversing with perfect ease; for in that case the utmost that they will concede to his attainments is, "habla 4 palabras y nada más," he can speak 4 words and no more. Early one morning, before sunrise, I found myself at the house of Antonio. It was a small mean building, situated in a dirty street. The morning was quite dark. The street, however, was partially illumined by a heap of lighted straw, round which 2 or 3 men were busily engaged, apparently holding an object over the flames. Presently the gipsy's door opened, and Antonio made his appearance, and casting his eye in the direction of the light, exclaimed, "The swine have killed their brother. Would that every Busné was served as yonder hog is. Come in, brother, and we will eat the heart of that hog." I scarcely understood his words, but following him, he led me into a low room, in which was a brasero, or small pan, full of lighted charcoal. Beside it was a rude table, spread with a coarse linen cloth, upon which was bread and a large pipkin, full of a mess which emitted no disagreeable savour. "The heart of the Balicho is in that puchera," said Antonio. "Eat, brother." We both sat down and ate, Antonio voraciously. When we had concluded, he arose. "Have you got your Li?" he demanded. "Here it is," said I, showing him my passport. "Good," said he. "You may want it. I want none. My passport is the Bar Lachi. Now for a glass of Rapagni, and then for the road." We left the room, the door of which he locked, hiding the key beneath a loose brick in a corner of the passage. "Go into the street, brother, whilst I fetch the caballerias from the stable." I obeyed him. The sun had not yet risen, and the air was piercingly cold. The grey light, however, of dawn enabled me to distinguish objects with tolerable accuracy. I soon heard the clattering of the animal's feet, and Antonio presently stepped forth, leading the horse by the bridle. The macho followed behind. I looked at the horse and shrugged my shoulders. As far as I could scan it, it appeared the most uncouth animal I had ever beheld. It was of a spectral white, short in the body, but with remarkably long legs. I observed that it was particularly high in the crus, or withers. "You are looking at the Grasti," said Antonio. "It is 18 years old, but it is the very best in the Cindamagno. I have long had my eye upon it. I bought it for my own use for the affairs of Egypt. Mount, brother, mount, and let us leave the Foros. The gate is about being opened." He locked the door and deposited the key in his falla. In less than a quarter of an hour we had left the town behind us. "This does not appear to be a very good horse," said I to Antonio as we proceeded over the plain. "It is with difficulty that I can make him move." "He is the swiftest horse in the Cindamagno, brother," said Antonio. "At the gallop and at the speedy trot there is no one to match him. But he is 18 years old, and his joints are stiff, especially of a morning. But let him once become heated, and the genio del viejo comes upon him, and there is no holding him in with bit or bridle. I bought that horse for the affairs of Egypt, brother." About noon we arrived at a small village in the neighbourhood of a high lumpy hill. "There is no Calo house in this place," said Antonio. "We will therefore go to the posada of the Busné, and refresh ourselves, man and beast." We entered the kitchen and sat down at the board, calling for wine and bread. There were two ill-looking fellows in the kitchen smoking cigars. I said something to Antonio in the Calo language. "What is that I hear?" said one of the fellows, who was distinguished by an immense pair of moustaches. "What is that I hear? Is it in Calo that you are speaking before me, and I a Chalan and national? Accursed gipsy, how dare you enter this posada and speak before me in that speech? Is it not forbidden by the law of the land in which we are, even as it is forbidden for a gipsy to enter the mercado? I tell you what, friend, if I hear another word of Calo coming from your mouth, I will cudgel your bones and send you flying over the housetops with a kick of my foot." "You would do right," said his companion. "The insolence of these gipsies is no longer to be borne. When I am at Merida or Badajoz, I go to the mercado, and there in a corner stand the accursed gipsies, jabbering to each other in a speech which I understand not. 'Gipsy gentleman,' say I to one of them, 'what will you have for that donkey?' 'I will have $10 for it, caballero nacional,' says the gipsy. 'It is the best donkey in all Spain.' 'I should like to see its paces,' say I. 'That you shall, most valorous,' says the gipsy, and jumping upon its back, he puts it to its paces, first of all whispering something into its ear in Calo. And truly the paces of the donkey are most wonderful, such as I have never seen before. I think it will just suit me, and after looking at it a while, I take out the money and pay for it. 'I shall go to my house,' says the gipsy, and off he runs. 'I shall go to my village,' say I, and I mount the donkey. 'Vamonos,' I say, but the donkey won't move. I give him a switch, but I don't get on the better for that. What happens, brother? The wizard no sooner feels the prick than he bucks down, and flings me over his head into the mire. I get up, and look about me. There stands the donkey staring at me, and there stands the whole gypsy canaille squinting at me with their filmy eyes. "Where is the scamp who sold me this piece of furniture?" I shout. "He is gone to Granada, valorous," says one. "He is gone to see his kindred among the Moors," says another. "I just saw him running over the field in the direction of , with the devil close behind him," says a third. In a word, I am tricked. I wish to dispose of the donkey. No one, however, will buy him. He is a Calo donkey, and every person avoids him. At last the gypsies offer 30 reals for him, and after much chaffering, I am glad to get rid of him at $2. It is all a trick, however. He returns to his master, and the brotherhood share the spoils amongst them. All which villainy would be prevented, in my opinion, were the Calo language not spoken. For what but the word of Calo could have induced the donkey to behave in such an unaccountable manner? Both seemed perfectly satisfied with the justness of this conclusion, and continued smoking till their cigars were burnt to stumps. When they arose, twitched their whiskers, looked at us with fierce disdain, and dashing the tobacco ends to the ground, strode out of the apartment. "Those people seem no friends to the gypsies," said I to Antonio, when the two bullies had departed, "nor to the Calo language either." "May evil glanders seize their nostrils," said Antonio. "They have been jonjabadoed by our people. However, brother, you did wrong to speak to me in Calo, in a posada like this. It is a forbidden language, for, as I have often told you, the king has destroyed the law of the Calés. Let us away, brother, for those juntes may set the justicia upon us." Towards evening we drew near to a large town or village. "That is Merida," said Antonio, "formerly, as the Busné say, a mighty city of the Corahai. We shall stay here to–night, and perhaps for a day or two, for I have some business of Egypt to transact in this place. Now, brother, step aside with the horse, and wait for me beneath yonder wall. I must go before, and see in what condition matters stand." I dismounted from the horse, and sat down on a stone beneath the ruined wall to which Antonio had motioned me. The sun went down, and the air was exceedingly keen. I drew close around me an old tattered gipsy cloak, with which my companion had provided me, and being somewhat fatigued, fell into a doze, which lasted for nearly an hour. "Is your worship the London Caloró?" said a strange voice close beside me. I started, and beheld the face of a woman peering under my hat. Notwithstanding the dusk, I could see that the features were hideously ugly and almost black. They belonged, in fact, to a gipsy crone at least 70 years of age, leaning upon a staff. "Is your worship the London Caloró?" repeated she. "I am he whom you seek," said I. "Where is Antonio?" "Curelando, curelando, baribustes curelas curela," said the crone. "Come with me, Caloró of my Garlochin. Come with me to my little care. He will be there anon." I followed the crone, who led the way into the town, which was ruinous and seemingly half deserted. We went up the street, from which she turned into a narrow and dark lane, and presently opened the gate of a large dilapidated house. "Come in," said she. "And the grass?" I demanded. "Bring the grass in too, my chabó, bring the grass in too. There is room for the grass in my little stable." We entered a large court, across which we proceeded till we came to a wide doorway. "Go in, my child of Egypt," said the hag. "Go in, that is my little stable." "The place is as dark as pitch," said I, "and may be a well for what I know. Bring a light, or I will not enter." "Give me the solabari," said the hag, "and I will lead your horse in, my chabó of Egypt, yes, and tether him to my little manger." She led the horse through the doorway, and I heard her busy in the darkness. Presently the horse shook himself. "Grasti terralamos," said the hag, who now made her appearance with the bridle in her hand. "The horse has shaken himself. He is not harmed by his day's journey. Now let us go in, my Caloró, into my little room." We entered the house, and found ourselves in a vast room, which would have been quite dark but for a faint glow which appeared at the farther end. It proceeded from a brasero, beside which was squatted two dusky figures. "These are the Calles," said the hag. "One is my daughter, and the other is her chabby. Sit down, my London Caloró, and let us hear you speak." I looked about for a chair, but could see none. At a short distance, however, I perceived the end of a broken pillar lying on the floor. This I rolled to the brasero, and sat down upon it. "This is a fine house, mother of the gipsies," said I to the hag, willing to gratify the desire she had expressed of hearing me speak. "A fine house is this of yours, rather cold and damp though. It appears large enough to be a barrack for Hundunares." "Plenty of houses in this foros, plenty of houses in Merida, my Lord Caloró, some of them just as they were left by the Corahanós. Ah, a fine people are the Corahanós. I often wish myself in their chine once more." "How is this, mother?" said I. "Have you been in the land of the Moors?" "Twice have I been in their country, my Caloró. Twice have I been in the land of the Corahai. The first time is more than 50 years ago. I was then with Sese, for my husband was a soldier of the Croix of Spain, and Oran at that time belonged to Spain." "You were not then with the real Moors," said I, "but only with the Spaniards who occupied part of their country." "I have been with the real Moors, my London Caloró. Who knows more of the real Moors than myself? About 40 years ago I was with my ro in Ceuta, for he was still a soldier of the king, and he said to me one day, 'I am tired of this place, where there is no bread and less water. I will escape and turn Corahano. This night I will kill my sergeant and flee to the camp of the Moor.' 'Do so,' said I, 'my chabo, and as soon as may be I will follow you and become a Corahane.' That same night he killed his sergeant, who 5 years before had called him Carlo and cursed him. Then running to the wall he dropped from it, and amidst many shots he escaped to the land of the Corahai. As for myself, I remained in the Presidio of Ceuta as a sutler, selling wine and rapagni to the soldiers. 2 years passed by, and I neither saw nor heard from my ro. One day there came a strange man to my cachimani. He was dressed like a Corahano, and yet he did not look like one. He looked more like a callado, and yet he was not a callado either, for he was almost black. And as I looked upon him, I thought he looked something like the Errate. And he said to me, 'Zincali, chachipe,' and then he whispered to me in queer language which I could scarcely understand, 'Your ro is waiting. Come with me, my little sister, and I will take you unto him.' 'Where is he?' said I, and he pointed to the west, to the land of the Corahai, and said, 'He is yonder away. Come with me, little sister, the ro is waiting.' For a moment I was afraid, but I bethought me of my husband, and I wished to be amongst the Corahai, so I took the little pane I had, and locking up the cachimani, went with the strange man. The sentinel challenged us at the gate, but I gave him repagni, and he let us pass. In a moment we were in the land of the Corahai. About a league from the town, beneath a hill, we found 4 people, men and women, all very black like the strange man, and we joined ourselves with them, and they all saluted me, little sister. That was all I understood of their discourse, which was very crabbed, and they took away my dress and gave me other clothes, and I looked like a Corahani. And away we marched for many days amid deserts and small villages, and more than once it seemed to me that I was amongst the Errate, for their ways were the same. The men would hokawa with mules and asses, and the women told bahi, and after many days we came before a large town, and the black man said, 'Go in there, little sister, and there you will find your ro.' And I went to the gate, and an armed Corahano stood within the gate, and I looked at his face, and lo, it was my ro. Oh, what a strange town it was that I found myself in, full of people who had once been Candore, but had renegaded and become Corahai. There were Sese and Lalore, and men of other nations, and among them were some of the Errati from my own country. All were now soldiers of the Krais of the Corahai, and followed him to his wars, and in that town I remained with my ro a long time, occasionally going out to him to the wars, and I often asked him about the black men who had brought me thither, and he told me that he had had dealings with them, and that he believed them to be of the Errati. Well, brother, to be short, my ro was killed in the wars, before a town to which the king of the Corahai laid siege, and I became a Piuli, and I returned to the village of the renegades, as it was called, and supported myself as well as I could. And one day, as I was sitting weeping, the black man, whom I had never seen since the day he brought me to my ro, again stood before me, and he said, "Come with me, little sister, come with me, the ro is at hand." And I went with him, and beyond the gate in the desert was the same party of black men and women which I had seen before. "Where is my ro?" said I. "Here he is, little sister." And the black man, "Here he is. From this day I am the ro, and you are the romi. Come, let us go, for there is business to be done." And I went with him, and he was my ro, and we lived amongst the deserts, and hokawad and chorid and told bahi, and I said to myself, "This is good. Sure, I am amongst the Errati in a better chim than my own." And I often said that they were of the Errati, and then they would laugh and say that it might be so, and that they were not Corahai, but they could give no account of themselves. Well, things went on in this way for years, and I had 3 chai by the black man. 2 of them died, but the youngest, who is the Kai who sits by the brasero, was spared. So we roamed about and choried and told bahi, and it came to pass that once in the winter time our company attempted to pass a wide and deep river, of which there are many in the Chim del Corahai, and the boat overset with the rapidity of the current, and all our people were drowned, all but myself and my chabi, whom I bore in my bosom. I had no friends amongst the Corahai, and I wandered about the despoblados, howling and lamenting, till I became half lili, and in this manner I found my way to the coast, where I made friends with the captain of a ship, and returned to this land of Spain. And now I am here, I often wish myself back again amongst the Corahai." Here she commenced laughing loud and long, and when she had ceased, her daughter and grandchild took up the laugh, which they continued so long that I concluded they were all lunatics. Hour succeeded hour, and still we sat crouching over the brasero, from which, by this time, all warmth had departed. The glow had long since disappeared, and only a few dying sparks were to be distinguished. The room or hall was now involved in utter darkness. The women were motionless and still. I shivered and began to feel uneasy. "Will Antonio be here to-night?" at length I demanded. "No tenga usted cuidado, my London caloro," said the gipsy mother in an unearthly tone. "Pepindorio has been here some time." I was about to rise from my seat and attempt to escape from the house, when I felt a hand laid upon my shoulder, and in a moment I heard the voice of Antonio. "Be not afraid, 'tis I, brother. We will have a light anon, and then supper." The supper was rude enough, consisting of bread, cheese, and olives. Antonio, however, produced a leathern bottle of excellent wine. We despatched these viands by the light of an earthen lamp, which was placed upon the floor. "Now," said Antonio to the youngest female, "bring me the pahandi, and I will sing a gachalpa." The girl brought the guitar, which with some difficulty the gipsy tuned, and then strumming it vigorously, he sang: "I stole a plump and bonny fowl, but ere I well had dined, the master came with scowl and growl, and me would captive bind. My hat and mantle off I threw, and scoured across the lea. Then cried the beng with loud halloo, where does the gipsy flee?" He continued playing and singing for a considerable time, the two younger females dancing in the meanwhile with unwearied diligence, whilst the aged mother occasionally snapped her fingers or beat time on the ground with her stick. At last Antonio suddenly laid down the instrument, exclaiming, "I see the London Colero is weary. Enough, enough, to–morrow more thereof. We will now to the charipe." "With all my heart," said I. "Where are we to sleep?" "In the stable," said he, "in the manger. However cold the stable may be, we shall be warm enough in the buffa." We remained 3 days at the gypsy's house, Antonio departing every morning on his mule, and returning late at night. The house was large and ruinous, the only habitable part of it, with the exception of the stable, being the hall where we had supped, and there the gypsy females slept at night, on some mats and mattresses in a corner. "A strange house is this," said I to Antonio, one morning, as he was on the point of saddling his mule and departing, as I supposed, on the affair of Egypt. "A strange house, and strange people. The gypsy grandmother has all the appearance of a Sowani." "All the appearance of one," said Antonio, "and she is not really one? She knows more crabbed things and crabbed words than all the Errati betwixt here and Catalonia. She has been amongst the wild Moors, and can make more draus (poisons) and philters than any one alive. She once made a kind of paste, and persuaded me to taste, and shortly after I had done so my soul departed from my body, and wandered through horrid forests and mountains, amidst monsters and duendes, during one entire night. She learned many things amidst the Corahai, which I should be glad to know." "Have you been long acquainted with her?" said I. "You appear to be quite at home in this house." "Acquainted with her?" said Antonio. "Did not my own brother marry the black Cali, her daughter, who bore him the chabi 16 years ago, just before he was hanged by the Busné?" In the afternoon I was seated with the gypsy mother in the hall. The two Callets were absent, telling fortunes about the town and neighbourhood, which was their principal occupation. "Are you married, my London Caloró?" said the old woman to me. "Are you a ro?" Myself. "Wherefore do you ask, O Dey de los Callets?" Gypsy mother. "It is high time that the lacha of the chabi were taken from her, and that she had a ro. You can do no better than take her for romi, my London Caloró." Myself. "I am a stranger in this land, O mother of the gypsies, and scarcely know how to provide for myself, much less for a romi." Gypsy mother. "She wants no one to provide for her, my London Caloró. She can at any time provide for herself and her ro. She can hocawa, telbahi, and there are few to equal her at stealing a pastesas. Were she once at Madrilati, where they tell me you are going, she would make much treasure. Therefore take her thither, for in this foros she is nahi, as it were, for there is nothing to be gained, and in the foros barrow it would be another matter if she would go dressed in lachipe and sonokai, whilst you would ride about on your black–tailed gra. And when you had got much treasure, you might return hither and live like a crallis, and all the Errati of the Chimdamanro should bow down their heads to you. What say you, my London Caloró? What say you to my plan?" Myself. "Your plan is a plausible one, mother, or at least some people would think so. But I am, as you are aware, of another chim, and have no inclination to pass my life in this country." Gypsy mother. "Then return to your own country, my Caloró. The chabi can cross the Pani. Would she not do business in London with the rest of the Caloré? Or why not go to the land of the Corahai, in which case I would accompany you, I and my daughter, the mother of the chabi." Myself. "And what should we do in the land of the Corahai? It is a poor and wild country, I believe." Gypsy mother. "The London Caloró asked me what we could do in the land of the Corahai. Aromali! I almost think that I am speaking to a Lillipende. Are there not horses to chore? Yes, I trow there are, and better ones than in this land, and asses and mules. In the land of the Corahai you must Hokawa, and Choe, even as you must here, or in your own country, or else you are no Caloró. Can you not join yourselves with the black people who live in the Despoblados? Yes, surely, and glad they would be to have among them the Arrate from Spain and London. I am 70 years of age, but I wish not to die in this chim, but yonder, far away, where both my roms are sleeping. Take the chabi, therefore, and go to Madrilati, and win the pane, and when you have got it, return, and we will give a banquet to all the Busné in Merida, and in their food I will mix drow, and they shall eat and burst like poisoned sheep, and when they have eaten we will leave them, and away to the land of the Moor, my London Caloró. During the whole time that I remained at Merida I stirred not once from the house, following the advice of Antonio, who informed me that it would not be convenient. My time lay rather heavily on my hands, my only source of amusement consisting in the conversation of the women, and in that of Antonio when he made his appearance at night. In these tertulias the grandmother was the principal spokeswoman, and astonished my ears with wonderful tales of the land of the Moors, prison escapes, thievish feats, and one or two poisoning adventures, in which she had been engaged, as she informed me, in her early youth. There was occasionally something very wild in her gestures and demeanour. More than once I observed her, in the midst of much declamation, to stop short, stare in vacancy, and thrust out her palms, as if endeavouring to push away some invisible substance. She goggled frightfully with her eyes, and once sank back in convulsions, of which her children took no further notice than observing that she was only Lili, and would soon come to herself. End of Section 33.
Section 34 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Giordano. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. Section 34. Juan Boscan, 1493 to 1540. The reign of Juan II of Spain, 1406 to 1454, characterized as it was by a succession of conspiracies and internal commotions, represents also one of the most important epochs in the history of Spanish poetry, which up to that period had found expression almost exclusively in the crude though spirited historical and romantic ballads of anonymous origin, Iliads without a Homer, as Lope de Vega called them. The first to attempt a reform in Castilian verse was the Marquis of Villena, died 1434, who introduced the allegory and a tendency to imitate classical models, and although he himself left nothing of consequence, his influence is plainly revealed in the works of his far greater pupils and successors, the Marquis of Santillana and Juan de Mena. Strangely enough, the reigns of Ferdinand and Isabella, and of the Austrian Charles V, covering the most brilliant and momentous period in Spanish history, are yet marked by comparative stagnation in letters until after the first quarter of the 16th century. During the greater part of this period, the increasing pomp and formality of the court rendered the poetry correspondingly artificial and insincere. It was not, in fact, until after many years of constant intercourse with Rome, Naples, and Florence, while the bulk of the noble youth of Spain resorted to the universities of those cities for higher education, that a widespread and profound admiration for Italian culture and refinement began to pave the way for another and more important revolution in Castilian poetry than that inaugurated by Villena. Juan Boscan Almogavar, who was the first of his nation to compose verses after the manner of Petrarch, and whose successors in the 16th century include some of the most brilliant and inspired lyrists of Spain, was born in 1493 at Barcelona, a city which had witnessed the recent triumphs of the Provençal troubadours. Boscan, however, from the beginning of his career, preferred to write in Castilian rather than in the Limosin dialect. Of patrician descent, and possessed of ample means, he entered the army like the majority of the young nobles of his age. After a brief but honorable service as a soldier, he traveled extensively abroad, which led to his becoming deeply interested in the literature and art of Italy. Meanwhile, he had produced verses in the ancient lyric style, but with only a moderate measure of success. The year 1526 found Boscan at Granada, where Andrea Navigero, ambassador from Venice to the court of Charles V, was then in residence. A common love of letters drew the two young men into closest intimacy with each other. Being with Navigero there one day, says Boscan in his letter to the Duchessa de Soma, and discoursing with him about matters of wit and letters, and especially about the different forms they take in different languages, he asked me why I did not make an experiment in Castilian of sonnets and the other forms of verse used by good Italian authors, and not only spoke to me of it thus slightly, but urged me to do it, and thus I began to try this kind of verse. At first I found it somewhat difficult, for it is of a very artful construction, and in many particulars different from ours. But afterwards it seemed to me, perhaps from the love we naturally bear to what is our own, that I began to succeed very well, and so I went on little by little with increasing zeal. Little dreamed the Venetian diplomat that, owing to his friendly advice, a school was destined to arise shortly in the poetry of Spain, which would by no means have ceased to exist after the lapse of nearly 4 centuries. From that day Boscan devoted himself to the exclusive composition of verses in the Italian measure, undeterred by the bitter opposition of the partisans of the old school. The incomparable Carlisio de la Vega, then scarcely past his majority, warmly supported the innovation of his beloved friend, and soon far surpassed Boscan himself as a writer of sonnets and canzons. The Barcelonese poet spent the remainder of his life in comparative retirement, although he appeared occasionally at court, and at one time superintended the education of the young Duke of Alva, whose name afterwards became one of such terror in the annals of the Netherlands. Boscan's death took place at Perpignan about 1540. An edition of Boscan's poems, together with those of his friend Garcilaso, was published at Barcelona in 1543. The collection is divided into 4 books, 3 of which are devoted to the productions of the elder poet. The first consists of his early efforts in the old style, songs and ballads, canciones y coplas. The second and third books contain 93 sonnets and canzons, a long poem on Hero and Leander in blank verse, an elegy, and 2 didactic epistles in terza rima, and a half-narrative, half-allegorical poem in 135 octavo stanzas. The sonnets and canzons are obvious imitations of Petrarch, yet at the same time they are stamped with a spirit essentially Spanish, and occasionally evince a deep passion and melody of their own, though they may lack the subtle fascination of their exquisite models. The Allegory, with its cleverly contrasted courts of love and jealousy, suggests the airy, graceful humor of Ariosto, and is perhaps the most agreeable and original of all Boscan's works. The Epistle to Mendoza is conceived in the manner of Horace, and amidst a fund of genial philosophic comment, contains a charming picture of the poet's domestic happiness. He also left a number of translations from the classics. While in no sense a great poet, Boscan united simplicity, dignity, and classical taste in a remarkable degree, and, inclined as he seemed to entirely banish the ancient form of verse, he yet beyond question introduced a kind of poetry which was developed to a high degree of perfection in the Castilian tongue, and which may be studied with keen delight at this day in some of the noblest poetical monuments of Spanish literature. The best modern edition of Boscan's works is published under the title of Las Obras de Juan Boscan, Madrid, 1875. On the Death of Garcilaso. Tell me, dear Garcilaso, thou, who ever aim'st at good, and in the spirit of thy vow, so swift her course pursued, that thy few steps suffice to place the angel in thy loved embrace. One instant, soon as wooed, why took'st thou not, when winged to flee from this dark world, Boscan with thee? Why, when ascending to the star, where now thou sittest enshrined, left'st thou thy weeping friend afar? Alas, so far behind! Oh, I do think, had it remained with thee to alter aught ordained by the eternal mind, thou wouldst not on this desert spot have left thy other self forgot. For if through life thy love was such as still to take a pride in having me so oft and much close to thy envied side, I cannot doubt, I must believe, thou wouldst at least have taken leave of me, or, if denied, have come back afterwards, unblest, till I too shared thy heavenly rest. Translation of Whitfin. A Picture of Domestic Happiness. From Epistle to Mendoza. This peace that makes a happy life, and that is mine through my sweet wife, beginning of my soul and end. I've gained new being through this friend. She fills each thought and each desire, up to the height I would aspire. This bliss is never found by ranging, regret still springs from saddest changing. Such loves and their beguiling pleasures are falser still than magic treasures, which gleam at eve with golden color, and change to ashes ere the morrow. But now each good that I possess, rooted in truth and faithfulness, imparts delight to every sense, for erst they were a mere pretence, and long before enjoyed they were. They changed their smiles to grisly care. Now pleasures please, love being single, evils with its delights ne'er mingle. And thus, by moderation bounded, I live by my own goods surrounded. Among my friends, my table spread, with viands we may eat nor dread. And at my side, my sweetest wife, whose gentleness admits no strife, except of jealousy the fear, whose soft reproaches more endear. Our darling children round us gather, children who will make me grandfather. And thus we pass in town our days, till the confinement something weighs. Then to our village haunt we fly, taking some pleasant company, while those we love not never come anear our rustic leafy home. For better 'tis to philosophize, and learn a lesson truly wise, from lowing herd and bleating flock, than from some men of vulgar stock. And rustics, as they hold the plough, may often good advice bestow, of love too, we may have the joy. For Phoebus, as a shepherd boy, wandered once among the clover of some fair shepherdess the lover, and Venus wept in rustic bower, Adonis turned to purple flower, and Bacchus midst the mountains drear forgot the pangs of jealous fear. And nymphs that in the water play, 'tis thus that ancient fables say, and dryads fair among the trees, fain the sprightly fauns would please. So in their footsteps follow we, my wife and I, as fond and free. Love in our thoughts and in our talk, direct we slow our sauntering walk, to some near murmuring rivulet, where 'neath a shady beech we sit, hand clasped in hand and side by side, with some sweet kisses too beside, contending there in combat kind, which best can love with constant mind. Thus our village life we live, and day by day such joys receive, till to change the homely scene, lest it pall while too serene, to the gay city we remove, where other things there are to love, and graced by novelty we find the city's concourse to our mind, while our new coming gives a joy which ever staying might destroy. We spare all tedious compliment, yet courtesy with kind intent, which savage tongues alone abuse, will often the same language use. And Monleon, our dearest guest, will raise our mirth by many a jest, for while his laughter rings again, can we to echo its refrain? And other merriment is ours, to gild with joy the lightsome hours, but all too trivial would it look, written down gravely in a book. And it is time to say adieu, though more I have to write to you. Another letter this shall tell, so now, my dearest friend, farewell. End of Section 34. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 35 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. Section 35. Jacques Bénigne Bossuet, by Adolphe Kahn. Jacques Bénigne Bossuet, sacred orator, historian, theologian, and controversialist, was born in Dijon, capital of the then Burgundy, on September 27, 1627. There is no question but he is the greatest Catholic divine whom France ever knew, and one of the greatest, some say the greatest, of prose writers and orators of that country. His importance in the literary history of France is due, moreover, not simply to the high excellence of his productions, but fully as much to their representative character. The power that was wielded with absolute authority by Louis XIV found in Bossuet the theorist who gave it a philosophical basis, and justified to the Frenchmen of the 17th century the conditions under which they lived. The future educator of Louis XIV's son sprang, like most of the great Frenchmen of that time, from the upper ranks of the bourgeoisie. The Bossuet family had been for a long time honorably connected with the legal profession and the judiciary. The father of Jacques Bénigne was in 1627 a councillor practicing before the Parlement de Dijon, where his own father had sat as a conseiller, or associate justice. Later in life he was himself called to a seat on the bench when a new Parlement was organized in the city of Metz for the province of Lorraine, 1638. 10 years later, January 24, 1648, Bossuet, who had received his education partly from the Jesuits of Dijon, partly in the celebrated Collège de Navarre in Paris, and who had been shriven for the Catholic priesthood when only 8 years of age, made what may be called his first public appearance when he defended his first thesis in theology. With this important event of his life we find connected the name of the most brilliant Frenchman of that time, the celebrated Prince de Condé, famous already by many victories, though hardly 26 years of age, who attended the disputation and had allowed the young theologian to dedicate his thesis to him. 39 years later, after a long period of close friendship, their names were again associated when the illustrious Bishop of Meaux delivered the funeral oration of the great warrior, and announced, at the close of a magnificent eulogy, that this would be the last occasion on which he would devote his oratory to the praises of any man, a promise which he kept, though he outlived his friend for no less than 17 years. Bossuet's period of study lasted until the year 1652, when at the age of 25 he was appointed Archdeacon of Sarrebourg. By virtue of his position, he thenceforward for no less than 7 years resided in Metz, a city whose peculiar position, especially in religious matters, exerted a powerful influence over the direction of his whole intellectual life. He found there what was very rare then in France, representatives of 3 religions. In addition to the Catholics to whom he was to minister, there were in Metz numerous Protestants, both Lutherans and Calvinists or Presbyterians, and a not inconsiderable number of Jews, and the city was used to continuous theological controversy between minister, rabbi, and priest. The Protestants of Metz received the teachings of 2 brilliant ministers, David Ancillon and Paul Ferry, the latter of whom soon published a catechism which was considered by the whole body of French Protestantism the clearest exposition of its doctrines. The Catholic clergy of France had then not yet renounced the hope of bringing all the inhabitants of the country to place themselves voluntarily under the spiritual guidance of Rome, and the conversions that were announced from time to time from the upper ranks both of Protestantism and Judaism to a certain degree justified such a hope. Bossuet, while constantly improving his knowledge of the writings of the Fathers, especially of St. Augustine, threw himself into the contest with characteristic energy. As against the Jews, he tried to demonstrate that the coming of Christ is clearly foretold in the prophecies. He thus became more familiar with the Old Testament than any other Catholic theologian of his time, and so far molded his style on that of the Bible that it soon became difficult to distinguish in his productions that which came out of the sacred writings from the utterances which belonged only to him. This was done, however, strange to say, without any knowledge of the Hebrew language. Bossuet never read the Bible except in Greek or Latin. There was no good French version of the Bible, and it may be stated here that there is none to the present day which occupies in the French language anything like the position held in English by the Bible of King James, or in German by Luther's version. His attitude in regard to the Protestants is more interesting, because more characteristic of the time in which he lived. France in the 17th century had become convinced that harmony, unity, fixedness are the clearest manifestations of truth, the best guarantees of peace, happiness, and prosperity, that variety and change are signs of error and harbingers of disaster. Bossuet's whole effort in his controversy with Protestantism was directed towards demonstrating that Protestantism lacks, and that Catholicism possesses, the traits which were considered by his contemporaries to clearly belong to truth. And as his opponents were not unwilling to follow him on his chosen ground, as they never for a moment denied his main proposition, his statement of the characteristics of truth, as he even managed during the controversy to bring about a number of conversions to Catholicism, he left Metz fully convinced that he was waging a successful warfare upon unassailable ground. He had been in Paris less than a year when an event happened which made him doubly sure of the soundness of his position, and tenfold increased his belief in the ultimate victory of his church over all other denominations. The Commonwealth of England collapsed, and Charles II was called to the throne from which his father had been hurled by Oliver Cromwell. Nothing can give any idea of the shock experienced by France on hearing of the development and success of the great rebellion in England. No Frenchman at that time understood what the English Constitution was. The course of French history had led the people of France to put all the strength they possessed in the hands of their kings, and to treat as a public enemy anyone who resisted, or even attempted to limit in any way the royal authority. To people holding such opinions, the English nation after the month of January 1649 appeared as a nation of parricides. And the feeling was intensified by the fact that the wife of the beheaded king, Henrietta Maria, was a sister of the King of France, a daughter of the beloved Henry IV, whose death by Ravaillac's dagger was still mourned by every French patriot. The triumph of Cromwell, the proud position which England occupied in Europe during his protectorate, left, however, hardly any hope that the rebellious nation would ever acknowledge the errors of her ways. And lo, in a moment, without any effort on his part, without any struggle, the dead king's son resumed his rights, and every one who had been in arms against him lay prostrate at his feet. The same nation that had rebelled against the levying of the ship money and the proceedings of the Star Chamber allowed Charles II almost as absolute an authority as ever the King of France possessed. Once cured of her political errors, was England not to be soon cured of her theological errors? After repenting her rebellion against the king, was she not to repent her rebellion against the Pope? Such were the questions which Bossuet, which the whole of France began to ask. Or rather, these were to them no longer questions. The people of France began to look across the Channel with confident expectation of a religious counter-revolution. The collapse of the Commonwealth could not but be followed by the collapse of the Reformation. When Louis XIV, after Cardinal Mazarin's death, took in his own hands the management of the affairs of the state, when the marriage of the brilliant Henrietta of England with the Duke of Orleans made the sister of the English king a sister-in-law to the King of France, when triumph after triumph on the field of war, of diplomacy, of literature, of art, added to the power and glory of France, which had never swerved in her allegiance either to king or church, the feeling grew that only in unity of faith, law, and king were truth and prosperity to be found by nations. The saying une foi, une loi, un roi, one faith, one law, one king, which may be said to sum up Bossuet's religious, social, and political beliefs, seemed to all an incontrovertible and self-evident axiom. These were the times when Bossuet's utterances grew in power and magnificence. He was heard in a number of Parisian churches. He was heard at court, where he several times was appointed preacher either for Advent or Lent. He delivered panegyrics of saints, and was called upon to eulogize in death those who had held the highest rank in life. He had just delivered the most splendid and the most touching of his funeral orations, those on Henrietta of France, widow of Charles I of England, November 16, 1669, and less than a year later on her unfortunate daughter, Henrietta of England, Duchess of Orleans, August 21, 1670, when the king, at the request of the upright Duc de Montausier, called him to court from the bishopric of Condom, to which he had been raised, and entrusted to him the education of his son and heir apparent, the Dauphin of France. Bossuet's royal pupil never reigned. He died in 1711, 4 years before his father's death, and it must be admitted that during the 31 years that elapsed between the moment when he came out of Bossuet's hands and the end of his life, he gave no evidence of being anything except a very commonplace sort of a man. No such halo surrounds him as surrounds his unfortunate son, the Duke of Burgundy, whose death 2 years after that of the Dauphin was mourned as a public calamity. Whether Bossuet's failure to make a great prince out of the Dauphin was due to a faulty system of education or to the unresponsive nature of the pupil can hardly be considered today a matter of great interest. But French literature was certainly the gainer by the appointment of Bossuet to the post of tutor to the prince. 3 of his most remarkable works, his Discourse upon Universal History, his Policy according to the Holy Writ, and his Treatise on the Knowledge of God and Man, were written especially for the Dauphin, and read by him as textbooks a long time before their publication. The opening sentence of the Discourse tells us clearly the author's purpose. Quote, "Were history useless to other men, it would still be necessary to have it studied by princes." End quote. In 1680, Bossuet left the Dauphin, who then married a Bavarian princess, and 1 year later he was called to the bishopric of Meaux. Louis XIV was then taking steps leading to the important and fatal venture by which 3 years later he repealed the Edict of Nantes, and forbade the existence in France of the Protestant religion. No one can deny Bossuet's share in determining the king to follow a policy so fatal to the interests of France, but at the same time so much in accord with the views of Rome. A natural outcome would have been the raising of Bossuet, who was certainly then the greatest orator, the greatest writer, and the greatest theologian in the Catholic clergy, to the cardinalate. Still, Bossuet was never a cardinal. The explanation lies in Bossuet's conduct in the year 1682. The King of France in that year called together a general assembly of the clergy of France, a kind of national council. His object was to have the clergy assert its national character, and to state that in civil matters it was subject not to the Pope, but to the King. The various statements to that effect constitute what is known as the Liberties of the Gallican Church. The statements were adopted after being drafted by Bossuet, who had at the opening of the sessions delivered before the Assembly his celebrated Sermon on the Unity of the Church, the main part of which is an eloquent defense of the above stated views. France was too powerful then for the See of Rome not to yield, but no favors were thenceforth to be expected for the spokesman of the French national clergy. Still the great divine continued his efforts, and in 1688 he put forth the most complete and masterly exposition of his beliefs, his History of the Variations of the Protestant Churches. The Revolution of 1688 and 89 in England did not in the least, sad though it seemed, weaken his faith in the ultimate triumph of Catholicism. In France at that time, the English Revolution was not considered an assertion by the people of political and religious rights, but the carrying out of a detestable family conspiracy of a daughter and son-in-law with their father's enemy. This better than anything else explains the hatred which was harbored against William III, and which found expression in the works even of as free-minded a writer as La Bruyère. It is during the period of the fiercest struggle between Louis XIV and William III that Bossuet carried on with the German philosopher Leibniz a series of negotiations, the object of which was the return to Catholicism of Protestant Germany. We need hardly state that the negotiations utterly failed. In another controversy which occupied Bossuet's last years, he was entirely successful. The most eloquent of his disciples, Fénelon, then Archbishop of Cambrai, seemed to him to have fallen into dangerous errors. He had adopted the mystic doctrine of Quietism, which had been made known to him first by an erratic woman, Madame Guyon. Bossuet determined that the eloquent archbishop must be compelled to recant. A number of works were published by him in support of his position, the most important one being his Relation on Quietism, and he did not rest until the Pope had condemned his rival, and Fénelon had submitted to censure in his own cathedral at Cambrai. Some accuse Bossuet of too much harshness in the contest. The Pope himself was reported to have said, "The Archbishop of Cambrai sinned by too much love of God, the Bishop of Meaux by too little love of his fellow man. Bossuet was then a very old man, but neither growing age nor the care that he took of what he considered the general interests of Catholic Christianity ever kept him from giving the closest attention to the spiritual government of his flock. He was a model bishop. He died April 12, 1704, aged 76 years, 6 months, and 16 days. Bossuet was a very prolific writer. In the best edition, that of Abbé Caron, begun in Versailles in 1815, his writings fill not less than 41 volumes. But it must be stated at once that a great deal of this production belongs decidedly more to theology than to French literature. Some of it is not even in French, but in Latin. For instance, Bossuet's letter to the Pope on the subject of the education of the Dauphin. Although in French, such works as the Treatise on Communion or the explanation of John the Baptist's Revelation are decidedly outside the pale of literature, as the word is usually understood. We shall mention here only those works of Bossuet which, by virtue of their perfect form and the accessibility of the subject to the general reader, are to this day more or less familiar to the best educated people in France. The first to be mentioned among these are the sermons, the funeral orations, and the discourse upon universal history. Bossuet's sermons undoubtedly were among his most perfect productions. He was a born orator. His majestic bearing, his melodious and powerful voice, his noble gestures, made the magnificent sentences, the beautiful and striking imagery of his speeches doubly impressive. Unfortunately, with only a few exceptions, Bossuet's sermons have reached us in a very imperfect form. He did not, as a rule, fully write them, and the art of taking down verbatim the utterances of public speakers had not yet been invented. The sermon on the unity of the Church we possess because Bossuet had committed it to writing before delivering it. Other impressive sermons, those on death, on the conversion of the sinner, on providence, on the duties of kings, etc., have reached us in a sufficiently correct form to give us an idea of Bossuet's eloquence. But the reader who really wishes to know the great sacred orator of Louis XIV's reign had better turn at once to the funeral orations. Bossuet's funeral orations were prepared with great care. They were delivered as a rule several months after the death of the person to be eulogized, as part of a religious ceremony in which a mass was said for the repose of his soul. Bossuet delivered 11 funeral orations, one of which, that of Anne of Austria, widow of Louis XIII and mother of Louis XIV, is lost. Of the other 10, 4 are youthful productions and deal with people of comparatively small importance. 6 remain that are known as the great funeral orations, and they were delivered between November 16, 1669, and March 10, 1687. They are those on Henrietta of France, Queen of England, Henrietta of England, Duchess of Orleans, Maria Theresa of Spain, Queen of France, Anne of Gonzaga and Clèves, Princess of the Palatinate, Michel Le Tellier, High Chancellor of France, and Louis de Bourbon, Prince of Condé. The most remarkable of these are the first 2 and the last one. In the funeral oration on Henrietta of France, Bossuet had just the kind of subject which he was best fitted to treat, and it must be considered his masterpiece. It presents in magnificent style, in pompous development, a complete exposition of his historical and political theories, together with a strikingly vivid account of the great English rebellion. His portraits of Charles I and Oliver Cromwell, the one, of course, altogether too enthusiastic, the other too severe, stand out in as bold relief as the paintings of Van Dyck or Velázquez. His theory of revolutions, which he considers the punishments inflicted by God upon sovereigns for violations of his law, is presented with a wealth of illustrations which was simply overwhelming for the audience that listened to it. It remains to this day one of the most plausible, as it will remain forever one of the most eloquent pieces of historical and theological reasoning. In the funeral oration on Henrietta of England, we find little of history, still less of politics. Here we have a domestic catastrophe of appalling suddenness. A brilliant woman, the worshipped center of the most brilliant court, one to whom the speaker himself was most tenderly attached, so abruptly snatched away by death that the suspicion of foul play at once arose, and has not to this day been entirely dispelled. Nowhere has Bossuet, nor perhaps any other orator, so powerfully depicted the uncertainty of everything human. The closeness with which he treated his subjects is well illustrated by an anecdote that is connected with this oration. Only 2 or 3 hours before her death, when already conscious of her desperate position, the unfortunate princess had directed that an emerald ring of hers should be after her death handed to the great preacher. What a pity, he was told, that such an incident cannot find place in a funeral oration. Why not? He answered. When he delivered the oration, the emerald ring was on one of the fingers of his right hand, and when speaking of the princess's virtues and charming qualities, he alluded to the art of giving, in which she signally excelled. And this art, he went on, never deserted her, not even, I know it, in the throes of death, at the same time raising his right hand and placing the precious jewel in full view of the audience. The funeral oration on the Prince de Condé shows us how he triumphed over difficulties. He was a warm friend and ardent admirer of the prince, and at the same time a devoted subject of the king, rebellion against whom he considered a very grievous sin. Yet the prince had for years been a rebel against the king during the wars of the Fronde, and had continued in the ranks of the hostile Spaniards even after all the other rebels had submitted to the royal authority. After conducting his narrative down to the time when the prince, still a faithful subject, was unjustly imprisoned by order of Cardinal Mazarin, and, he goes on, since I have to speak of these things over which I would fain keep eternally silent, until this fatal imprisonment he had not even dreamed that anything could be attempted against the state. This is what made him say, I certainly can repeat here before these altars the words I received from his lips, since they so clearly showed the bottom of his heart. He said then, speaking of this unfortunate prison, that he had entered it the most innocent, and had left it the guiltiest of men. Nearly the whole of this oration is devoted to history. It teems with brilliant passages, the most famous of which is the narrative of the prince's first victory, the Battle of Rocroi, in 1643. Thoughtful readers seldom pass by the funeral oration on Anne of Gonzaga. It forms a curious incident in Bossuet's life. The great preacher's most striking fault was a lack of energy in his dealings with royal characters. He lacks bones, some one said of him, and thus when his enemies so intrigued as to have him required to eulogize from the pulpit the erratic princess, who had been a political intriguer and the heroine of many scandals before repentance took hold of her, he lacked the courage to decline the doubtful honor. But in the pulpit, or whenever the priest had to appear, and not simply the man, his better manhood, pure and commanding, at once took the upper hand, and so, facing his critics, "My discourse," he said, "which perhaps you think you are to judge, will judge you when the last day comes. And if you do not depart hence better Christians, you will depart hence guiltier men." With the funeral orations one might mention another series of religious discourses not strikingly different from them, the panegyrics of saints, of which 20 have been preserved, that of St. Paul being indisputably the best. The Discourse upon Universal History, which was originally written for the Dauphin, is a masterly attempt to give a philosophical explanation of the facts of history, beginning with the biblical account of the creation, and ending with the assumption by Charlemagne of the imperial crown in 800 A.D. It is divided into 3 parts: the epochs, religion, the empires. The first part contains the significance of 12 events considered by Bossuet as epoch-making: the creation, the flood, the calling of Abraham, Moses and the giving of the law, the taking of Troy, the building of the Temple of Solomon, the foundation of Rome, Cyrus and the re-establishment of Hebrew nationality, the defeat of Carthage, the birth of Christ, the triumph of the Church under Constantine, the re-establishment of the empire with Charlemagne. The second part, which contains 31 chapters, has a twofold object: to demonstrate that the coming of Christ is clearly foretold in the Old Testament, and that the Roman Catholic Church is the only faithful representative of true Christianity. The third part is less theological. It is an attempt to explain the facts of history, at least partially, by a study of the various influences to which the different nations have been subjected. The general purpose of the whole work is best explained by the last chapter of this third part, the title of which is Conclusion of the Whole Discourse, in which is shown that all events must be ascribed to a divine providence. Next to the above works, we must mention the History of the Variations of the Protestant Churches, partly a work of theological controversy, but partly also a brilliant exposition, from a strictly Catholic point of view, of the history of the Reformation. It contains a portrait of Luther which is almost worthy to be compared with that of Cromwell in the funeral oration on Henrietta of France. The only other works of Bossuet that we would mention here are two admirable devotional works, the Meditations upon the Gospel and the Contemplations on the Mysteries of the Catholic Religion, the latter a clear and concise but now superannuated treatise on philosophy, the treatise on the knowledge of God and man a very curious and eloquent and at the same time thoroughly biblical treatise on theocratic policy, policy according to the Holy Writ, and finally his Relation on Quietism, which shows what hard blows he could, when thoroughly aroused, deal to a somewhat disingenuous opponent. Adolphe Kahn. End of section 35. Section 36 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. Section 36. Selected Excerpts by Jacques Bénigne Bossuet. From the Sermon upon the Unity of the Church. When the time had come at which the Roman Empire of the West was to collapse and Gaul was to become France, God did not allow such a noble part of Christendom to remain long under idolatrous princes, and wishing to hand over to the kings of the French the keeping of his church, which he had formerly entrusted to the emperors, he gave not to France only, but to the whole Western world, a new Constantine in the person of Clovis. The miraculous victory which he sent from heaven to each of these two princes in their wars was a pledge of his love, and the glorious inducement which attracted them to Christianity. Faith triumphed, and the warlike nation of the Franks knew that the God of Clotilda was the true God of armies. Then Saint Remi saw that by placing the kings of France and their people in the bosom of Jesus Christ, he had given to the Church a set of invincible protectors. This great saint, this new Samuel called to anoint the kings, anointed these, in his own words, to be the perpetual defender of the Church and the poor, a worthy object for royalty to pursue. After teaching them how to make churches flourish and populations thrive, believe ye that he himself is now speaking to you, as I only recite the fatherly words of this apostle of the French. Day and night he prayed to God that they should persevere in his faith and reign according to the rules he had given them, assuring them at the same time that in enlarging their kingdom they would enlarge the kingdom of Christ, and that if they faithfully kept the laws he prescribed in the name of God, the empire of Rome would be given to them so that from the kings of France would issue emperors worthy of that title, through whom Christ would reign. Such were the blessings which 1,000 and 1,000 times the great Saint Remi poured upon the French and their kings, whom he always called his dear children, unceasingly praising God for his kindness, because, with a view to strengthen the incipient faith of this God-blessed nation, he had deigned, through his own sinners' hands, these are his own words, to repeat before the eyes of all the French and of their king the miracles which had burst upon the world in the early foundation of Christian churches. All the saints then living rejoiced, and in this decline of the Roman Empire it seemed to them that there appeared in the kings of France a new light for the whole West. In occiduis partibus novi iubaris lumen effulgurat. And not for the West alone, but for all the Church, to which this new kingdom promised new advances. This is what was said by Saint Avitus, the learned and holy bishop of Vienne, the weighty and eloquent advocate of the Church of Rome, who was directed by his colleagues, the revered bishops of Gaul, to recommend to the Romans in the cause of Pope Symmachus the common cause of the whole episcopacy. Because, so said that great man, when the Pope, the chief of all the bishops, is assailed, then not one bishop alone, but the whole episcopacy is in danger. Opening of the funeral oration on Henrietta of France. My Lord. Note: this oration was delivered in the presence of the Duke of Orleans, son-in-law of Henrietta of France. It is he whom Bossuet addresses in beginning his speech. End of note. He who reigns in heaven and who is the Lord of all the empires, to whom alone majesty, glory, and independence belong, is also the only one who glories in dictating laws to kings, and in giving them, when it so pleases him, great and terrible lessons. Whether he raises or lowers thrones, whether he communicates his own power to princes, or reclaims it all and leaves them nothing but their own weakness, he teaches them their duties in a manner both sovereign and worthy of him. For when giving them his power, he commands them to use it, as he does, for the good of the world, and he shows them in withdrawing it that all their majesty is borrowed, and that though seated on the throne, they are nevertheless under his hand and supreme authority. Thus does he teach princes, not only by words, but by deeds and examples. Et nunc reges intelligite, erudimini qui judicatis terram. Christians, ye who have been called from all sides to this ceremony by the memory of a great queen, daughter, wife, mother of powerful kings and of sovereigns of 3 kingdoms, this speech will bring before you one of those conspicuous examples which spread before the eyes of the world its absolute vanity. You will see in a single life all the extremes of human affairs, boundless felicity and boundless misery, a long and peaceful possession of one of the world's noblest crowns, all that can be given of the glories of birth and rank, gathered upon a head which is afterwards exposed to all the insults of fortune, the good cause at first rewarded by success, then met by sudden turns and unheard-of changes. Rebellion long restrained, at last overriding everything. Unbridled licentiousness, the destruction of all laws, royal majesty insulted by crimes before unknown, usurpation and tyranny under the name of liberty, a queen pursued by her enemies, and finding no refuge in either of her kingdoms, her own native land become a melancholy place of exile, many voyages across the sea undertaken by a princess in spite of the tempest, the ocean surprised at being crossed so often in such different ways and for so different causes, a throne shamefully destroyed and miraculously restored. Those are the lessons which are given by God to the kings. Thus does he show to the world the emptiness of its pomps and splendors. If I lack words, if expression is unable to do justice to a subject of such magnitude and loftiness, things alone will speak sufficiently. The heart, note, the Queen's heart was kept in the church where Bossuet was speaking, end of note, of a great queen, formerly raised by long years of prosperity and suddenly plunged into an abyss of bitterness, will speak loudly enough. And if private characters are not allowed to give lessons to princes upon such strange occurrences, a king lends me his voice to tell them, Et nunc, reges, intelligite, erudimini qui judicatis terram. Understand now, ye kings of the earth, learn, ye who judge the world. But the wise and religious princess, who is the subject of this discourse, was not simply a spectacle presented to them that they may study therein the counsels of divine providence and the fatal revolutions of monasteries. She was her own instructor, while God instructed all princes through her example. I have said already that the divine Lord teaches them both by giving and by taking away their power. The queen of whom I speak understood one of these lessons as well as the other, contrary as they are, which means that in good as well as in evil fortune she behaved as a Christian. In the one she was charitable, in the other invincible. While prosperous, she made her power felt by the world through infinite blessings. When fortune forsook her, she enlarged her own treasure of virtues, so that she lost for her own good this royal power which she had had for the good of others. And if her subjects, if her allies, if the Church universal were the gainers by her greatness, she gained by her misfortunes and humiliations more than she had done by all her glory. The Great Rebellion. I confess, on entering upon my undertaking, that I realize its difficulty more than ever. When I fastened my eyes upon the unheard-of misfortunes of such a great queen, I failed to find words, and my mind, revolted by so many undeserved hardships inflicted upon majesty and virtue, would never consent to rush into such a maze of horrors if the admirable constancy with which this princess bore her reverses had not risen far above the crimes by which they were caused. But at the same time, Christians, I labor under another solicitude. What I meditate upon is no human work. I am not here a historian, about to unravel to you the mysteries of cabinets, or the order of battles, or the interests of parties. I must rise above man, in order that every creature should tremble under the judgments of God. I shall enter with David into the powers of the Lord. And I have to show you the wonders of his hand and of his resolutions, resolutions of deserved punishment for England, resolutions of compassion for the Queen's salvation, but resolutions stamped by the finger of God, whose imprint is so striking and manifest in the events of which I have to treat, that no one can fail to be dazzled by his light. When we go back in time, no matter how far, and investigate in the histories the instances of great revolutions, we find that hitherto they have been caused by the licentiousness or violence of princes. For when princes, ceasing to study their civil and military affairs, make hunting their only labor, or as was said by one historian, find all their glory in their splendor, and put all their mind to the invention of new pleasures, or when, carried away by their violent natures, they cease to respect the laws and to know any bounds, and thus lose both the respect and the fear of their subjects, because the ills those subjects are bearing seem more unendurable than those they only fear, then either excessive licentiousness or patience driven to extremity is full of menace to reigning houses. Charles I, King of England, was just, moderate, magnanimous, very well informed in regard to his affairs and to the arts of government. Never was there a prince more able to make royalty not only venerable and holy, but also loved and cherished by his people. What fault can be found with him save clemency? I am willing to say of him what a celebrated writer said of Caesar, that he was so clement as to be compelled to repent it. Caesari proprium et peculiare sit clementiae insigne qua usque ad penitentiam omnes superavit. Let this be, then, if you will, the illustrious fault of Charles as well as of Caesar. But if anyone wishes to believe that misfortune and defeat are always associated with weakness, do not let him think, for all that, he can persuade us that either strength was wanting in Charles's courage or energy in his resolutions. When pursued to the very last extremities by fortune's implacable malignity, and betrayed by all his people, he never deserted his own cause. In spite of the ill success of his unfortunate arms, though conquered, he was not subdued. And just as he never when victorious refused that which was reasonable, when captive he always rejected that which was weak and unjust. I can hardly behold his great heart in his last trials. But certainly he showed that no rebels can deprive of his majesty a king who really knows himself, and those who saw with what visage he appeared in Westminster Hall and in Whitehall Square can easily judge how intrepid he was at the head of his armies, how august and imposing in the middle of his palace and court. Great Queen, I satisfy your tenderest desires when I celebrate this monarch, and this heart, which never lived but for him, wakes up from its dust and resumes sentiment, even under this funeral drapery, at the name of such a beloved husband, whom his enemies themselves will call wise and just, and whom posterity will name among great princes, provided his history finds readers whose judgment does not allow itself to be swayed by events and by fortune. Those who are informed in regard to the facts, being compelled to admit that the king's conduct had given no reason and not even a pretext for the sacrilegious excesses, the memory of which is abhorred by us, ascribed them to the unconquerable haughtiness of the nation. And I own that the hatred of parricides is apt to throw our minds into such an opinion. But when we more closely consider the history of this great kingdom, especially during the last reigns, in which not simply adult kings, but even children under guardianship and queens themselves have wielded a power so absolute and inspired so much terror, when we see the incredible facility with which the true religion was by turns upset and restored by Henry, Edward, Mary, Elizabeth, we do not find either the nation so prone to rebel, nor its parliaments so proud and factious. Rather, we are compelled to reproach these people with too much docility, since they placed under the yoke even their faith and conscience. Do not let us then make blind accusations against the inhabitants of the most celebrated island in the world, who, according to the most reliable histories, trace their origin back to Gaul, and do not let us believe that the Mercians, the Danes, and the Saxons have so far corrupted in them the good blood which they had received from our ancestors as to lead them to such barbarous proceedings if some other causes had not intervened. What is it, then, that drove them on? What force, what transport, what disturbance of the elements stirred these agitations, these violences. There is no doubt, Christians, that false religions, infidelity, the thirst of disputing on things divine without end, without rule, without submission, carried away their hearts. Those are the enemies against which the Queen had to fight, and which neither her prudence, her leniency, nor her firmness could conquer. A man appeared, of a mind incredibly deep, a consummate dissembler, and at the same time a powerful statesman, capable of undertaking everything and of concealing everything, no less active and indefatigable in peace than in war, who left nothing to fortune of that which he could take from it by wisdom or foresight, but withal so vigilant, so well prepared for everything, that he never failed to improve any opportunity. In short, one of those restless and audacious minds which seem to have been born in order to transform the world. How dangerous the fate of such minds, and how many appear in history who were ruined by their very boldness. But at the same time, what do they not achieve when it pleases God to make use of them? To this one it was given to deceive the people and to prevail against the kings. For as he had discovered that in this infinite medley of sects which no longer had any fixed rules, the pleasure of dogmatic arguing without any fear of being reprimanded or restrained by any authority, either ecclesiastical or secular, was the spell that charmed their minds, he so well managed to conciliate them thereby that out of this monstrous medley he created a formidable unit. When a man has once found a way of seducing the multitude with the bait of freedom, they afterwards blindly follow, provided they still hear the beloved word. These, occupied with the object that had first transported them, were still going on without noticing that they were going to servitude, and their subtle leader, who while fighting and arguing, while uniting in himself 1,000 different characters, while acting as theologian and prophet as well as soldier and captain, saw that he had so bewitched the world that he was looked upon by the whole army as a chief sent by God for the protection of independence, began to perceive that he could drive them still further. I shall not relate to you the story of his too prosperous undertakings, nor his famous victories which made virtue indignant, nor his long tranquillity which astonished the world. It was God's purpose to instruct the kings not to desert his church. He wished to reveal by one great example all that heresy can do, how indocile and independent it naturally is, how fatal to royalty and to any legitimate authority. Moreover, when this great God has chosen any one for the instrument of his designs, nothing can stop his course. He either chains or blinds, or subdues all that is capable of resistance. I am the Lord, he says through the lips of Jeremiah. I am he who made the earth with the men and animals, and I place it in the hands of whomsoever pleases me. And now I wished to submit these lands to Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, my servant. He calls him his servant, although an infidel, because he selected him for enforcing his decrees. And I order, he goes on, that everything be obedient unto him, even the animals. Thus it is that everything bends and becomes flexible when God so commands. But listen to the rest of the prophecy. I order that these people shall obey him, and shall obey his Son also, until the time of the one and the other do come. See, ye Christians, how clearly marked the times are, how numbered the generations. God determines how long the sleep of the world shall be, and also when the awakening is to come. God held 12 years without relaxing, without any consolation from men, our unfortunate queen. Let us loudly call her by this title, which she made a cause for thanksgiving, making her learn under his hand such hard but useful lessons. At last, softened by her prayers and her humble patience, he restored the royal house. Charles II is recognized, and the injury of the kings is avenged. Those whom arms could not conquer, nor reasoning convince, came back suddenly of their own accord. Disappointed in their freedom, they at last came to detest its excesses, ashamed that they had had so much power, and horrified at their own success. We know that this magnanimous prince might have hastened things by making use of the hands of those who offered to destroy tyranny at one blow. But his great soul disdained these low agencies. He believed that whatever were the conditions of kings, it behoved their majesty to act only by the laws or by arms. These laws, which he defended, restored him almost by themselves. He reigns peaceful and glorious on his ancestor's throne, and with and through him also reign justice, wisdom, and mercy. From the Discourse upon Universal History, Introduction. Even were history useless to other men, it would still be necessary to have it read by princes. There is no better way of making them discover what can be brought about by passions and interests, by times and circumstances, by good and bad advice. The books of historians are filled with the actions that occupy them, and everything therein seems to have been done for their use. If experience is necessary to them for acquiring that prudence which enables them to become good rulers, nothing is more useful to their instruction than to add to the example of past centuries the experiences with which they meet every day. While usually they learn to judge of the dangerous circumstances that surround them only at the expense of their subjects and of their own glory, by the help of history they form their judgment upon the events of the past without risking anything. When they see even the most completely hidden vices of princes exposed to the eyes of all men, in spite of the insincere praise which they received while alive, they feel ashamed of the empty joy which flattery gives them, and they acknowledge that true glory cannot obtain without real merit. Moreover, it would be disgraceful, I do not say for a prince, but in general for any educated man, not to know the human kind and the memorable changes which took place in the world through the lapse of ages. If we do not learn from history to distinguish the times, we shall represent men under the law of nature or under the civil law the same as under the sway of the gospel. We shall speak of the Persians conquered under Alexander in the same way as of the Persians victorious under Cyrus. We shall represent Greece as free in the time of Philip as in the time of Themistocles or Miltiades, the Roman people as proud under the emperors as under the consuls, the Church as quiet under Diocletian as under Constantine, and France disturbed by civil wars under Charles IX and Henry III, as powerful in the time of Louis XIV, when, united under such a great king, alone she triumphs over the whole of Europe. Public spirit in Rome. He who can put into the minds of the people patience in labor, a feeling for glory and the nation's greatness, and love of their country, can boast of having framed the political constitution best fitted for the production of great men. It is undoubtedly to great men that the strength of an empire is due. Nature never fails to bring forth in all countries lofty minds and hearts, but we must assist it in forming them. What forms and perfects them consists of strong feelings and noble impressions, which spread through all minds and invisibly pass from one to another. What is it that makes our nobility so proud in battle, so bold in its undertakings? It is the opinion received from childhood and established by the unanimous sentiment of the nation, that a nobleman without valor degrades himself and is no longer worthy to see the light of day. All the Romans were nurtured in these sentiments, and the common people vied with the aristocracy as to who would in action be most faithful to these vigorous maxims. The fathers who did not bring their children up in these maxims and in the manner necessary to enable them to serve the state were called into court before the magistrates and there adjudged guilty of a crime against the public. When such a course has been entered upon, great men produce great men to succeed them, and if Rome has had such men in greater number than any other city, it is nowise due to chance. It is because the Roman state, constituted in the manner which we have described, possessed, as it were, the very nature that must needs be most prolific of heroes. End of section 36. Section 37 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 5. Section 37. Selected Excerpts by James Boswell. James Boswell by Charles F. Johnson. James Boswell was born in Ayrshire, Scotland. His family was of ancient origin and some social pretension, but the name derives its real distinction from him. He attended the University of Edinburgh and was admitted to the Scotch bar. He was, however, of a socially excitable and adventurous spirit, which impelled him out of the humdrum life of a petty Scotch laird into the broad currents of the world, and led him to attach himself to men of intellectual distinction. He was introduced to Dr. Johnson in 1763, and scrupulously sought his society till Johnson's death, making at least 9 journeys to London for the purpose, and recording his conversation with painstaking assiduity. To this enthusiastic industry we owe the Life, published in 1791, a book allowed on all hands to fulfill the purpose of a biography, in giving an exact and lively picture of the central figure and of his environment, better than any other ever written. Previous to this, Boswell had spent some time on the Continent, and driven by the peculiar form of hero worship which was his overmastering impulse, he visited Corsica and became intimate with Pascal Paoli, the patriot who freed the island from the Genoese, but was subsequently conquered by the French. In 1768, Boswell published An Account of Corsica, Memoirs of Pascal Paoli, and a Journal of a Tour to the Island. Of this Johnson said, "The history is like other histories, but the journal is in a high degree delightful and curious." Gray said that the journal was "a dialogue between a green goose and a hero." In 1793, Boswell was admitted a member of the famous Literary Club, and soon after persuaded Dr. Johnson to make a tour of the Hebrides, a journey at that time presenting almost as many difficulties as a trip to Labrador does now. His journal, a book quite as entertaining as the Life, was not published till 1786, 2 years after Johnson's death. As stated before, Boswell's great book, The Life, was published in 1791. The author also published a number of minor works, which are not worth enumerating. The position of James Boswell as a classic author is as well established as it is unique. It depends entirely on the two books mentioned, the Life of Dr. Samuel Johnson and the Journal of a Tour to the Hebrides, which may be considered as one, and indeed were amalgamated into one in Croker's edition. Further, the interest of these books depends more on the subject matter than on the style. No books are better known than these, and none are buried deeper in oblivion than his other productions, with the possible exception of the Corsican Journal. One is as obscure as the other is immortal, though from the artistic standpoint they do not differ greatly in literary merit. But it is not just to say that the value of Boswell's Life of Johnson depends entirely on the subject matter. It depends rather on a happy relation or coordination between the subject and the author. In consequence, it is hardly possible to consider Boswell as a writer without some reference to Samuel Johnson. Not only is Johnson the central figure in the book, but in a sense he is a joint author of it. About 1/3 of the book is in Johnson's words, and this third is decidedly the best part. Boswell's reputation as a great writer is unique in that it depends upon greatness as an interviewer and reporter. Macaulay says, "If Boswell had not been a great fool, he never would have been a great writer." This is one of those paradoxical statements to which Macaulay likes to give a glittering plausibility. It is true that Boswell wrote a great book, and it is also true that in some regards he was what we are accustomed to designate as a fool. But to connect the two as cause and effect is like saying that a man was a great athlete because he was lame, or that Lord Byron had a beautiful face because he had a club foot, or that Demosthenes was a great orator because he stammered. Men have been made by their foibles, but in those cases weakness, in some directions, has been more than compensated for by strength in others. Boswell lacked some of the great literary powers, but he possessed others, and those that he did possess happened to be precisely the ones necessary to the writer of the Life of Samuel Johnson. Boswell had no imagination, no moral elevation, no decided wit or power of phrase, no deep insight, no invention. But he had one power which lies behind all great realistic literary work, and that is observation. Johnson furnished the power of phrase, in which he was as eminent as any Englishman between Shakespeare and Charles Lamb. The higher powers are not needed in a transcript of fact. Boswell possessed, too, an eye for the externals, which indicate character, and, a quality rare in the 18th century, absolute accuracy. Sir Joshua Reynolds said, "Every word of the Life might be depended on as if it were given on oath." It was this habit of painstaking accuracy, rather than good taste, which led him to avoid the vice of rhetorical amplification. It also prevented him from missing the point of a joke of which he was unconscious. As a rule, his Johnsoniana are better than those of Sir John Hawkins or Mrs. Piozzi, because they are more literal. In one or two instances, an embellishment which improved a story was rejected by him because it was not true. These powers, observation, scrupulous accuracy and industry, and enthusiastic admiration of his hero, were all that he needed for the production of a great book. For Dr. Johnson was so unaffected, so outspoken, and so entertaining a man, and every sentence he uttered was so characteristic, that realism was a far better method for his biographer than analysis. Perhaps it is always better when the subject is strongly marked. That Dr. Johnson was a good subject is so evident that the mere statement is sufficient. Mrs. Thrale Piozzi's and even Sir John Hawkins's books are entertaining simply because they are about him. The 18th century man presents a number of excellent features for literary portraiture, because he is a compound of formality and explosiveness. The formal manners and dress and ponderous courtesy of the 18th century, combined with an outspoken way of calling things by their right names, and a boyish petulance and quickness of temper, make a contrast that is essentially humorous, and more attractive than the philosophic and broad-minded temper of earlier times, or the reticence and indifference of our own day. Dr. Johnson was a typical 18th century man, and epitomized these contrasts. Personally, too, he was a man for whom we must feel the most profound regard and respect. He represents the normal Englishman, a compound of moral integrity, rooted prejudice, and hatred of shams, with a mind which works mechanically and a kind heart. We instinctively recognize this compound as the ancestral type of our race, and are drawn to it. The real power of our race depends upon the simplicity and solid humanity of this central type. The heavy-armed and disciplined infantry about which are grouped the more gifted and erratic types, the scouts and light horse of civilization. For these general reasons, Samuel Johnson seems to us the best sitter for a literary portrait that ever fell into the hands of a literary painter, and the excellence of his biography to depend quite as much upon the fact that it is a life of Samuel Johnson as upon the fact that it is a life by James Boswell. Boswell's private character is outside the question in a consideration of his writings. Macaulay calls him a drunkard. If this be true, it seems a little severe to call a Scotchman to account for being intoxicated 100 years ago. He also speaks of him as a toady, but he was a friend of Johnson, whose detestation of sycophancy was a positive principle. Hume speaks of him as a friend of mine, very good-humored, very agreeable, and very mad. Macaulay's and Carlyle's essays may be considered as mutually corrective. The truth is that Boswell was absolutely frank, and if a man is frank about himself on paper, he must write himself down a fool, unless he belongs to a higher type than Boswell, or his critics. Charles F. Johnson. An Account of Corsica. Having said so much of the genius and character of the Corsicans, I must beg leave to present my readers with a very distinguished Corsican character, that of Signor Clemente de Paoli, brother of the general. This gentleman is the eldest son of the old General Giacinto Paoli. He is about 50 years of age, of a middle size and dark complexion. His eyes are quick and piercing, and he has something in the form of his mouth which renders his appearance very particular. His understanding is of the first rate, and he has by no means suffered it to lie neglected. He was married, and has an only daughter, the wife of Signor Barbaggi, one of the first men in the island. For these many years past, Signor Clemente, being in a state of widowhood, has resided at Rostino, from whence the family of Paoli comes. He lives there in a very retired manner. He is of a saturnine disposition, and his notions of religion are rather gloomy and severe. He spends his whole time in study, except what he passes at his devotions. These generally take up 6 or 8 hours every day, during all which time he is in church, and before the altar in a fixed posture, with his hands and eyes lifted up to heaven with solemn fervor. He prescribes to himself an abstemious, rigid course of life, as if he had taken the vows of some of the religious orders. He is much with the Franciscans, who have a convent at Rostino. He wears the common coarse dress of the country, and it is difficult to distinguish him from one of the lowest of the people. When he is in company, he seldom speaks, and except upon important occasions, never goes into public, or even to visit his brother at Corte. When danger calls, however, he is the first to appear in the defense of his country. He is then foremost in the ranks, and exposes himself to the hottest action, for religious fear is perfectly consistent with the greatest bravery, according to the famous line of the pious Racine, "I fear my God, and know no other fear." In the beginning of an engagement he is generally calm, and will frequently offer up a prayer to heaven for the person at whom he is going to fire, saying he is sorry to be under the necessity of depriving him of life, but that he is an enemy to Corsica, and Providence has sent him in his way in order that he may be prevented from doing any further mischief; that he hopes God will pardon his crimes and take him to himself. After he has seen 2 or 3 of his countrymen fall at his side, the case alters, his eyes flame with grief and indignation, and he becomes like one furious, dealing vengeance everywhere around him. His authority in the council is not less than his valor in the field. His strength of judgment and extent of knowledge, joined to the singular sanctity of his character, give him great weight in all the public consultations, and his influence is of considerable service to his brother the general. A tour to Corsica. While I stopped to refresh my mules at a little village, the inhabitants came crowding about me as an ambassador going to their general. When they were informed of my country, a strong black fellow among them said, "English! They are barbarians! They don't believe in the great God." I told him, "Excuse me, sir, we do believe in God, and Jesus Christ too." "And in the Pope?" "No." "And why?" This was a puzzling question in these circumstances, for there was a great audience to the controversy. I thought I would try a method of my own, and very gravely replied, "Because we are too far off." A very new argument against the universal infallibility of the Pope. It took, however, for my opponent mused a while and then said, "Too far off? Why, Sicily is as far off as England, yet in Sicily they believe in the Pope." "Oh," said I, "we are 10 times further off than Sicily." "Aha," said he, and seemed quite satisfied. In this manner I got off very well. I question much whether any of the learned reasonings of our Protestant divines would have had so good an effect. End of section 37.